ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we build on topics, whether conscious or cosmic. It's never nonsense, mega levels or microscopic. It's a Killah Priest project, AD control the rocket. Before we land the plane, many things we engage and explain. The unexplained, without mask. Welcome to the Killah Priest podcast. Killah Priest podcast. It's on. Yo. Oh, man, today is going to be crazy, man. For everyone who's coming in the building, man, welcome to the Killah Priest Podcraft. I am your host, Killah Priest, a.k.a. Lord Mel, was it Lord Messiah? Yeah, Lord, Lord, I know, right? I can't even remember my name. Well, we tea drunk right now. We got some tea. All right, so it's Lord's son. And controlling the rock is none other than AD, A Dizzle.
Yeah, what's good? Welcome back. It's going to be a wild show. You already know. Let's go.
I had tea earlier, man. TMI. Yo. Shout out to the chat room. Craft room is coming in the building. Our orator, Coach Kadaka, is in the building. She says, peace, welcome to everybody. And our, I said orator. See, I'm off, yo. There's too much tea. Oracle. And then we have our architects, Finney, Black Lodge, and Voltage, wherever Voltage is. He'll be up in there soon. Shout out to Voltage. And Vinny, shout out to you, man. He said, peace, AD. By my side, special co-host today. Y'all know him.
Peace, everybody.
Danny.
Peace, everybody. David Flores, animation.
Did I say Danny Salinas? I'm off, yo. Yo, man.
We've been drinking a lot of tea.
Yeah, we've been drinking a lot of tea, man. Yo, shout out to Dave Flores, man. What's good with you?
Chilling, Priest. Chilling, man.
Yes,
it's good to be here.
yes. Today's gonna be exciting, man. I want to say peace to D. Who's the first person I see? Let me see. DH and J. He says peace. Demetrius Bond says peace. Brother Glow. Show. I am Brother Glow. We see Jody Southworth is in the building. She gave a big thumbs up. Was good. And K9 is in the building. He says peace. Shout out to K9, man. Royal Priesthood all day. Now I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm a little bit off. I'm excited. My catechins are going, my Althini, right? We rocking out on another level. Very highly level on some godly plane. So we're sitting in our zone right now because today we're gonna have a very special guest. Yo, it's gonna be incredible. I guess this is why we are in this level. And we had a tea ceremony earlier. Me, Sewell, and Dave Flores. Yeah. So on this one, before I ask you how you been and everything, I'm just one love KP. When's the Ka and AD? When was that? No, when is the Ka remix coming? Soon. Shout out to Ka Zodiac, man. Brilliant MC. Brilliant. Incredible. Coach Bill says peace to the craft. Everybody coming in the building, man. I love it. I'm loving it. Today we have MC, deep thinker, deep lyricist, dope lyricist. I'll let him tell the rest of the story, but I first heard him out in London. Shout out to Aslan. Told him the story. He'll be on the show. Kambata will be here on the show today. He's in stay tuned. He's in his orbit right now. So he's going to come to the show. It should be very interesting. Yes, I built with him last night. We talked for a very long time. And craft room, get ready because y'all about to go on a ride. And you know, this is the place you could do that. And I'll let him tell you, man, this is the place to open up and go. You know what I'm saying? We chief here, we have a little fun. You know what I mean? We sit back and have some fun. Demetrius says, shout out to Connecticut. Yeah, Connecticut. Peace, Connecticut. coming out of Connecticut, but I'm gonna let y'all. A lot of people was talking about us two collaborating for a very long time. So it's essential. It's beautiful that we do it this way. First, to let y'all get to see that we actually building. I mean, we're in the building in the temple. So, FU Bill Gates is in the building. Shout out to him. Entering the tea ceremony. We will have the tea ceremony shortly. We already just zoomed up. Kyle Zodiac new track. Triple JC said Kyle Zodiac new track is fire. I can't wait to hear it. That's another brother we need to pull in too. Shout out to Neptali. We might have Neptali come through too and say a little things here and there. Talked to her yesterday. Shout out to her. Great sister, great mind. I mean, for all the sisters, for the female energy, she really, really goes in. Her and Rasul had a little back and forth. You know what I mean? It was nice. It was nice. But Sean Williams says, Killah take over. Super Danny Salinas, what up to you? All right, first, let's start with this. What you been up to, Dave?
I've been chilling, Priest. I've been working hard, actually. I can't tell them what I've been working on just yet, but
okay.
I've been working on a lot of good animation. There's a lot of good new stuff to come. So I've been working hard, but really, just staying home working.
We got to remind people at home that David Flores did the animation for Saffron.
Let's start from the top.
Start from the top. Go ahead.
Well, you got Grandmother's Land.
Grandmother's Land.
Yeah,
Grandmother's Land. You
Grandmother's
got
Land.
Saffron.
You did the
Pagan.
Pagan. Dude, that one was amazing too. Pagan.
That's the best one.
Yeah, this is the cat who did Pagan video. Incredible,
Pagan,
bro.
one of my favorites.
Yeah,
Thank you.
incredible.
Thank you.
All right, so Pagan.
Three Fantastic Supermen. He did two of them, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Two, right?
Two of them.
Two of
yeah.
them.
Well, you skip. Yeah,
Did
you
I skip
two.
one?
Yeah. You skipped.
So Pagan. Was there one after Pagan? Oh, yeah.
Prince of Bourbon.
That's right. From Babylon to Louisiana.
Yeah, from Babylon to Louisiana. Damn, we got some work in.
Yeah,
got some
and
work
we got
in.
tons. Well, I don't want to tell them. But
tons more in the works are already in the works, yo. So we're gonna get this NFT turned all the way up to the top.
Word up.
Where we can. That's why I want to talk to Kambata too, because those are levels. You know what I'm saying? It's leveling up.
Right.
So yeah. So this is the cat. Yeah, they put fire all on you, man. Any Black Edge. Yeah. Saffron, no doubt. Shout out to
Saffron was fire.
Yeah.
They're all fire. I'm just saying. Like,
yeah. Super Danny Salinas. Yes. Tour story. Okay.
We got a lot of good ones in there.
Yeah, we got a lot of good ones. AD's going through them right now. Yeah, Three Fantastic Supermen. This is one of my favorites.
Yeah, I love this.
Here we go.
Slightly radioactive. The bangles were made by a universal reproducer. A what? A machine which can reproduce anything.
Clark Kent, Mark Lynch, Arthur Flint, narcissist argument. All dressed like George Clinton in the parliament.
That's crazy.
Clark said, let's spark a spliff, raise our consciousness. Last week, about 4 or 5 bars were hit. I think the mob was behind it. Whole time the cops were in front of them, asking them questions, but they seemed to hear none of it. Mark said to Clark, hey, remember our assignment? Clark put his hands up and all the cops were blinded. Then all three walked to the middle of the street. Their jesters lift up jeeps, blew the top off of water hydrants. Our power is back, we are the tyrants. Arthur made a clap, all the sirens were silenced. We are the supermen, the hygienes of science. Born in the nucleus, rise to the giants. Art and Clark took off through space. Mark ran through the streets, running through buildings. This villain won't be safe. Through the air they gave chase, like lightning bolts coming with silver capes. The 28 bronze men, monks wearing orange. They came with their warrants, face look haunted.
Yeah, the walk was kind of dope.
The night looks gray and haunted. The monks burn sage while crawling. The grave is calling. The supermen shot rays at all of them. After death blazed their coffin. vampire monks. They been dead for
Straight out the
months.
G.
Disease
Rigo.
spread like the mumps. Clark stopped the plane. Mark stopped the train. All barehanded art did done explain. After the death of the demonic
K9
Dalai
says
Lama
how long did it take?
reign. Here comes Batman. Him and Robin
about a
just came from a
little
club.
less than a
getting
month. A little less than a month. A little less than a month.
Less than a month.
A little bit less than a month.
You've been doing it.
I was moving, right.
Yeah, you've been doing it. Less than a month, man. The details in it is crazy.
Thank you, Priest. Thank you, man.
So y'all could check that out on Killah Priest's channel right there. Make sure y'all subscribe, and then go back and you can see all the animations.
Triple JC says sage, yo. I like that. I like that word, sage, yo. Ah, Neptali in the building. New school of thought. Shalom. All right, no doubt. Coach Kandaka. Word. Neptali in the building. Oh man, that's crazy, yo. That work is incredible, and I can't see. And you know, we can speak it into existence. Like I said, I could just speak it. Y'all could quicken it with the spirit.
Right.
So.
Right.
We come together, you speak it, and then y'all put the spirit into the body, and then it become life. This will have a great NFT, and this will be a cartoon or something like that.
Yeah.
I can see that. No, for real, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
And that's what we're pushing for, cartoons. And for the rest of those cats out there, you know, we got calls here and there, but we wait for the right ones and stuff. This with True Master, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's from Babylon to Louisiana. Show them a little bit of that. Man, I'm excited about this. It's gonna be crazy, yo.
Project, right, we got
everywhere. He hurried through the night air. Light flare from the watchtower. Search team with rock wallers. Kings that got power. From queens that drop flowers. Screams grew a lot louder.
Artist life.
As the fox prowler. Bought him on the trail.
Track. Yes, that's a good idea. We gotta do one for the Royal Priesthood track.
Oh, definitely.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
Yes, that'd be crazy. He said yes, K9. Word. There you go.
Definitely K9 word.
K9 in the building, yo. Royal Priesthood. That's my joint, Royal Jelly. Yes, Royal Jelly is definitely one of those ones that we definitely got to do that, yo. That's
okay. Royal Jelly.
Royal Jelly.
Yeah.
Also, me and your son got one.
Oh, okay.
Crazy.
That's
yeah,
right.
yeah, we got one. Yeah. Man, shout out to Lil Da Vinci, yo.
Yeah, that'd be dope. Definitely gotta animate that.
Now you also watch this before we bring on Kambata, because I told him, yo, it's gonna be crazy. I'm telling you, I'm going for a trip. You also told me you play music.
Yeah, Priest. I play bass.
That's
I
crazy.
play bass and I play guitar.
Nice, man. I should have break the guitar out. We can do the same thing we did with Flea.
Right.
Wow.
Right.
We got time for that?
Yeah, yo, we got to get a spot that we could jam at.
Right.
Yeah.
Right,
And
right.
then I'll get on drums. You got him on guitar, and then you got Flea.
Yeah. We get me, you, Flea, and Dave.
Yeah.
We do a song
Once
like
I move, I'm gonna get an electronic kit.
Right.
So we could just plug into the board, and the neighbors won't even hear.
Right.
Let's
You
just
know what
go.
I'm saying? Yeah.
Dope.
Let's just go.
Yeah.
Word.
We gotta set that up.
Dope.
We gotta set that up. Definitely.
How about y'all, man? Y'all want to hear something like that?
Well, because we're just gonna be doing backup tracks to whatever you're doing.
Right.
So we would just play one of your tracks, and then we just play as session players. Like anytime like a hip hop group goes live, they just get a band. The band just learns the songs. They just do backups on top of the track.
Right.
That's it. Make it sound even doper. You know what I mean?
Exactly. All right,
That's a dope idea.
let's get that together, man. Shout out to Hari who came through last time and murdered the set.
Dr. Hari.
Yeah. What you think about that?
That was an amazing podcast. I watched it. It was really good, man. It was really good. He's a really interesting guy. I want to meet him, actually.
Oh, you're gonna get a chance to.
That'd be great.
I think he went to I think he's on his way to Panama or something.
Okay,
It said something
right.
like that. But we have someone coming in that he introduced us to who's coming in on Friday. And he wants us to go to a ayahuasca. He's gonna take us to a ayahuasca ceremony.
What?
Yes. Are y'all ready for that?
I think I'm ready for it.
For real, yo, we gonna go. This is gonna be for real talk.
I think I'm ready.
Word.
I
For
think I'm
real. AD, would you come?
Y'all go ahead.
Why you going? Oh, come on. Oh, man.
Yo, mushrooms for me is already pretty damn intense. Ayahuasca? Yo, I'm good, bro.
That's the next level, right?
I can't handle that
That's
shit.
the next level.
Yeah.
I was trying to find some ayahuasca music for you.
Nah, it's gonna be. It's great that we're gonna have Kambata come through. Hey.
Yeah, man. But
Let's
y'all
get-
go ahead, get it on film. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
And then put the video footage in the Dropbox. I'll edit it from here, and then boom.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
he said he waiting on you.
For what? Oh, for the Zoom.
Yeah.
All right.
Ayahuasca circles are incredible, but that's the way you want to be at. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All of this mental type of stuff going on, and the way the world is.
Well, you're essentially opening your pineal gland, releasing dimethyltryptamine out of your brain while you're awake.
While you're awake.
A chemical that would normally come out while you're sleeping or even about to die would be coming out in your awakened state. And then that transition is what's the most trippy. And then once you're there, it's just a whole other experience. Now I'm just talking about shrooms.
Okay.
Ayahuasca's got to be the same thing, but just way crazier.
More intense, way more intense, right?
Yeah. Well, ayahuasca is what? 10 times, right?
I would say it's 10. I would assume it's 10 times. I know mushrooms can be like 10 times what weed is. I would assume all those other, like especially in like doses of acid or whatever that people do and shit like that. I don't fuck with that, but I can only imagine how much trippier that is.
Yeah.
I know.
Nah,
Theogens.
but
it's theogens.
Yeah, but it's opening up, and that's what Harry I was talking about. It opens up chakra levels or zones up in your. Shout out to Inky, the Inky, Minister Inky said those chakras. But whatever zone it opened up. Now shout out to Minister Inky. Shout out to Knowledge Born also, and whatever zones because I did ask Inky. I was like, yo, when he said there was a certain light. He said if you want to say about there's a certain light that lights up in your cells or something like that, he said you can use that. But on another level, spiritual tip is opening up those levels, which you can't see. You know what I'm saying? What you can see, when we talked about what's real to you in your eyes, right? Like if you sat down with a shaman or you sat down with ayahuascan priest or some type of sage, ayahuasca sage cat, they would tell you, I guess you're going to construct, guide us into the way of God.
Right.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be crazy off top. Yeah, indeed. Yes, indeed. I see him coming zooming in right now.
Hold on.
Yeah, indeed.
Hold on now.
My friend Forget. Shout out to MOB. Out of the Hey yo, yeah, you and Flea. Shout out to Flea too, man. Incredible right there. Somebody said weed and mushrooms is what was that? Camille Allah? He said he just weed and shrooms. That's only for him. That's it. That's about your zone, right, AD?
Yeah, weed and shrooms. That's it. That's where I draw the line for me.
Well,
But that's because I got things to do. You know what I'm saying? If I have the time to, go out and explore the spiritual world like that, hell yeah. I mean, that might happen next year. You never know. But like at my place and time right now, weed and shrooms, I'm good. Because the weed is so damn strong as is. Yeah. I take a couple of hits and good God, I'm gone for a minute. You know what I mean? Like,
what about the toad?
Times have changed. Toad, I ain't fucking with no toads, but
Harry said you could just slip right in those dimensions. You ever did anything?
No.
So, he said you could just
same with just weed and shrooms for me.
Yeah.
Hey, some levels could go up.
Right.
All right, yo. I see him loud and clear. Word. We about to bring on Kambata. We're gonna set it out. See when he ready. Your word. Whenever you ready, King, we're gonna bring you up. Ladies and gentlemen, to the stage for the first time, to the craft for the first time, Kambata.
Yo.
Salute.
Am I loud and clear? Am I loud and clear?
Indeed so. We can hear you. We over here talking about some crazy stuff right now. What's up?
I hear y'all speaking my language. Y'all talking about the Damesters and the Teamsters and the Dreamsters.
Hey.
I already know, man. I'm the guy to talk to, man. I've definitely blown my mind out a bunch of times, man, and I'm glad I'm just able to be here in full cognizance to be able to share my experiences with you guys, man. But I mean, it's beyond the honor. I mean, I feel like a baby in a toy store right now, man. Like,
man.
This is unreal, man. I mean, Killah, you are, like I said last night, man, all the flowers goes to you. You figured it out. You got the code.
Oh, man.
Shout out to the homie, the animator. Dave, that's your name, right? David,
thank
right?
you, man. Thank you.
So you were able to bring his downloads to life.
Thank you,
I was telling him, man, I mean, what he's figured it out, like he's one of the few.
Wow, thank you very much,
the
man.
fact that you're able to animate that, I mean, Killah knows. There's some, so and the fact that you said there's more animations coming out, I get it, because music videos, when you're a rapper and you're doing regular music videos, it doesn't truly illustrate the hyperbole that we're trying to really get across, especially if you're talking about metaphysics.
Right.
What are we gonna do? We sit in front of a camera and do all these weird yo, like it's massively awkward. So I say that to say that, man, I'm looking forward to working with you, Dave, man. I'm definitely trying to connect.
Thank you, man. Yes, definitely.
A lot of my thoughts cannot be animated with real 3D carbon,
right?
You know, so I need that digitized,
right? You know. The illustration, right?
That's it, man. But yeah, man, thank you for having me on, man. I'm trying to have a good time, man. I hope y'all don't mind. You know,
we definitely,
I see your table's mad clean. You know what I mean? I was looking for some validation on your table to make sure I could do what I'm doing.
No, they puff up.
Right? We were just burning it down.
I think I just burned it down a few minutes ago, right? Yeah, that went in the room. What happened was the secondary was messing with me a little bit, but then I was like, okay, boom. But you know, I'll break it out. I mean, you're and perfect place to do that. You know what I'm saying? Word.
Oh, I see the clouds behind you, which actually just turned to nighttime. So
exactly.
That's the preferred right time, you know?
Yeah, I'm trying to give you the same background that they see out into the YouTube right now.
Oh, word. Yeah, you're kind of like, you know how the video games, they turn day and night, like, but faster than human life.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. I like that, man. You're changing in real time, man. That's beautiful. Yo, and I heard you talking about, you did a tea ceremony. Is that just like regular jasmine chai tea, or does that have some psilocybes in it?
Nah, this one don't have no psilocybin in it, but we have went to those levels and stuff. But this one is just regular flour. Regular flour.
That's cool too, man.
Yeah, Cincha, different kinds. Yeah, different kinds. But those levels of tell us a little bit. First of all, man, to the stage again. Welcome, Kambata, man. But for y'all who don't know, we're about to enter into let me see. He's already in the spacecraft. But like I told him, I said, with me and him seeing, it takes me a while for a person just to walk up into the temple. I was telling him into the museum and just stamp their name up there. But then when I heard, man, shout out to Aslan. When I heard, was it DMT? And then a couple of joints out, we was out in London. You know what I'm saying? We was in the car. Now I heard DMT. I was like, oh yeah, this cat. Then I heard LSD. Then I was like, oh wow, he got some lyric. Then I heard another joint. I don't even know what the name of it. I was like, oh, this cat is lyrical, man. Thank you so much for those joints.
Yeah.
Yes. But y'all don't know Kambata. Y'all just coming in. Let them know, man. This dude is a lyricist. Yo, and I don't say that lightly. For real. Tapped in.
Thank you, man. I mean, that means more than words can express coming from you, man. I mean, like I told you, man, all the books that I've been through already had your fingerprints on it, and all the hidden rooms, chambers already had your footprints in it. So man. I like you are the evolved version. You got that, like I told you got that glow already, and I'm just trying to do my due diligence in these modern times.
Yeah, you doing
it. And obviously we got other things pulling at our strings. It's not the same world, but in other ways it's better. Like, you know, on the digital aspect of it, what we're doing right now is, I mean, this is pure magic. You know, we're having a, you know, goddamn, you know, digital meeting in hyperspace, you know, so that is amazing. But, you know, trying to maintain the string, that silver tether, when the world is going through Armageddon is a challenge, man. But for some of us decoders, that's the perfect time to collect the gems, you know, and stock up that hibernation. You know, I require the darkness. I require solitude, isolation, man. I don't participate in the game. I don't participate in the culture. You know, I have no expectations of any results. I just do this because it's the only way that I can truly express myself, you know, without going crazy, man. I did without this for a little while, and I found myself going a little crazy into a depression. So, you know, I'm glad to be back on it. This is my first podcast in a long time. Just came back from recording an album. Shout out to Soul Messiah, and Cyrock. You know, Cyrock. Things are brewing. Things are stewing.
All right,
we could get into the pudding.
Yeah, we're about to go deep now. Here we go. Get ready. Let's
do it.
Get our seatbelts on. Everyone in the craft room. We're about to go into hyperspace right now.
Chris, you got another pen?
Yeah, definitely. Okay. Definitely. Yeah, take your notes. This is gonna be fun. All right, so why don't you tell us about matter of fact, I don't even know what I'm gonna just go off because this is gonna be so quick. Just give us a little bit of cause I want to say what inspired you, you know, to speak about the things you do. But I just wanted for the audience to hear it. Could you recite a couple of verses from DMT and take us through that? You know what I mean? It's just
or should we play it?
Yeah, we could play it and then have him here and he could break down some of them.
Yeah, it's like essentially. So DMT is like, what is DMT? Dimensional mind travel. The devil might trap you. It used to be a Dogon mapping tool. How the dark man thrive. Deceptive manipulation of time. It's a dope magic telescope. The doorway to many things. So I do many tokes till I damage my throat. You know, I can't think of
many tokes. Everything's DMT.
Yeah, I was
many
like,
totes.
What
damage my throat. Come on, yo.
I said divide. I said divide, multiply, transition, digital, molecular, transmission, destroy, manifest, transform, Daredevil, Magneto, and Thor.
Listen,
DMT is a deep maturity test designed by decoders of the Moorish text. You know, I used to drink.
We are right. Hold on. AD. Yeah, you know, yo.
Yeah, that's dope.
Yo, come on.
But I wanna play the actual track so people at home can get the whole experience.
Yeah.
That's the first one that I was like, yo. Oh, you want to run through it a little bit?
Oh, yeah. What's going on?
Got him hit.
I've never seen a finish that hit quite as hard as it did me, that I was transformed in the moment. It was then, and I will say it still is now. It is pure 100% magic.
You don't mind
It's not a drug. It's an
That's
event.
actually
It's not something that you do.
right there that I was telling you about last night.
What was that? Who's
that's
that?
Terrence McKenna at the beginning. That's the gentleman. He's probably the world's most legendary psychonaut there ever was. Like as far as just the explanation and the description of the psychedelic, the psychedelic mind frame and what you go through when you're shifting dimensions. He has been armed with the linguistic ability and the vernacular to describe it closer than any individual ever. I mean, there's visual artists that are able to capture the visual and relay it to us through art visually. But to describe it using these words were designed to describe physical nature. They weren't described. There's no way to describe the unseen because there's no way to compare it. It's like describing a color to a person who was born blind. But I'd say Terrence McKenna, just listening to him and downloading the way that he puts together his words helped me tremendously when it came to rapping. And that's why I had to put him at the beginning of this, because he was that dude that, you know, DMT, if you want to know what it is, listen to this guy. And that's at the beginning. That's why I did this song. I realized that linguistically, anything that's properly named, you should be able to extrapolate the full definition of it from its name without having to cross-define it. So when I seen the letters DMT, it was like, yo, I'm going to try to write a whole rap where every line contains the acronym meaning in its order, but still pertaining to what I'm talking about. So I'm not just talking about random things, you know, I'm talking about the whole experience. It's not just pretty colors. You're actually diving deep into your psyche. There's things that are happening when you're on DMT that are very unexplainable. So this song was a process for me that forced me to put together, almost, it's a balancing act, it's juggling. I created these limitations to kind of contain my mind. And I realized that it's almost easier for me to create when I create these rules rather than just free thought. So DMT was my first time doing this before I did LSD. And I won't take too much of your time after that. You can listen to what came about.
It's something which happens to you, and people come out of it saying, what happened?
What is DMT? Dimensional mind travel. The devil might trap you. It used to be a Dogon mapping tool. How the dog man thrive. Deceptive manipulation of time. It's a dope magic telescope. The doorway to many things. So I do major tokes till I damage my throat. I'm a dead man talking. That die maybe twice from a gram. Not your dad, mother's type. Get my damn music tight before I dial my troops and we demonstrate melee tonight. And I don't make truces. I'm just doing my thing. I decide what my truth is. Depending on melodic tones. Descending to the Mayan thrones. Digging meticulously for treasure. Hoping I define.
Depending on Mayan thrones, yo. DMT, yo, you went into a zone.
That's dope.
Yo, depending on Mayan thrones, what comes after that? Explain.
I said descendant of the Mayan thrones. I said, I can't even think, bro. I'm so sleepy. I said definitely descendant of the Mayan thrones.
Descendant of the Mayan throne. DMT. Everything's DMT. That's crazy.
Yeah, even the hook is all DMT. Everything is DMT. I throw little, middle words like and or the, some of them it's completely like simultaneous. It's like, but for the most part, you get the idea, and then it gets even deeper as you go down the tunnel.
All right, let's go down the tunnel real quick.
On my texture, I hope you don't mind tripping. DMT, I hope you don't mind tripping. DMT, the started minutes keep ticking. Self-dribbling machines are terrific. DMT, I hope you don't mind tripping. DMT, I hope you don't mind tripping. DMT, the started minutes keep ticking. Self-dribbling machines are terrific. Divide, multiply, transition. Digital molecular transmission. Destroy, manifest, transform. Daredevil, Magneto, and Thor. DMT's a deep majority test. Designed by decoders of the Moorish text. I dance so majestic in the twilight. I'm DMT laced, drinking Mai Tais. DMT's a divine movie trailer. Directed by David Michael Taylor. The life story of the drunk Mike Tyson. Its depiction of melancholy's timeless. Starring Denzel, Morgan, and Tyrese. Definitive melanin trinity.
Hold on, pause it.
I like the dope.
You locked in this. Starring Denzel, Morgan, and Tyrese.
yeah, right.
Hold on, yo. DMT, yo. Now, there are moments when you lock in. When you just,
holy shit.
Yeah. When you just there. And you don't even travel anymore. You just there. You are the all in all. I think you kind of embody that in this. You are.
Wow.
Yeah, you embody that.
Yeah.
You agree?
Yeah, it is, man. Yeah, I got in the fluff of it for sure. There is a level of like, you understand. I know you understand it because I can hear it in your writing when you lock in and you get in that Rain Man state and you're kind of like grandma on the couch, you know. You're in that real. I dig through the loony bin, you know what I mean? That's where I find all my treasures in the lost and found, you know. So when I lock into certain things, I go into that mode like where there could be a natural disaster going outside and you can't get through to me. So it's like, you know, I noticed that when I'm in that zone, there's a state of what do they call it? Flow state. It's called flow state. And I was talking to Killah about this last night. There's no man that is a genius. Only men that are open to receive genius. It's a force. It's almost intangible and it's mercurial. It's very slippery. And when it only wants to manifest in those that'll use it. So I stay open, I stay vulnerable to it. There's a level of surrender that must take place when you want to get there. And also, obviously, you can't be lazy. You have to do the things that are tough, the hard. You got to do the hard work. And rap is so easy that most people aren't. You can get massively wealthy without having to do things like this. Obviously, I'm not Drake. You know, so I took a different path. I took the red trail. You know, you could take the white trail and still get to the mountain peak without having to go on the unpaved road. Right. But on that unpaved road, that's where you see all the best creatures because there's less human traffic. So there's not as much money in it, but as far as like, okay, like if I'm gonna not listen to soul music and R&B and superior music, I need to get something out of this, and rap is the most mental form of music there's ever been. Linguistically, there's nothing in the planet's history that's as complex as saying what we do in metaphor and allegory and all these linguistic, you know, literary tools we use, and we're rhyming. And we're doing it in rhythm and melody with vocal tone, and we're memorizing it. It's like, how many things do you want to do? And how many how many? We're polymaths, bro. You know what I mean? So, but we got to prove that shit, especially in these modern times when the dunk contest is corny, you know? So everybody's done every form of between the legs dunk. Everybody's done every windmill. I got to do a 360 from the free throw line in order for me to do anything spectacular. There's Nas already did I Gave You Power and Rewind. Lupe's already did what he did. You know, Eminem's done what he did. Killah Priest is doing what he's doing. So what else is there? Like, we already invented the quantum computer. Like, what? Somebody got to make the time machine now. You know, so DMT is like me really like first opening the doors to the linguistics and being like, oh my God.
We actually have someone who made a time machine, right, Priest? He was on last week.
Oh, Hari?
No, before him.
Yes.
He had the chair. He's like, I don't want to say this is a time machine, but
right. Yeah. We have some crazy stuff that come on the show. Yeah.
I bet, man. DMT is a time machine. It's just a little. Like I said, it's a little abstract. Like, you don't have full control in that realm. And your physical body, like we define time travel as this body going somewhere that we can recognize in history. Or because we don't know what the future is. Every time we go on DMT, we could literally be time traveling to 1,000 years from now, and you know, because we're all fractalized in the metaverse, we could literally be seeing the pixelization of the metaverse before, like the back screen, like the Matrix green rain. You know, that's what we're seeing in this psychedelic state. You know, but of course, you know, who goes there? Only the crazy ones. You know what I mean? Because 1,000 people can do DMT, but maybe one or two is going to be truly shown the treasures. Everybody else is going to get scared away at the gates. You're going to have a panic attack. You're going to be like, oh my God, this is weird. You're going to open your eyes. You're going to convince yourself that you saw it. Something in you knows you didn't see it, because there is an aspect of, I call it willfully drowning. In order to get the fullness of a psychedelic trip, you have to do something that's akin to going into water and comfortably just breathing in the water and allowing yourself to drown without panic. If you can achieve that in the psychedelic state and be completely calm and let it have you, you know, it's like, you know, you're a victim that wants to be killed. It's like, oh, you want to kill me? Cool. You know, here I am.
Yo, that's happening when you're doing astral projection, though, too, isn't it?
Yes. But I was saying like sober, transcendental meditation and astral projection is more controlled. It's all being incited from within you. Whereas when you do a psychedelic medication or medicinal or a plant or, you know, what do we call them? Entheogens. You're introducing the brain of a alien substance. So it's different than you can never do the same thing in yourself, because that's coming from you. This is your interpretation of the universe. But when you introduce ayahuasca, which is a plant, which is a leaf, which breathes the carbon dioxide, or a mushroom, which is actually a fungus, which breathes oxygen. So they're polar. One is lunar, one is solar. So when you introduce these, especially some like mushrooms that has this crazy network of mycelium and years of just download, it's basically the hard drive of Earth at this point. So when you introduce yourself to something like mushrooms, which is a parasitical fungus, it's actually utilizing your body for the oxygen. Fungus breathes oxygen. You become a host. And in exchange, you're able to see with its eyes. You're able to tap into its network. That's why you're able to do all of that. And kind of like,
that's from the psilocybin that's in it, right? The blue.
That's from the psilocybin, which is very close to. I mean, it's like Terence McKenna said. It's potentially the alien that we've been looking for. You know, the flying saucer. That's the cap. You know, this is the most lucrative thing that an alien species can do, because we're gonna ingest that willfully. You know, we're gonna carry it with us. It's gonna download its information in us. We're not gonna, you know, it's not like if an alien comes here, we're gonna reject it. That right there is how you do it, you know, and what happened through possession. Like you take the mushroom, you go into this state, like your frequency, your vibration is on that level, because that's really what it's doing. It's just switching your radio station and your heartbeat right now. Like, you know, right now we're at, you know, we're taking in the oxygen. That's our primary psychedelic. And our heart rate is here. We're in a sober level. We're on like FM. We're on like FM 85.1 or something, right? But then when you take something like psilocybin, you feel the vibration changing. You feel that radio station changing. Now you're picking up nature through a different, almost a different vessel. Like it's like your antenna is completely different at this point.
You're a transistor.
Yes. Now you can see the plants breathe. Now you can see these at all times. Plants are doing this at all times.
Yeah.
You just can't see at that speed. You can't see the wings of of a hummingbird because it's going too fast. You can't see the blades of a ceiling fan. You could try to follow it with your eyes, but on mushrooms, you see all of that. You know what I mean? And so with DMT, there's different ways to access the DMT from different elements. You got the DMT, the Bufo. You talked about that. Bufo is amazing. I've done that more times than I can count.
No, wait, that comes from a tree bark, right?
No, Bufo is from the toad venom. There's from I believe the Sonoma Desert, Mexico, California. There's a Bufo frog, a big fat frog that excretes the DMT substance through its skin as a form of protection. It's like, if the predators lick them or try to bite them and they go crazy because of the DMT. But what you could do is you could extract it without killing them. Right. So it's a live substance. And you dry it out, and it ends up looking like a powder, and you can smoke that right there. Like you find a Bufo an hour later, you're talking to God, you know what I mean? And it's real crazy. Like, I believe it definitely detoxifies your body at one time. Like it does something to your blood and your nervous system, and then you get. For me, I go into I got people that know.
Right. Right.
I go into that zone and all I can do is run sometimes. And when I'm on Bufo, I run like 40 miles per hour, bro. I'm like looking at cars.
You got your flash on.
I can find the moon. It doesn't matter where the moon is. I go
right.
And I look at the trees and I'm like, and then I'm wondering if I should run up this tree. But I'm like, maybe I shouldn't. My physical body, then I might. Then reality dawns on me, and I'm like, damn, I'm still like flesh. I don't want to destroy myself, but you get that power in you, and that's that. Not to take us so far from it, but the point is that these things are not drugs. These things are something else. There would be no crackheads if they were doing DMT. If they were doing DMT, man.
Something to think about.
A different situation. You wouldn't feel sorry for homeless people. You'd be looking up to him. You'd be like, "Oh, he figured it out."
They kind of call them. They kind of call them hippies.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah, exactly. Man, that's crazy, man. You took me so far, man. I don't even know what that. I was went on a trip. I was so mesmerized and just going into that world so far. I didn't even know. I didn't even want you to stop. It was just like,
you can vicariously feel the drugs from me, the excitement that I'm exuding makes you almost feel like you're on the same drug. It's the same thing for me. Once I start thinking about it, I'm like, oh wow! It's almost like my body remembers it, and I get like almost like a placebo residual effect from my trips by just reminiscing. You know what I mean?
You get flashbacks.
Right. Oh yeah, flash fronts, dude.
Now have you done them all? Would you say you done most of the psychedelic joints, right? Like LSD.
I've done a nice little smorgasbord, man. Like I've done several.
Right.
There's thousands.
Right.
There's thousands of substances. So
right.
How would you compare LSD to mushrooms?
Good question. I was about to go there.
LSD, you can immediately know it's chemical. The physical experience is a little different. It's obviously faster acting and it's longer lasting. And because of how potent it is, I mean, you got to think one drop of acid is a hit. I mean, you're talking about a substance so small, that. And also, there's really no way to judge the dosage, especially in these times when you don't have passionate chemists giving you it inside of a vial that says LSD 25 with the dosage amount on it, with the exact, what do they call it? Microdots.
Right.
That you're taking. So you're taking a big gamble when you do LSD. I've had some very incredible experiences on it, as well as extremely traumatic panic attacks. I've completely lost my mind on LSD at least maybe 4 or 5 times. But I say I've had at least 50 amazing experience. I don't know how many times I did it, but I've done it enough. I've done it enough to get the gist of it. And I mean, it's it definitely allows your brain to work on a whole different level. I mean, as far as like genius thought, imagery, your ability to reminisce. I mean, anything you do on a fantasy, you know, anything you want to do on that mentally, you could close your eyes and go there. Also, your linguistics are sharper. You see streaks. You see, you know, light appears different. Like you see the rainbow halo in all the light. You can see the dissipation of the light beams and everything. You can see the movement. You can see deeper into space. You can see more stars. But mushrooms, you know, like you go through like almost a purge process. It takes like an hour and a half for it to come on. But before that, your nervous system, your central nervous system is readjusting. So you're going to feel weird. You're going to feel like maybe antsy or like nervous, twitchy. Then you're going to go through a little nausea. You might have to lay down. I like to lay down and close my eyes and allow it to move in. And then there's a point after it gets really weird that I get up and I'm superhuman. And, you know, if I'm not having an insane panic attack, you know, because that's when I get my best trips. Honestly, it's the scariest is when I flip a switch and I go insane. And then that's when, because there's always something that trips me out. Like, you know, I remember I was in Joshua Street and I saw these rocks, these huge rocks, and I realized that they were hollow. And then I saw these lines going through the sand and and then I started looking at the stars, and then I saw like moving things in the sky, and I'm just putting the P. I'm like, how did these rocks get over here if the mountain's all the way over there? And I start putting things together, and all of a sudden, my heart's like this. Oh shit! And now at this point, I'm walking like a Manchurian candidate, bro. I'm like, you know, and man, like it gets me going, dude. But that's why I don't do them as much as I used to. You know, I definitely slowed down. I only do them in certain occasions. Setting is everything. I used to just do it wherever I was, you know, and see what that area, because it's like, okay, I can experience this sober. Okay, I can experience this on weed, or I can experience this on mushroom. Everything that I do now, I'm like, okay, if I ever go to Burning Man, I don't want to go there unless I'm tripping balls. Or if I go on a trail, if I go on a hike, I'm like, okay, yeah, this is cool. I can see squirrels and shit. But if I was on 5 grams of psilocybin, I could hear a cricket and be able to locate it, walk exactly to where it is, and have that shit walk up to me and be speaking to it. I could hug a tree, and then in my mind, I can see its geometric signature. Because you realize that everything you see in your head, your mind's not making that up. Those are readings. Yeah. So you don't know, when you're tripping in your living room, you don't know if those geometric shapes you're seeing, that could be Wi-Fi, that could be Bluetooth, that could be a radio signal, that could be a television signal, that could be the cell phone. All of those things are actually happening. You're just able to see them, you know. So yeah, man, I think I got completely off, but yeah, we talking about those you know, God's little baby.
You're seeing other frequencies and you're experiencing other frequencies.
Absolutely, and it's not hyperbole at all, and it's real. And you can't imagine something that you've never seen. You can't just, you know, name a time or anything you can imagine in your mind has some kind of, you know, physical, natural logic to it. I feel like when you're in that state, it's beyond that. It's beyond anything that your regular mind can fathom, you know. So I lost my thought. I tried to tie the shoe at the end of it, but
yeah. Okay.
No, so you're going on a retreat, right?
Yeah. Well, we just got asked to go on the ayahuasca ayahuasca ceremony.
I want to go, man.
Ayahuasca.
I want to go.
You want to
I
come?
want to go, dude. Absolutely.
Hey, man, let's do it. Yeah, let's do it.
Now, how do you suggest Priest get started? Because this might be his first hallucinogenic experience since cannabis, technically, which isn't even that hallucinatory.
Yeah, I would say
microdose.
I would say obviously the best precursor would be diet. You know, I would say a week prior start cleaning up. You know what I mean? I would say fruit and vegetable and water only. Stay away from any stimulants or anything like that. Tea, obviously, but yeah, you want to start cleaning out your body because with ayahuasca, it has more of a violent purge process at the beginning, which can include vomiting and sweats and you going through it, feeling like some people feel like they're dying. You know what I mean? Because your body has to immediately evacuate everything, you know, in order for you to go. It's like if you got to take a shit. That messes up everything in your life. You know, you can't really, if you gotta take a shit, you can't enjoy anything.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, the prettiest woman in the world can offer you, you know, a sexual advance, and you're like, God damn.
I gotta go.
You know what I mean? So in that state, you want to make sure that you prepare physically first, because mentally, there's really nothing you can do. The message that you need is coming to you whether you want it to or not. It's very brash and upfront with everything. There's no hiding it. You can't close your eyes. You can't get away from it.
There's no going back.
There's no going back. You know what I mean?
It's a very personal experience too, because you're seeing a reflection of everything that you're thinking and feeling.
And that's why also, besides diet, you want to make sure that you tie any loose ends before you go there. So if you're fighting with anybody, you got any beef, you want to make sure that you let everyone know where you are, so you're not worried about anybody hitting you up. If you got kids or you got, you know, a girl, make sure that everybody's good. Make sure that all your beefs are settled as much as you can, because psychologically, those things are going to be at the forefront of your mind. When you go there, you know what I mean? And you know, it's kind of like losing sleep at night. It's like you get those night terrors, you know, oh my God, I'm going to be late for work tomorrow. Oh, geez, my girl, this, that, and the other, my baby mama. Get all of those affairs in order and clean up your body before you go, and it'll be easier. If not, if you don't do any of those things, it's still going to go through, it's still going to happen. It's just going to, you know, the purging process at the beginning is going to be a little different. Like you got to defragment, you got to do a disk cleanup at the beginning. And that's going to take a little longer before you can upload the good software. So, you know, that's the only thing you can do, because there's nothing anybody can tell you to pep you up. Hey man, you're going to see this. You, instead of going right, you want to go left. Once you see the jackal, once you see the guy with the crazy hat, you don't want to speak. Everybody's experience is different every time.
Right.
Every time it's different. Some people can correlate different deities, like, oh, I saw this, or I saw the Godhead, like a lot of people describe like the Transformer heads.
Right.
These almost geometric Godheads. You know what I mean? Like you see the eyes, you see the nose, you see the mouth, but it's like this crazy tesseract, fourth dimensional geometric figure. You know, and a lot of people, you see it in Alex Gray art, you'll see it in a lot of art, and it almost happens unintentionally. Kind of like looking at a plug socket. We always see a face and everything. Anytime we see 3 points, we always correlate it to a face. So you have to know that too, that just because you're seeing something, know the difference between seeing something and really knowing something, you know, because those entities on the other side are as real as you and me. Real as you and me, man. And it would make no sense when we talk about extraterrestrials. Anytime we talk about the activity of extraterrestrials, it's highly humanized. We're talking about people in ships doing weird motions, you know, at most abducting people, you know, crash landing. We're talking about 3-dimensional humanoid fault here. We're not talking about, that's not the best way to travel. A flying saucer, you still got to go from point A to point B, even if you're teleporting. There's still hardware here. The best way would be, obviously the extraterrestrials are fourth and fifth dimension, some beyond this physical dimension, and that's where you can interface with them. But you're almost scaring them. Like they're like, oh, it's like you're popping up in their living room. They're having dinner and shit. Like, oh shit, humans just came. Like we're the ghost haunted. Every time a person does DMT, we're like a ghost haunting. Those entities. I don't know, but
wow, that makes a lot of sense, though, man. That's crazy.
That was hard.
yeah, but I'm just like,
I gotta give you a palm.
These entities that you see, bro. I mean, I've seen pop locking, so like all of that's like language. Like you'll see it on obviously the Egypt walls, they call it tutting. You'll realize that these other, like there was a movie, what was it called? Contact. The movie where the alien was it was like an octopus, and it was like, was it The Arrival? I think it was The Arrival. You saw that one?
Yeah, Arrival. Yeah, it's like a big octopus. Big octopus.
It was a big octopus, but it looked like a hand. But a hand also looks like a human body. And you realize that, oh shit, everything is language. So these entities that communicate with you, everything they're doing is like all the movement. Like you'll see them zooming in on you. Like it's, I don't know, bro. You know, it's frightening. It's extremely frightening. But when you go there, you know, just accept it, man. Just know that you're gonna live. Very few people die doing this.
Yo, just even with shrooms. But first time doing shrooms, I need someone to remind me, like, hey, you're gonna be okay. This is normal. But it's amazing how the mind needs reassurance to the point that, like, yo, what did I just do? And you start regretting a little bit, like, yo, what's going on here? That transition into the psychedelic world, it's literally trippy because your mind thinks it's about to die. Especially with shrooms, you start to get kind of sick. It's kind of a poison for the stomach. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, oh, I don't feel right. But once you make that transition, everything just comes clear. And I just with shrooms alone, I felt like a bunch of empathy. Like I felt like I understood everybody.
Well, did you go through a shroom ceremony, or you just did it yourself?
No, I just did shrooms in Knott's Berry Farm. That was my first time. You know what I mean?
Knott's Berry Farm. Wow.
Yeah, man. Then I did it at
That's
Disneyland.
Chaotic, when you do it around other humans, you pick up all this shit. You know.
I heard echoes. There was a lot of echoes. So like a kid would be like laughing. You hear you hear all the echoes. And the crazy part, because we were at an amusement park, everything is louder.
I would believe acid.
So when you hear like a freaking roller coaster going by, it's loud as hell. And maybe Knott's was not the best place to do it. I should have been somewhere more quiet.
I think
it was chaotic, but it was fun and exciting at the same time. You know what I mean? Because you're releasing dopamine more, right? And you're releasing serotonin more, right? The serotonin goes way up.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know the biochemical process yet, but it's just really
those
interesting.
are the two most for average like chemicals that we associate with what you're feeling. There's probably a lot more going on, but what you're saying is very true. There's a process that humans go through, and I've spoke about this before. It's called hedonic adaptation. It's when your body through your life, especially prior to the ages of 4 and 5, like a newborn baby, you can tell their pupils are more dilated. They're picking up more spectrum of light. They're also hearing more sound. They're seeing more than we are. But through that process, their body regulates and normalizes these things to give you a more focused picture. So you're not seeing anything extra that you don't need. It adapts. So when you take a psychedelic substance, it almost unplugs that wiring. So now you're able to hear the actual dissipation of sound. That's the process of what happens to sound. It's just that your ears, it almost atrophies. Like your eyes are not able to see. If you were able to see and hear everything, you wouldn't be able to have a normal life. You would be so confused constantly. Light would be too bright and sound would be too loud. At all times, you would hear constant insanity. That's why, when you diagnose people with schizophrenia and all of these things, it's not just them going crazy. They might have a certain sensitivity that actually enables them to hear more and see more, or pick up on some kind of morphogenetic code. Because a lot of times we think we're seeing ghosts, or we're hearing energies, and what we're seeing is the activity of that room that's been imprinted. There was a study, I forget what it called. It was like, you know, if you go into a room and you do like 1,000 circles, like clockwise circles in a room, and just keep doing that every day. Just do the same pattern every day. You do that enough, it imprints on that room. Then somebody that doesn't even know will walk into that room and do the same pattern and not even know why. You know what I mean? So everything that you do leaves an impression. Somehow in the, you know, the blanket of, you know, the ether, you know, somehow it leaves an impression, and you're able to pick up on these things. So when you do psychedelics, it's sometimes if you hear a voice or you hear things, you're not actually going crazy. Like, yeah, there's a reason for everything, you know.
Yo, do you hold class or something like that? I would go to your class. Word. You should have a school, man, for real. This is real enlightening.
I'm just trying to, you know, the knowledge is one thing, but being able to apply it is another. You know, a man with a lot of knowledge is not as effective as a man with a lot of discipline. And those basic principles seem to be the most difficult for me, you know what I mean? Communication, discipline. It's easy for me to expand my mind and then be able to translate my wisdom in order to kind of pass it along. But for me to confidently profess and teach, I would have to be walking that road myself. And I'm still going through my process of trying to be able to take everything that I'm learning and compress it into a living religious experience, personal, you know. And
It's the realness.
Psychedelics, they give you the eyes, you know what I mean? But there's still a grandma rocking on her chair that don't know nothing about that has the meaning of life.
Yeah.
Right.
Wow.
Wow.
I mean, there's a guy fishing on the beach somewhere that just wakes up and he got it too. You don't need all of this to get it. And whoever designed this universe made it that way. So there's no competitive advantages. It's like Fortnite. Like, yeah, you could be born with certain physical characteristics that make you this or that, but everything balances out. You know what I mean? You got your jocks who are able to run a 4.4, and you got your nerds that have a 4.4 GPA. You know what I mean? Both of them are capable of millions. It's just in separate aspects. You know, so it's like, oh, okay, I excel mentally, physically. You know, there's a bit of laziness. Like, why am I not in the most pristine shape of all time? I know what I need to do to get like that. You know, I mean, it's so obvious. Just a little routine, just a regular routine. Like humans we're so bogged down and sluggish, and we're so not in control that for us to nail down a solid 120-day routine is damn near impossible for a lot of people. The obvious things that make us better people and make us more healthy, and all of us know exactly what we have to do to be a Christ, to live. We know every morning we wake up exactly what we have to do to live the perfectly righteous life. It's just there's something about this experience that chooses feelings and
it's the little things. It's the challenges. You know, it's that birthday party we went to last weekend, and now I'm still hungover, so my routine's messed up for the next couple of days. It's those little things, man. And you know, we're all busy people. I get it. But yeah, we almost have to be a little crazy just to track. You know what I mean? Because you know, I'll be tracking macros, you know, for fun and everything, and people are like, yo, you crazy for that? Like, who cares? Like, why are you measuring how many tablespoons of avocado you're using right now? Like, take it easy. But for me, it's like that meticulousness is what I need to go through right now, because it's working for me. You know what I mean? I enjoy it, you know, even though it's kind of crazy for someone else. You know what I mean? But we all have to get meticulous about things. You know, I got a dish in the dishwasher I still haven't washed yet. Back of my mind, that shit's still bugging. You know what I mean? There's little things. This cat takes over my whole house. There's fur everywhere. I need a vacuum. You know what I mean? But like where there's progress happening in one spot, it can be a challenge to do maintenance where we know we should. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Exactly. Because somebody that has that much mechanical discipline might lack in allowing themselves to have fun and enjoy things without thinking.
Yeah.
You know what they say, paralysis of over analysis. Like, the mind can be our own worst enemy.
You just said it. You just said the one thing right there: paralysis by analysis. There's somebody in the chat room said from Spectrum Lord. I wanted to point it out. He said, if you use psychedelics properly and not for enjoyment, it's essentially a lens or a gateway to consciousness or the organic EMF, like the Gnostics explained. Shout out to Spectrum Lord for that.
You like this craft room. I mean, you know about it, but
yeah, we got some super chat.
Huh? What you said, Kambata?
I said shout out to Spectrum.
Yeah,
that's true, man.
We got a few super chats for you here too, real quick. Let me show them real quick over here. We got shout out to Danny Salinas. Shout out to Rigo. True Seeker in the house. He says peace to the gods. Donkey says shout out to Kambata. All your music is amazing and full of knowledge. The Shaman is one of my favorites. He said the Shaman is one of my favorites. Keep up the good work, King. Peace.
Thank you, man.
Shout out to Soul Messiah for the 20. KP the Poet.
Shout out Soul Messiah, man. That's right there, man. Like, me and him been working, man. He's the producer behind a lot of your favorite songs. Are you familiar? I mean, I could go down a list, man. I don't want to make him blush.
Come on, give him something.
Just shout out to Cyrock. He does all her production.
She's dope. She got a picture that was crazy. She's dope. Yeah,
nice.
Yeah, me and him got a song coming out. We got an album. We got an album, God Complex, dropping some point this year. And I got a joint on there that's gonna be crazy. Got a video, so.
Nice. KP Kev the Poet says love to Kambata. His track Manifesto with Loaded Lux was in heavy rotation. Shrooms woke me. DMT changed me. Ayahuasca healed me. Love the craft room. Shout out to KP Kev the Poet. And he also says did Killah Priest and AD film in Hari's lab? No, we didn't get to go out there that day.
Yeah.
Nyasha Champ says, peace and love to the Podcraft. Have you ever heard of doing DMT in a deprivation tank? Have you ever done that? If so, can you describe that experience?
Podcraft. And so that's for you, Kambata.
Yeah, so for those that don't know, a sensory deprivation tank is like a space capsule. It's like almost like a futuristic casket, or like one of those pods that you go into, like hyperbolic. It's like a hyperbolic space chamber, so you can like sleep 100 years. That's what it looks like. It looks like something that the baby of Superman would crash land the Earth in. But inside of this is completely soundproof and lightproof, so it's completely dark, completely quiet, and it has maybe like 5-6 inches, sometimes a foot of water. That is up to like 98% salinity. So it's salinity, but so it's salt water. So you float like you're in free space, and it's at body temperature. So that's where the sensory deprivation comes from. Your body actually feels like it's back in the womb. It's you're taking away, because that's almost the point of yoga or meditation, is to free your body of its sensory confusion, because everything you hear, your body's translating whether you want it to or not. Everything you see, your mind's translating whether you want it to not. Everything you feel, if your body's tense, if you got an itch on your ankle, all of that shit, it gets in the way of your thoughts. So the point is to separate yourself from your body as much as possible naturally. So you're able to achieve a transcendental astral state, like almost guaranteed, as long as you're not in there panicking, as long as you don't have claustrophobia,
and you don't feel like, oh man, when I get out of here, it's gonna be Armageddon outside. You almost feel like that. You feel like, I don't know what's out there. You know what I mean? Like, we've seen so many scary movies. Like, just something simple, like in your mind it's a regular day, but you got to get past those things, and then you can really relax. So if you do that on DMT, which I couldn't imagine, I'm sure it would be. I've never done that. I mean, I'm willing to try for sure. I'm like a psychedelic Steve-O, like, let's go.
Yo, but these experiences, I think you have to admit, probably contributed to how you now speak in your lyrics. It's contributed to your content. It's contributed to your style as an artist. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I would say here's the thing. There's a lot of people that do psychedelics, and I would say the majority of them,
Jimi Hendrix,
don't become better people afterwards. You can't do shrooms and immediately be granted, the golden sword of language. It's not a magic spell. It's not a magic potion in that sense. However, it allows you to make obscure connections that otherwise would not be possible. So because you're able to see new colors and hear new sounds and experience nature differently, you get an internal knowing that, if translated into lyrics or language, is beyond beautiful. That's the trick, though, is that you have to connect what you experience with independent study. You have to know the words to describe it. You have what ends up happening is, on these psychedelics, is you end up, once you're in that mode, you end up only listening to people who know how to talk about it. So now you're watching Alan Watts, you're watching Terrence McKenna. Now you're getting in the knowledge. Now you're watching Bobby Hemmett, Phil Valentine. Now you're watching A.A. Rashid, these guys. Now you're on that path because you want to figure out what you just experienced. So in that sense, it gave me content. It gave me direction. It put me in tune with my spirituality more. Like, if you listen to my music, it's pseudo gospel. Almost every line is God. Everything that I talk about is essentially what the hell is going on this planet. Like, why don't we know what's happening? Like, none of us question anything. We don't know where we came from. We don't know where we're going. We're aimlessly like doing these repetitive sequences. Get up, go. We're robotic. We're able to complexify it enough to give it a little spice and pizzazz in the middle of it. But yeah, man, that's what it is.
Now you went to college. You told me something about a strange thing that happened in college. You were telling me the first time we talked that I don't know, it was some Masonic some you were saying that crazy strange happenings while you were there.
Oh, okay. So yeah. Well, there's separate things. So that wasn't in college. So when I was a kid, so I grew up in New Haven, Connecticut.
Hey.
That
why your lyrics is
there's a prominent Ivy League school called Yale University.
Right.
That was less than 5 minutes from my home.
Right.
And this university is very old, probably, I don't know, maybe 400, 500, 600 years old. It's one of the first like big schools. So when you go to the campus, it looks like a castle kingdom. Everything's made with robust monolithic stones. I mean, you look in the artwork, it's all like Kemetic hieroglyphics. There's an underground tunneling system. You can access every building underground. Then they have their hospital. So you got to think, if you have one of the world's most prominent colleges,
right,
and they're doing medical research, the hospital that they also own would be where they conduct their research. So you have some kind of conflict of interest here, where you have your college that's doing the research, and you have your hospital where this is where they go. So they had an emphasis on psychology
and drug addiction. And, you know, obviously I was born in the cusp of the crack era. So it was like, just so happened that the most drug dense places were around the hospital. Now the hospital makes money off of patients, especially if they specialize in psychological science. So as a kid, you'll be walking around the hood and you'll see on the flag posts or the the electrical poles, it'll be like child Yale study, $500. You know what I mean? Or like it'll be like if your parents cocaine study, if you are addicted to cocaine and you have children, $2,000, and you rip it off and there's a number. So I just remember being a part of these studies, bro. Like they had me in MR. I'm talking about maybe I was like 8, 9 years old through intensive IQ research, MRI machines. And, you know, I would have to stay, they're doing sleep analysis. I would have to stay in like this place for like 3 days, you know, but I'm doing hours in the MRI. They're beeping. They're like, every time you hear it over here, beep, 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 beep. They're testing my IQ. It was intensive. And it was like that experience kind of was like, yo, like, what the hell is going on? Like, why would they do this? They had salvage studies. So they were paying you to do psychedelics there. And then to study you. They were paying you to give you cocaine to see what would happen. Right. And it's like, you know, crazy. But yeah, like that's where the correlation between that and the college came from. Because also Yale is the headquarters of the Skull and Bones Masonry occult rite. Right. So you can see on 64 High Street, you can see the actual temple where they got the footage of them doing the demonic rituals in there. They got the skulls in there, they got the old books. They got stuff from actual, like the Library of Alexandria in there, bro. Wow. Crazy artifacts that are priceless. And they do, that's right there. You know what I mean? So like and it's all Native American ground, not to mention the Amistad. You know, the whole Joseph Sinkay, that happened at Yale too. That was just a block from my house where they came there, and that's where the trial took place. So a lot of these rituals happen right there. George Bush was born there. You know, he was a part of the Skull and Bone. All of that stuff is public knowledge, and it's right there. Like it's obviously what they were using Black people for there. It was like we were their test subjects, obviously. Right. You know, and I was one of them, but I was one of the ones that they found. I was like, oh, this kid's a little different. You know, so I was in all the special programs, like, you know what I mean? I kind of benefited a little bit from it, you know what I mean? But I would say at the end of the day, it wasn't good for my family. It wasn't good for, you know, it's, you know, the vices, the mindset, you know, that's why I had to get out of there.
Right. But you said it made you stronger. Mentally,
I would say yes, because of isolation and me trying to, like, that's where hip hop comes in.
There you go.
It's the distraction. It's like, you know, you play basketball when you're young, you're trying to search for where it is. You know, I realized young, like, you know, I wasn't Vince Carter. I wasn't jumping from the free throw line. This wasn't happening. But I noticed with rap, it was like my mind was almost predisposed to do it. It was like I was able to immediately emulate rap vocally and kind of make fun of it, but I was on point with that shit. Like, and then it came to putting the rhymes together, and it just was like bomb. And so yes, being in those kind of situations, mental survival, because physically I was fine. I wasn't in a situation where I was starving or I lacked anything. It was just witnessing the psychological terror. So my escape was, you know, go in my room, you know what I mean, just be using my imagination, rhyming, and that's where it came from. But yeah, it does help you, it does make you mentally stronger. It prepares you. You're a little bit more desensitized to trauma, so you're able to kind of get past things. You're more exposed to the dynamic of human personality. You can see insanity. You can sense when somebody's in a manic state, you know what I mean? Like, but there's also traumas that come from that fill you with fear and self-doubt. And, you know, confidence is something that when you grew up in a fatherless home, you don't see men that are, you know, that nigga. Like you grow up around women who are the ones who keep it together, and the men are the ones who, you know, crash on the couch. It becomes, you know, you're now searching for your self-identity, you know what I mean? And that's where idolism comes from, where you're looking at these rappers and saying, yo, like, shit, man, I could be like that, man. You know.
Can we talk about that?
Yeah.
The battle rap world? Yo, because you work with Loaded Lux.
Plus, they got a video.
And then you got video, and then you did you do a battle against K Rhino? Or K Reno, I'm sorry.
No. So somebody did a compilation on the, shout out to K Rhino. I mean, one of the greatest lyricists of all time. I mean, like that guy. I mean, he's somebody when you listen
it's
to
lyrical
him,
day to day.
Yeah,
it's lyrics day to day.
There's something about his process that's crazy. His mind must work, you know, like a computer. But no, never. I'm not personally. I'm not a battle rapper, but my style is easily likable to the battle realm. You know what I mean? I use multisyllabics, is, you know, real punchy, lots of wordplay. So it's easy for me to kind of, you know.
I bet you could though. I bet if you had to battle somebody, you already got the arsenal.
I definitely say that it's especially when I was younger. You know, I was like bloodthirsty a little bit more. I would have been dangerous at that point. I think it's more anxiety and nerves and the whole act of it that would be the more challenging part for me. Like getting in a situation where somebody's screaming in my face. I'm not really used. I've never been disciplined as a kid. So in those situations where I have people who are yelling at me and stuff like that, like I don't really, I'm not used to that. That kind of shakes me up a little bit. So I would have to get used to that point of it. Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever do it. Like I'm trying to go on a trajectory to where if I do it, I will be highly paid for it. And I'll be a little bit more selective about who I'm rapping against. Because if you're not something, you can't speak like something. So a lot of it is highly aggressive, and I can go there. Like I think that I would be wicked. You know what I mean? Like as far as my limitations, like I'll say something that's spiritually crippling. Like I have no strict belief system. There's nothing I can say that will shake my personal integrity. So I'm like a brutal comic. Brutal dark comic. So yeah, I'm gonna say some shit that's wicked. It's just like the process of going through the battle raps.
Yeah, we hoping to get Daylight and or Disaster on the show eventually.
Shout out to them. I mean, geez, man. Shout out to Daylight, man. Like, you know,
that's your boy, right?
We're definitely building, bro. Like, me and him got some business to do, man.
Nice.
Sure. Like that guy is somebody who speaks that language, like Killah, me. There's a few. There's like a room full of people on this earth that are really like, when you strip it, the you know, the glamour, the festivity of hip hop and what we're doing, the music, and you really figure out what we're doing with these words, this decoding, us making these natural correlations to the universe and to spirit, and we're breaking down these words, and it's really piercing the soul. That's not fake. That's not fictional. That's actually happening. It's more powerful than any sermon or testimony that you could say. The rhymes lock that message in. And so when you see these titans, these battle rappers, and they're, you know, it's like Shakespeare in the park, like they're matching wits. It's like, you know, they're using, you know, it is warfare. It's like a more intellectual form of fighting. It's like fighting is language, but it's more rudimentary. It's more elemental. It's more, you know, how would you say, like, it's more, it's a low level form.
Yeah.
But battle rapping is like the highest form because of the limitations. You got to rhyme, you got to stay in sequence, you got to have this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
You know, you're outwitting. It's like mine versus mine. But, you know, it's like music to me is like, you know, the musical aspect of it, like the rhythm, the vocality, the
overall package.
Yeah. It's more of a personal. It's more golf to me. It's like I don't really want to compete with people. I don't like losing. Like winning is amazing enough for me to risk a loss sometimes. Like that mindset is like, oh, okay, like I'm kind of the dark ninja in the back of the saloon that you don't see with the fucking, and, you know, only certain people come up and talk to me, and I'm drinking a whiskey, and I'm not really a part of the story. I'm not the protagonist or the antagonist. I'm the guy over here. I'm Racer X. I'm the White Ranger.
You elevated so much with the psychedelics that you would almost feel empathy for the guy that you're battling. And feel bad for them afterwards. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I just destroyed you, but I'm so sorry. Like, I feel bad. I understand you. You know what I mean? Because you're so elevated. You know what I mean? I get that. There's a sense of empathy.
Like Loaded Lux, you can Loaded Lux. He's elevated his mind so much that when he steps down to battle people, it's not it. There's almost like an internal battle where he should I really go into this realm that I know most of these people are not gonna understand. Yeah. You know what I mean? When you have unlimited ammo, sometimes you don't aim. It's harder to aim.
Yeah.
You need to be when you have a sniper rifle with 6 bullets in it. Yeah. You know you can't lose a bullet, so everything gotta land.
Yeah.
When you got unlimited ammo, you're just. It don't matter where it hit.
You know what I mean? And it's like, he's a super genius. I
like when Queen's Flip approached him in like a store, and then Loaded Lux just let him have it. You know what I mean? Because you know Queen's Flip's crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He'll be like, I want to battle. It was great, man. Y'all gotta go back.
He's a natural genius that he can't even. Like you ask him about his process, and it's so natural to him. It's so a part of him. I'm like, yo, you know, you do this. He's like, that's just how I talk.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, he's just naturally like. It's like his ancestors were smooth pimps. It's like they were Dolomites. Like like his ancestors must have talked in allegory. You know?
Yeah, you know, he's the one that had me experimenting with veganism for a minute. You know what I mean? Because he's
Loaded Lux.
Yeah, he was all into that, and I was like, yo, I gotta try this out, because man,
he's walking around 2% body fat like Bruce Lee, bro.
Oh wow!
You see his heart beating through his rib cage.
That's crazy.
Just bone and muscle, dude. He's running 30 miles a day, bro. He writes outside. He can't be restricted by a studio. He got to write outside.
Oh man, that's fire.
We got to get Lux on the show one day, man.
Oh yes, I love Lux, man. Word, love Lux. He knows my son. They know each other. They hang out. Yeah. I met him at a block party out in Harlem. It's kind of ill. Yeah, it was ill. Yeah, man. Man, this is. Yo, if y'all just tuning in, first of all, we got to shout out to Ceaseless. Thank you, Ceaseless, for the $9.99. Yeah. Y'all just coming in. Good looking on that.
Yeah, Ceaseless actually said, love the build, and at Kambata, thank you for being open and honest.
Definitely, man. Definitely, you being very open. And you said, now y'all see why when we was on the phone, it turned in from a 5-minute conversation to like 100 minute, like hours. Like our conversation in a short time, and it was like, wow, yo, I can't even wait. And some of the things that I wanted you to say, I wanted to wait, but this is how you regularly talk. And it's like, man, I mean, the mental is so beautiful, yo, and it's great to open up these doors. And for the Podcraft, you're going through, like I said, we're going through realms, and this is incredible because, all right. Man, we can get into writing process. There's so many elements to get into when it comes to you, and you being, forthcoming and open like this. It's just incredible. This is what we do here, man. I thank you for feeling comfortable enough to.
Oh man, thank you for inviting me, man. Like, dude, this is like, whew. I was basically like in a dark realm for months. Like after I dropped LSD and then I dropped Manifest Destiny, like I just had to let go of everything, man. I had to really reset myself and really figure out what I want to do. You know what I mean? It's like I'm somebody that my primary goal in rap was to be, one of the best. So the most successful rappers are usually the ones that want to be the most successful or the most popular or the most famous. They see themselves on the stage, they see themselves in the whips, they see themselves with all, and that becomes the manifestation. Right. But when you ask the heavens to grant you the best rhymes, you have to live a life that can bring that. And for that, you need a lot of variety. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of study. Your goals are different. So I've literally been on the poor side of rap so long that I have zero expectations for it. So for me, it's literally all about it's all about the process. You know what I mean? It's all about it's all about getting back to that place. And that place is isolation. That place is peace. It's very hard to do that when you're going through any sort of chaos, whether it be mentally, physically, confusion, you're moving around, COVID's happening, Corona, there's a lot of chaos in the heavens. It's like, for me, it's like, I remember I had a porch, and this porch, a closed-in, screened-in porch is like this middle point between being inside and being outside, but yet you're protected from the mosquitoes and bugs and rain and all of that, but you're outside. So I realized, I was like, okay, I need to spend all my time here because I'm able to draw, plus I'm able to relax because I'm not worried about mosquitoes and anything fucking with me. So I'm able to just be out here. But when you're spending all the time with yourself, there's no time for you to get into social media, get into any of that. And you become addicted to that state. Like that becomes your comfort zone. Like in my mind, like in my imagination, there are no limitations. When I have to go out here and socialize and build and grind and hustle and do this and do that, it's like I just kind of want to go back and write. Like the best part of this process is receiving these bars and getting those epiphanies and that process of being in that rain, man, you're like, what? How did I think of that? That's my favorite. So I had to get back to a place where I was like that. And now we're here, and this is perfect timing. We're about to start unfolding. We're about to start unloading, so it's about to start happening, I feel fresh and new again. I got that. I got some new ink. I got some, it's happening.
We got someone named Donkey here. He says, my boy Stacks in Milwaukee says you used to roll with Nino. Bless.
Yes, shout out to Nino Bless, man. There's so many chapters. Actually, one of the first times I heard Killah Priest was on the Nino Bless song.
Nino Bless, yeah.
Nino Bless, yeah. That like one of the best lyricists on earth. Good dude, man.
Nice.
I gotta connect back with him someday, man. I'm somebody who like I'm very slippery as a human. You know what I mean? Like my goal at the end of the day is to be alone, you know what I mean? And with that, sometimes you lose track of people down the line, even important, special people in your life. Sometimes it's like, you can only handle maybe 3 or 4 relationships at a time. I'm one of those kind of people where it's hard for me to balance that. And so networking and connecting with rappers it has to always happen divinely. Like when me and Killah connected, divine. Me and Lux, divine. Like literally when the first time I met him was at Brother Polite. He was lecturing with doing a debate with a Hebrew guy, and they were talking about DMT. And Lux was there, and that's when I met him. And I remember I took a picture with him, and I was like, yo, bro, soon we're gonna work.
5 years after that, we ended up doing an album. It was like, okay, everything that when you have very few goals and like you limit your mind to only what your world should be, like manifesting becomes a lot easier. It's just that I'm one of those people, like, be careful what you wish for kind of deal. Like, what I see Kanye going through, I would never ask for that. It's like,
what a world, right?
It's all about North.
You see,
if you could just get to North. Go ahead.
It's like the more famous you get, the more minds encapsulate an image of you, which like almost, so it's like, okay, if you're unpopular and you only 100 people know of you, at any given time, maybe a few of them are thinking about you.
Right.
So your light is defined almost strictly by you. But when you're massively famous, at any given time, millions of people are holding a projection of you in your head.
Yeah.
So it's you, your personal projection versus the millions of others that have their image of you. You're fighting that constantly because you're just a stream of information. So if your information that exclusively streams through you when you're born is now being divided, now you don't have full control of who you are.
Yeah.
This is also why some people hit that God state. So like there's almost like a transition point from when you start off and then you start getting popular. And then because you started getting popular is because people think you're incredible. So it becomes easier for you to reach certain feats of incredibleness because now you see it in fighters. They always hit this state where they're just, Roy Jones, Mayweather, Mike Tyson. It's like that happens up until their self-image collides with that and they get that imposter syndrome. And now they lose control. Now the external perception of them doesn't matter anymore. Now it's like, oh, I'm tired of being rich. Oh, fuck that media. Now you kind of break that cord. But
that's true.
Yeah.
If you let a record label take over that image and they control what you put out, they control what your creative process is, you have therefore sold your soul.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because you sold you're not real anymore. Cool thing about Priest is that he's his own label. So it's all him. Priest is just being real, being himself. No matter what image people put on him, his art is true to himself.
He's unframeable. He's unframeable, uncontainable.
Exactly.
You can't. There's no container for that water, bro. You just gotta let it rain.
Exactly.
What you're doing is I'm trying to get to where you are, man. Like,
man, listen, you don't got to travel. The road is least traveled. You there. All you gotta do is open up your eyes, look around, and keep doing what you're doing, bro. You definitely is dope. I want to send a shout out real quick though to Voltage. When we call our moderator. Yeah, moderator. Thank you. See, I need help right now because I'm a little going zoned out. Yeah, we call them avatars, and we have oracles, avatars, and architects. Right. So he's one of the architects and he does beats. So he's watching the show right now. He says, "Peace, KP. I'm at Harry's right now."
Oh, dang, okay.
That's a big up. Wow. Check out Harry. Check out that science. He's with his moms and he's getting a program recovery before he goes out of town. You and the Podcraft are doing great work connecting people, bro. Thanks. Shout out to Kambata. You know what I mean? He's watching us right now.
Shout out. Yeah,
Voltage.
hit me up. Peace, Voltage. Looking to work, man. Beats, everything, man. Hit me.
Yeah. Hey, you're going to like his beats, too.
You're going to love his beats. Mark of the Buddha is also another one.
Oh, yeah. In fact, he has a super chat we got to read here.
Yeah.
So, Mark, we're going to go right to Mark of Buddha's and we'll get everybody else. Mark of Buddha says, "Hey, Cam, I shouted you out on a track I did a while ago. My younger bro is a cancer and dope spitter, too. He loves your work. Gotta get y'all two on a track. Peace."
Word. Thank you, bro. Reconnect with me. I might have heard it. I don't know. I've just resend it to me, bro. And thank you, man. Like,
are you a Cancer?
Yeah. I was born July 21st, so that's why album is called Lunar Solar Duality because it's considered on the cusp of
Cancer and Leo.
Cancer, which is the moon, and then Leo, which is the sun. So
and he's half Leo.
July 21st. Yeah, it's like
oh, that's right. That's almost Haile Selassie. Selassie, 20.
Nice, man.
First day of Leo.
Yeah, it's right there, man. Same day, a day after Cool G Rap. I believe Mitzi is right there. I believe Mike Tyson might be the 19th. The same day as me was Robin Williams, Marshall McLuhan. I forgot his name. The guy who basically predicted the internet. Also, I believe Ernest Hemingway was born on the same day as me too. So
nice.
There's something special, and there was a comet that night too, man. So there's something a little special about that. I think also the moon landing was in 1969 was on the 21st. Something like that. There's a little bit of some boiling in there.
Hey. Man, you said Cool G Rap, man. Shout out to Cool G Rap. Yeah. Cool G Rap and Mike Tyson, two of my favorite, right there, man. That's crazy.
Nice. We got DH says at Kambata, are your daydreams lucid, meaning under a normal day to day?
Yeah. So I don't know where the line between daydreams and just kind of, I guess, mental visualization is. When I notice when I actually take daytime naps is when I do. When I take, like, let's say I'm exhausted and I take a daytime nap, that's when the best astral traveling happens. That's when you dream and you think you woke up and you think you're in the living room at the microwave and you really feel it. And you're like, wait, I'm just here. Or you fall asleep with the TV on and your mind is trying to translate some weird version of that.
Yes.
You know, and then it's in your life, like you think it's happening to you. Like, so yeah, daytime dreaming when I'm napping is, I believe, almost more intense than the dreams that I get at night sometimes. Like, they're insane. It's like sometimes you get jolted out the mother. It's like you get those mini seizure-like spasms. You know what I mean? I get those all the time. But I would say, like, as far as just like sitting down and using my mind to imagine things, yeah, it's very vivid. It's a very strong. I practice it a lot. I believe every human does, though. I don't think there's really any escaping mental visualization. It's just whether it's progressive or not, you know, whether or not you're utilizing it to think of some, you know, unbeneficial stuff, you know. I would say, like, I like to imagine, like, if I'm listening to a song, I'll imagine myself doing the most impossible dance moves, you know what I mean? Or I'll imagine, you know, something in my life or something like that. Like, yeah, like, visualization is powerful for me. Even driving on the highway, I might go into a mental movie and not even realize I got to my destination. But I think everybody goes through that. I think that's part of being a human. We just don't talk about it. It's just like we're so used to it. We don't really, like, yeah, we're hyperspace traveling. We go into our dreams. We have this alternate reality that still has tangibility. Somehow our minds are able to project everybody's voice. So basically, like, it dawned on me, like, if I'm in my dream and somebody's rapping, that's a fragment of my mind rapping as them with their voice, but in the third person, but in my mind. So am I going into an alternate reality that I'm not in control of, or is my mind somehow creating everything that I'm seeing?
No,
which goes into
there's no way. There's so much happening in those details. There's no way the mind's creating that. And like, I've had a lucid dream where I'm like, there's no way that I'm making all of this up. And I remember telling myself, I'm gonna remember that blue building right there when I wake up, because I knew I was dreaming. But I told myself, this is happening so real. I've got to pick a detail and try to remember it, because I know I'm not making that building right there. Like, why would I? You know what I mean? And I was in an environment where there was so much happening. It'd be impossible to create such details so fast, especially when you have recurring dreams. I'm sure you've had recurring dreams where you're in some location again that you've never seen in real life, but you've seen it in your dreams before. It's like living a whole other life. And you're back in this one spot again. I'm like, there's that same blue building, there's that same tree, and I'm here again, but I'm not making all this up because there's way too much detail happening. You know what I mean? It's like visually creating a VR. Go ahead.
I think the scary thing is we probably are. What if we are doing? What if we are? That's why we're gods.
So
we're
much.
able to create. We're able to create. Reality 2.0 in our mind at all times. Which goes into the question: is it all a projection? Because when you're sleeping or you're meditating, you're at a different heart rate. Mm-hmm. Your breathing is different. It's not as it's not as invested as you are in this realm where you're getting in a lot of more oxygen. There's more light. You got the sun projecting stuff on you, which might change what you're projecting, but we're not even seeing in real time. Like our eyes are picking up the information, then it goes through the filter of your mind, which then replays the information you're seeing in your head. So our eyes it's not like they're these clear devices. They're not windows, essentially. They're cameras. And so we're on a slight delay at all times. So it goes into the question of solipsism. Is it all a projection in your mind? Because the possibilities that you can create a lit atmosphere in your mind with structures and other voices and other entities would lead to the question on, are we just doing that right now, just more collectively? Like maybe because like we all have a similar, experience. We're all projecting a similar reality, so it's more defined because there's more minds dreaming it. It's a collective dream state rather than the individual dream state, which is not as which isn't as tangible because it's only being projected by you or not. So the veil is a little thinner, but I mean, it is open. And I mean, you can do it right now. If you read a book, if you just read a book, you can see everything in your mind. If I say apple, you're going to see an apple. If I say green apple, the more detail I add to it, the more defined the imagery gets in your head. It's all language. So the ancients, or I say ancient, that's such a general term, but the mindset is that your brain, when you dream, is going through demos, going through simulations to prepare you for the waking state. So this is where your fugitive dreams come from. Certain dreams is like, it's giving you almost holographic simulated experiences. So when you go back into the waking realm, you're more prepared. It's like being able to practice while you sleep, so you're not just wasting time. But problem is, we've switched from just almost, hunter-gatherers, from more primitive mindset to more psychological situations, which scrambles that. We're watching all these movies, cartoons, all this music, all this mental influence. So our dream states are a little bit more scrambled and random than they would be if we only were perceiving nature. Imagine how your dreams would be if you've never seen TV, you've never seen media, all you've ever seen was jaguars and lizards and trees. Your dreams would be apocalypto every time.
Yeah, you're right.
Because your brain is actually probably creating this as a form of, self-preparedness for self-preservation. It's just now as humans, like our situations, our stress factors come from devices, media, shows, hip hop wise,
Instagram.
Yeah, we can't even hold it, you can't even hold an image that long. Like a lot of people in their dreams, I know I go through this, is that as soon as I fixate on a person, that person switches. It's like, it's so slippery. It's like mercury. It's like, is it a school, a hospital, or a church? I don't know. Why is there a train station in the basement? This is kind of like my house, but there's more rooms behind the closet. There's another staircase over here. I love it.
You've seen that experiment they did where they were shooting, I think, like electrons against two beams, and as soon as they put the camera on the electrons, they behaved differently. But when they turned away, they acted a different way. So it was, and these are like happening at a molecular level.
Yeah. Split. It's called split.
You know what I'm talking about?
Split particle.
There you go. Yeah. So it's amazing how something knows it's being watched and will behave differently. So our own bodies know when we're being watched. We can sense it.
you know what it is? It's So remember in the Matrix when Neo looked at the computer screen and he sees the green information?
Yeah.
But then somehow he's able to translate that into this reality.
Mm-hmm.
So our minds are doing that. So when it goes from wave to particle or particle to wave, essentially you're going from information to visual aspect of it. It's literally our mind. It's on the perception of it. See, the problem is that we're always perceiving from ourselves subjectively. There's no way for you to externally experiencing that without looking through your own eyes. So it's always going to be a situation where even if we're looking at the same color together, I can't really tell if I can only use things with my eyes to describe it to your eyes. And if those things look kind of the same, we have no ability to discern. So when you go into split particle theory, it's the same thing. Like we're still filtering it through our minds, though. You know what I mean? It's like even the information of it, or the video, every part of it, it's like, okay, still like it's hyper confusing. You know what I mean? That's where quantum theory comes in. Like time travel, being able to do both sides of the polarity at once, the singularity.
Yeah.
You know?
I love it. God Melanin says, we know as much about the mind as we do the ocean, my friend.
I would say probably even less. Because the mind is intangible. We have a brain, but you can't really study it in its full function. It's like, they have like, obviously like CAT scans and stuff like that, but that's not the mind. The mind is almost the brain is like the iPhone essentially, and the mind is like the operating system, but the ocean, we actually have more observable information about the ocean than we do the mind. I mean, the mind is just pure,
it's the universe.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. There's something going on, but we have no way of directly studying it. That's where psychology comes from, the science of the mind. That's the science, the essence of the mind. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to study the mind without actually looking at it. We're trying to listen to your language to say, okay, this is how your mind works. And then you have visual arts. Like some people are able to kind of show you what their mind, where it goes. That's the purpose of music and movies and all forms of art. Art is artificial. You're taking this organic thought that you have, and you're creating it in the form of an edifice, of an object. You're solidifying thought. That's the only proof that we even have of the mind. Other than that, it's just a force. It's a invisible force, man.
K9 says the mind is the Wi-Fi. DH says, how long do your structures last?
In my dreams,
I'm assuming.
Yeah, I would say not long. I mean, dreams are a serious time distortion. Like you really don't really have a concept of time in those states. I mean, even trying to remember, because you're trying to remember something that you're trying to remember that didn't happen, so it's like, am I even capable of remembering it without changing it slightly? So I don't really have a concept of how long things last in that state. Like, it's like, I see them, I thought I saw them,
Yeah, I'm curious if all the hallucinogenic experiences actually make your dreams better, or make it easier to make it more vivid somehow, or thin the veil even more. Do you know what I mean?
I think that once I started doing psychedelics, I didn't have nightmares as much anymore. Because it kind of gave a little bit more substance. It gave a little bit more meaning behind what's going on. You know what I mean? It was like, oh, like you have a little bit more understanding, and you seek that. Like there's something about it to where even if you have an extremely traumatic experience on psychedelics, there's a part of you that says, hold on,
maybe next time I can go, not panic, and then see all that magic shit that I was ignoring because I was running around.
You know, so you always want to go back. You always want to experience more, because it's giving you a little bit more meaning to what the hell is going on here. The only reason why everything isn't weird is because we're used to it and we have language to describe it. Once you have science to show the process of how it got here, it ceases to be magical. So, you know, when it comes to psychedelics and dreaming, they go hand in hand, because now you have a tool to navigate that same mental space, but at will, rather than the randomness of dreams. Because imagine if you have full control of your dreams. Everybody would just go to that place. They would never want to wake. You would never want to wake up. I'd be like, bro, just give me sleeping pills. I'm gonna just go back to my mansion. You know what I mean? I was in the middle of a video game. You know what I mean? Like, it has to show you things. Really, there's also a concept that your brain is going through a filtration. It's defragmenting, but you see the visual hypnagogia of every experience that's going on. So even you digesting in your body, your mind, deleting thoughts, sifting through, kind of cleaning the cabinet, you're going to see the visual residuals from that, which comes in the form of these situations that happen in your mind. And some of it's unexplainable. Some of it we don't talk about. There's a point between when you fall asleep and you actually go into dreaming where things get hyper weird, where it gets abstracted. Thought is mad abstracted. I'll think of something wild, and then as soon as I think about, oh my God, what the fuck was I just thinking about? It escapes me. And then I'm seeing shapes, I'm seeing all kind of wild shit, but it gets glossed over because we go into sleep and then we go into dreams. So by the time we wake up, we forgot what happened before we dreamed. You know what I mean? And that is that point before you go to sleep, that's the best time to meditate. You're literally comfortable. See, a lot of people, you think you have to be in some hard, crazy, complex yoga stance. You know, I'm not that flexible at all. I'd rather be laying down in pure darkness, kind of sleepy, and then I can really meditate. Then I can just, I'll go through my grandma used to tell me, imagine if you want to fall asleep, imagine how you would spend $1 million and go through every item you would buy. And I do that exercise every night, like, because every night it would change. I'd be like, nah, you know what? But then if I spend 100,000, and I noticed, like, when I do this before I go to bed, like, I have this uninterrupted time to meditate in darkness, where I don't have to worry about nothing. You know, it's more quiet. Like, boom, that's the time.
Yeah, and you're going within.
You wake up too, huh?
You're going within, and the ancient Egyptian proverb, even this is before Christianity, they would say the kingdom of heaven is within you, and whoever shall know it himself shall find it. And it's like everything you're doing is basically just telling you to go within. You're going within.
Exactly.
It's perfect.
I mean that's all that we have.
I thought Craig said that. Right.
That was before.
yeah.
That was Egyptian.
All right. Kingdom of heaven was Hindi. They talk about heaven. Oh, that's another bill.
The kingdom of heaven is within you.
No, I got you.
But that's what's great. And that's why
that's another bill.
That's probably why you want to be alone too, is because you've already found that kingdom of heaven.
Yeah, it's like it's like your little imaginary friend at home. It's like the kid who has no friends at school, so he goes home and he imagines Clifford the big red dog, and they have the time of their life in their bedroom.
Wow.
It's like that, but in the adult form, you know. Because no matter what, when you enter society, it's anytime you even engage in debate or conversation, you might find yourself trying to convince people or convince yourself of something. Now you're battling. All conversation is almost like will against will. So you realize that everybody's going through their own thing. You know what I mean? Everybody's got their thing, man. Especially you're talking to men, you're talking to women. Everybody's got their things at home. Everybody's got their vision, politics, everything like that. Like, sometimes it's good to engage, especially on this level. Like when we're talking about metaphysics or something that I'm really excited. I feel like one of those, dads that talk about the NFL or something. Like I'm not passionate about it. So in these situations, it's definitely valuable for me to build like this. But other than that, like the rest of the routine is like, bro, like, you go to a bar, I go to a club, I don't dance. So basically it's a waste of time. I'm just standing there like, wait until something happens, even concerts sometimes. Like I find my back hurt and I'm like, I'd rather listen to this at home in my headphones and really zone out to it, because music is a vicarious experience. I don't want to assume the visual. Like that happens in my mind. Music gives me the opportunity to hear the music and then imagine the situation in my head. Like when you see a music video, or sometimes it's a tool. Music videos should be tools to explain what can't be explained in the listener's mind naturally. But certain songs are better suited without it, because no video can do that specific. I don't need to hear. So like Stevie Wonder. How many Stevie Wonder videos have you ever seen? I can't even really recall it. Like there used to be like slideshows.
He just threw the ball up in the air.
You know what I mean? Like,
right, because they would have said how many he could see. But no, that's deep that you said that. That's true.
Yeah, so it's the same thing when I'm at home or I'm in my own zone. It's like now I get to really ingest this. It's like after a concert or after I do something or after I have a great night, I'm usually looking forward to, okay, I'm gonna go back home, smoke a blunt, and think about what just happened. And then you can really think about it and have that laugh, like, damn, this is really happening. Like, oh my God, like I'm this fucking person on earth, like damn, dude. So I mean, some people need validation. Some people seek to be able to connect with people and validate themselves externally. Like we're all mirrors of each other. Like basically it's almost like, if you strip it down, it's almost like we're humans waking up and we're like, hey bro, are we here? Wait, you see the sun too, right? Wait, this is air, right? Oh my God. That's like basically the summation of all of our conversation. Is like we're trying to cross-validate everything that we think with each other at all times. You know what I mean? That's what I'm doing right now. I'm saying all this shit because I'm hoping you guys think the same way. You know what I mean? It's like, oh shit, okay, I'm not crazy. So yeah.
Yeah, man. Dang. Deepest part, it's like what you just said, because when we having these conversations like that, it's like when you stop talking is when the mind turns on. It goes on, but even in that little process, like you said, in between, it's like once the person, like the part of the movie that there's no dialogue, right, is when you start to work or build off of everything. Just going back to what you're saying with dreaming in real time, you know what I'm saying? And the mind starts to grow on that. What you say about that? Come on, just go. Open up these doors.
Let's say that one more time, bro. My mind was like,
I was saying that it was the time when you stop talking, the dialogue. It's when your mind starts to expand, because you create the rest of the story. Yeah, the person that's listening has got to he becomes involved in the story that you're telling, or the world that you're telling, and they kind of engage in that, and their minds start to expand in that, in the silence. And that's the sound of the silent. What do you say about that part?
I had a line. I said, sometimes the silence is really louder than the noise. The silence, that's why we count in seconds, because the first is the assumed silence. That's the zero before you get to the seconds. The silence is what makes music. Other than that, it would just be a continuous note. It would just be like, bah. It's the silence that defines the noise. Noise would be nullified. Like we would just eventually, it's like that ringing in your head that's probably always there, but our mind ignores it. That's what music would be. It's the silence that defines the sound. You know, it gives it the it's like if the whole world was water, there would be no distinction of anything other than water. You wouldn't know you were in water. It's like oxygen. It's like we're so saturated by it, we don't even notice it's there. But yeah, silence is that's why they say silence is golden. Silence is the only way to truly hear the truth, you know, within. It's like as soon as it gets silence, that's when the voice inside becomes so loud, you might be convinced other people hear it. You know what I mean? So yeah, like the silence is the first before the seconds. You know what I mean? It is. That is God. That is dark matter. That is the Antichrist. Antichrist is silence. You know, it's the, you know, if light, you know, if you have light, then you have darkness. If you have sound, then you have silence. It's essentially Taoism. It's the emptiness is what creates the picture. Like if there has to be a canvas, there has to be, you know, the darkness of space is what makes everything else stand out, you know.
And you're good with I was gonna say that silence is like the vehicle to sound. So sound would be the driver, and the vehicle itself is the silence. You know, and you're kind of, and you're good with putting words together, like your etymology of, like you said something about science. You were saying yeah.
So essentially, just like PSY,
right?
Or psi is always psi. It's always mind. You know what I mean? And then essence, it's obviously like the essence, like so the essence or the meat of it, you know what I mean? It's like, yes, that's what science is, like, you know, the etymology, like, so there's a literal technical etymology that comes from, you know, figuring out the prefix and suffix, the root words, where it originally came from, the Latin, right? You know, the Latin source, the Germanic, you know, English, where it came from. Essentially, like the way that it's all pure from the observation of the word itself, and not just the way it's spelled or the characters of the letters that it's spelled with, but also the sound of it. And then like, you know, it's opposite. You have to look at it backwards, front, and then you realize that, you know, like these letters, just like numbers, are symbols that have these meanings. It's all either a line or a circle. Even when you look at like your stove, like a digital timer or something like that, you see that it's 4 8s. It's 4 8s and you can make every number. You can make every number from the 8. You can make the 1, the 9, the 0. Everything you can make it from the 8, which is essentially the infinity sign. So God is in 8. It's innate. It's 8. That's why the 8 is infinite. It's you know, it's the torus field. It's the circle twisted. So it's the whole of God being twisted and divided. And that to make its other, you know, it's a reflection of itself to define itself. And that's in 8. It's in 8. So that's why when you see the digital displays, it just works. Even on a calculator, you can even spell basic words. You can get almost every letter out of there too. Because the letters that you can't get out of that box on top of a box, you can make the letter using its pieces. Like a W is 4 1s leaning on top of each other. A W is also an M. A W is also a 3. A W is also an E. You know, so you're seeing that all the parts, the constituent pieces of the word come from these same. It's like either a line and then that has the meaning of what it is. So when you see the letter O, you know, you always like I was saying last night, or. Anytime you see ore, it's direct correlation with ore is the actual stone, the mineral to which you yield gold from, or other metallics, from the gold ore. And so aura is A-U-Ra. So aura, it sounds like ore, right? So, but it's spelled with A-U, which is the elemental symbol for gold, A-U.
Ooh.
So, and then Ra, so or Ra, and that's sun, that's God, that's light. So it literally means gold light, and it sounds like aura. Like
That's also where we get the word audio, because AU would be gold and Dio would be Dios, like God.
Yeah, that's God. That's God.
Audio.
All light is radiation. When they say radiation point, it's radiation. That's like a general blanket term. All light, all bands of frequency. That's why it's called a radio. It's all light. So sound, basically, the light is ever present. Every bandwidth of light is here. You're just tuning your radio to get on that light, because information travels through light. So you're just tuning your radio, and you're using the metal to get it, and you're literally tuning into that bandwidth of light, and that's all forms. So all this 5G, radio, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, all of that is just a different band of radiation light on the same spectrum. It's all on the same spectrum. It's like, that's just light. And this is what light sounds like. Okay, yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, it's in the etymology directly with every word that's properly named. And I say that because, like, even in slang, like the sound of it, even if it's not properly named, you can still pull meaning out of it. Like one of my favorite ones to tell people the power is the word mother or mother, right? Or mother. And why is it the mother? Because it creates the mother, Mary, creates the Lamb of God. And it's the mother because lamb produces lanolin, which wool attracts the moth. So the mother creates the Lamb of God, which creates the wool that attracts the moth. So it's a mother. I create that which attracts the moth. Also, the Lamb of God, if you take that B and you flip it to a P, it's the lamp of God, right? Or the light of God, the lamp of God. And what do lights do? They attract moths. So either way you flip it, it's the mother or the mother, because the moon, right? Everything about the woman, the moon, like it's literally the sound of a cow. Everything, the Bible is the bull, is the cow. Like, so a lot of the etymology was based off of cattle, livestock, like stock. It was literally considered the money, cattle. Anything with cat refers to catch. That's why a cat is a cat, because it catches. So cattle is your caught, so literally the livestock, the bull, the Torah, which is the Taurus, which is, so all of that's related to the bull. So that's the masculine form. But when you look at the feminine form, the moon, you got the 28 cycle, the moon, they call it the moon cycle, where she goes through her, they call it the period, and that's why they say it moves. Everything that you hear like that moves, Muslim, everything like music, it Mooney, Mooney, like it has direct correlation to what you're really tuning into.
It's amusement.
Amusement, yeah, exactly. All of that, like
anything that has ability or able.
So I'm capable, able, stable, humble, So if you're humble, you're a humming bull because you're not loud. So you're humble. You're being humbled. It's a stable because the bull stays.
Now you're talking about Cain and Abel.
Cain and Abel, yeah.
You were able to do things, and he was the good guy.
And it's the shepherd's staff in the bull. It's literally a cane and a bull. Or a two-ball cane is two-bull cane. It's two-ball cane also in reference to the testicles and the penis. So ball and bull are synonymous. So it's the same, and that's where Bill, all of that stuff comes from. Billy Goat, Bully, Billy it's the same thing. It's essentially in reference to the male force, the energy, the male energy. It's either, all words are either masculine or feminine, and they all have direct correlation. A lot of language comes from describing agriculture.
And then a lot of it comes from, so the reason why it has etymological connections around the world is because most of the things on earth are the same where you go. They're kind of the same. So we're describing trees, water, the same air, the same this. So if we're basing the words off of descriptions, because we're trying to explain it to somebody what we've seen, we might explain it with the sound it made. Right. We might explain it with the shape of it, the color of it. We might. So a lot of the words directly correlate with nature. So you're able to figure that out, you know, where and they're both either esoteric or, you know, terrestrial, earthly. You know, both have the spiritual language tends to be, you know, where you get like radio or radio, where you're talking about the invisible nature of the world. That's where those kind of etymological sources comes from. But then you got like Cain and Abel, ability, all of those words are based on earth. And
I mean, it's to me, once you see it, you can't unsee it. It becomes like the Jim Carrey movie 23, number 23. Eventually, like you read in every license plate, you read in every sign, you're trying to find the hidden, you know, all of that. Like that's I was on shrooms and I was like, why do they call it bark? Because it's rough bark. You know, like, oh, okay, damn, that's easy.
Bark, it's rough. Oh man, dogma. Right. Yeah, man.
Which is am God. So dogma backwards is am God. You know what I mean? Like all of it is like.
That's true. The star Sirius is a dog star.
Going back to Anubis.
Yep. Anubis.
That's the dope. That's, you know, that goes back to the Dogons, man. You know,
the Dogons.
You know what I mean? That's where they say that the Anunnaki came from. You know?
Dogon. You said Dogon.
It's a Dogon mapping tool. Because they said that they were able to map the stars without using like, you know.
See, when that makes sense. Yeah. See, when you say that and it makes sense and it draw up, that's when you're in there. When it all lines like that and it makes sense. At the same time, Dogon mapping tool and being DMT and that's a mind thing. You know what I mean? It all lines up.
And they literally were doing Ebola like that, but like you got to think these people had a much more clear mind. So they didn't have as many. They weren't as visually tainted as our minds are because we've seen so many movies and we've seen so many external images that it's harder for us to believe what we see inside because we don't know where the source is. But those people that have a much stronger belief, when they trip and they're on psychedelics, everything that they see, you got to think if they've never seen geometrics, you know, art on Instagram. Like we see artists actually depicting that stuff. These people, Amazon rainforest, the natives, they're able to see this stuff for the first time without knowing where it came from. It's like, so yeah, like that's where all of that stuff came from. Like, you know, it's like I hate it when people question the potential ingenuity of man. Have you ever seen a spider spin a web? It's a perfect geometric shape that they're able to make without ever seeing it. Their body is in such rhythmic synchronicity with nature that all they know how to do are sacred symbols because that's all the information that's in them. It's the innate wiring. That's why all the animals have that innate GPS, the 100 monkey theory. Once one gets an upgrade, the rest of them get it worldwide instantly. It's like, okay, they updated the system. Now all the birds know not to go this way. You know, it's like, oh, okay. You know,
we got to read this super chat right now because it came right from the person next to me. Go ahead, you can ask me a question.
Wait, how'd you do that?
I don't see that happen, man.
Please, Kambata. Yes, I just wanted to ask you. Can you describe your favorite visuals on DMT? Like, if you think back, what was your favorite thing you saw visually on DMT?
So it's like when I'm telling people about my psychedelic trips, man, it's kind of like, imagine if you're walking, you know, and you see a UFO by yourself.
Nobody was there to experience it with you. It almost loses its value because even though you know how magical that was by yourself, for you to be able to experience it with the validation of somebody else saying, "Yo, we really did that."
Right.
That makes it okay. Yes.
Right.
Cool.
So when I'm very careful about who I tell my psychedelic trips to, because often they're so insane that there's no way it's not gonna sound like I lied.
Right.
But I remember one in particular where I went into this space and it was black checkerboard. This is on DMT.
Right.
Hold on, let me let it pass. That's why you see the sound had to come and interrupt that. They're like, don't say it. Don't tell them. They don't want this.
Right.
But black checkerboard pattern, and there was a silhouette of a being that it had the same pattern on it, but it was like moving so majestically, and it was just moving closer to me. And all of a sudden, it presented me with this gold cube, and inside of it was something red. I don't know if it was heart. I don't know what it was in the center of it, but it seemed like the golden box was made of language and symbols. And I describe it as the Ark of the, like, this is where the concept of the Ark of the Covenant. It's almost like it presented me with this gift of language.
Wow.
And that was one that I had. Also, I did a trip in New Orleans under the blood moon. It was April 16th, April 14th. No, it was April 4th. It was April 4th. It was the same night that Plies got slammed off the stage. I was in New Orleans. I was with a group of friends. I was already on acid, and then I also brought extra. I waited till everybody went to sleep, and I brought like 5 grams of mushrooms, and I had some weed that I saved. So I waited till everybody was nestled. I took the shrooms on top of this. This LSD was already some of the most powerful LSD in the world. Like I'm on Bourbon Street. Like, that's not a good place to do LSD. Like, I'm not able to be enjoying this experience because you see the demon coming off of everybody there. It's like you feel like you're in Sodom and Gomorrah. It's like, but so I waited till everyone had slept. I took the 5 grams. I went into the backyard, into the darkness. We're in the Airbnb, so there's like a fenced-in backyard. And I went into the darkness so I could smoke and just kind of breathe. Because I like to start off on the toilet and excavate myself.
Right.
Especially while the drugs are coming up, while the I want to say drugs, while the shrooms and it's all coming in, because if it hits while you're excavating, it kind of alleviates the nausea.
Right.
And it really hits when you're doing that, when your body's going through the process of shitting.
Like that's a crazy experience, you know what I mean? So like, but when you experience that on shrooms, like you're able to go, like you're able to really relax.
Right.
And then after that, I went outside to the backyard. And everything's scary when you're tripping balls. When you're really balls, you forget what it's like to be a normal human. You forget that, it's just a regular day. There's regular people outside. It's only 9 o'clock, it's only 10 o'clock. Everything's fine. It's just a normal day. No. Everything gets alive. The crickets, the cicadas, everything is, bro. You hear the ohm of earth. It's like, wow. So I'm in the backyard and I get overwhelmed with fear. Something tells me to go to the darkest part of the yard. So I went to the corner of the yard and it said, close your eyes and don't be scared. No matter what you see, just don't be scared. Just keep your eyes closed the whole time. And the whole time I felt these entities around me. And I just stayed strong, kept my eyes closed, breathe. I'm okay. Nothing can hurt me. Nothing can hurt me. Nothing can hurt me. And that was like a rite of passage. When I finally came to, I immediately did I started walking in these measured steps straight to the front of the house, grabbed a chair, walked out, put the chair in the middle of the street, and I didn't even know it was a blood moon. So I'm sitting in front of the house. Everybody's in the house. I look up at the blood moon, and then the clouds just separate. And then immediately I start feeling like bugs going past my ears. So I go like this and I put my head down
and everything just transformed. Vroom. And all I see is just like, or at that moment, I understand all math. I understand all, I have like the mind of God at that point, you know what I mean? And then I see myself laying in the grass, and my body just dies like in the grass, and it just like, I see myself decay real fast. And then I end up, I end up, after I have this crazy trip, and at that point, I think I'm Christ. At that point, I think I'm Christ. So I walk back with the chair, but I walk backwards in the exact steps to where I got the chair and placed it exactly where it was. Then I went into the house, but when I went to open the door, it was a loop. So I see myself open the door like maybe like 10 times.
Oh shit!
Got in the house. I'm standing at the door. My boy Los is at the bed. He's on the couch, and my boy Eddie. Shout out Eddie. He's actually the one who did the beat for DMT. Eddie Deuce. He sees me. He's like, "Yo, bro," because they did a little acid, but they were not. I'm the only person there that's tripping balls. They did some acid. They were still coming down. I'm at the door. He's like, "Yo, bro, are you all right?" I'm like, "Yeah." I'm in my state.
Hold up.
And,
and then you took the mushrooms.
No, I'm already on.
I'm just kidding.
But at that point, like somehow, like I saw myself. I went over to where Los was. I felt like I could hear him dreaming. But then all of a sudden, like I felt myself rise, and then I fell. I fell apparently directly on my face, and I went into like a seizure or something. When I went in real life, like I went to a seizure, and then I just saw the Alpha and Omega happening a million times. Like the beginning of time and the end of time just happening, just repetitively, like, and I'm feeling like, yo, like I keep going through this loop. I keep coming back as me. I'm going through this infinite loop. I keep failing. I have to break the chain somewhere. And it was just that. I mean, I've had some even wilder trips than that where I've experienced. And
it sounds kind of scary.
That's just some of them, but I mean, there's something going on. Like psychedelics were put in my path for a reason, and then there's some places that I'm able to go that, if I were to bring back even a portion of it, it wouldn't be fair to the rest of the humans. It would ruin the experience. Like you can't tell the end of the movie. That's why it's like bringing home water from the beach. The things you see in here, for the most part, you're not allowed to bring back. I don't think you're allowed to even, because it's at that moment, you know exactly. You know what death is. You know what God is. You know everything about nature. You know all of that stuff. Yeah. But your mind cannot maintain that in this state. It's like your heart rate goes down. All of a sudden, you're off that channel and you're back here, and it's like, all right, now I got to eat again.
You're back on the alpha frequency.
Yeah,
because you're in a theta frequency apparently at certain hertz existing in that level, and then once you come back down, you're into alpha, and all that stuff goes away. But like they talk about having a dream journal. Do you ever write stuff down immediately when you wake up?
No, I've never done that, man. I've never done that. Usually, what I do, my process is, I try to sleep until completion. Meaning I try to just sleep until I can't wait, unless I have to get up and do something. I sleep until I can't sleep no more. Then I'll lay there with my eyes closed as long as I can and try to just go over what I've seen. Because I notice as soon as you open your eyes and your eyes get the impact of, and you start hearing sounds, you start to forget immediately once reality sets in. So I try to hold it as long as I can. Yeah. But so I have pretty good a dream recollection based on just the process of not having to wake up to it. Like when you work or you have a regular job to where you have a routine, sometimes you're woken up by an alarm clock or something like that. Something that violently wakes you out of sleep, and it becomes almost impossible to remember dreams like that.
Yeah, if you violently wake up, that's because you're going back into your body, right? From that cord?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. You're jumping right back in, man. Like the body snatchers, you're back in.
D8 says, peace at Kambata. During your travels, are there any memories which would give credence to an etheric realm in some realish?
Absolutely.
I mean, that is the realm. This is the projection of that realm. That is when you're talking about, I mean, that's the ones and zeros of reality. This is the show. We are the show of the universe. You know what I mean? Like this is about us. But it's almost happening in a like almost like a fishbowl, like a ant farm, like it's being observed. It's almost like God training or something like that. It's like you have to go through you have to have this physical human cocoon process to lighten your spirit enough to become a light body, you know what I mean? And just like this graduation process, and essentially your spirit will keep looping back until you're able to you know, with different changes every time. I think that's probably closer to what's happening.
It's Super Mario. You're on the level. If you don't get it, you're gonna have to go back and do that level all over again. Once you get to the pole, you raise your kundalini, you pass that level. So we're on Earth level right now. Once we pass this, we transition into the next, I don't know, whatever it would be. Right?
I mean, what are the chances that you were picked to be born at the forefront of history? Why weren't you already born and dead? What are the chances that you happen to be alive at the newest point in history? Unless this isn't base reality and this is a loop, or you're lucky enough to be alive in the newest point in time, you know, you get to see every new moment as it happens. So, or this is a loop and you're always in this section. So in other words, like every possible combination of molecular entanglement is already assumed mathematically, whether in the past or in the future. So if the algorithm of the consciousness is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, you only need to count to 10 because you know it's eventually going to keep going. So all the possibilities that lead up to you being you there's so many things in this process that you, like, your spirit is connected to so many happenings. It's like every single person before you had to be born and do exactly what they did. They had to eat that fish. They had to die at that moment. They had to see this movie. They had to lose their virginity when they were 13. They had to get pregnant by this guy in order to get to you. So at that point, my consciousness is so unique that the possibility of me dying and then my spirit detaching with this signature and going into another body in another time and reincarnating into this guy and this guy. No, I think what's closer to happening is you die, and then so there's probably a really, really low probability that a killer priest will happen again, right? A very, very, it's like 0.000000000000001% that a killer priest would happen again, even if this universe destroys itself, right? But time is infinite, so that possibility will happen, guaranteed. And then every time the universe restarts itself, you will happen again. However, you don't experience the time in between that. So even if it takes a trillion years for a Kambata to happen again, it will be a seamless transition from this waking life to that one. So it'll literally seem like I'm just dying and then coming back out of the womb again until I'm able to experience consciousness on a different time scale.
So reincarnation.
Yeah, well, at that point it would be evolution, like that would be ascension. Reincarnation is you coming back as you, and the loop. It's in Buddha. It's one of the oldest theories there is. It's the only one that makes sense mathematically. Just okay, maybe there's a random soul system to where you die, your spirit just kind of dissipates into the air, and then it's a roll of the dice, and then that's the end of you. So like, but conscious. So then would you just replay this? Because the conscious observation of yourself does not happen with this body. You know what I mean? This body is a tool that you use to experience this, but obviously it's able to have internal vision and be able to disconnect. People in coma where their bodies are completely dead still are, their souls are able to do something. So I don't think there's ever a point where you're just seeing black. Like if your consciousness, just like changing the channel, it would be like seamless transition to whatever the next experience is. That's why when you're a baby, you know, there's that point to where you don't have language to define what you're seeing and saying. So there's that that's why you got to forget at birth. If everybody remembered that this was a loop at birth, everybody would instantly go insane.
Yeah,
it would be like, oh my God, what the fuck?
It would be like Free Guy, like that movie Free Guy.
Yeah,
have you seen that? It's on Netflix.
Yeah. With who's that, Ryan Reynolds?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That's it, man. I mean, like, no, bro. Like, yeah, this is. I think it's obviously a loop, man.
Yo, at this time, we do a little tea ceremony break. So, you know, whatever you smoking on, whatever you drinking on, or whatever, enjoy it. And I want to send a shout out to. Damn, my mind is just. Mighty Hebrew is in the building. He said, shout out to you, Kambata. Where he said, you're definitely right. He's up in the craft room also. And keep building while we going. I'm going to just go in there. We're going to do the tea ceremony. And that's for everybody to join us that's in the craft room while we go on this crazy this crazy flight. You know what I'm saying? We are in the psychedelic realm, and this is incredible because now we get to massage out a little bit of knots that we had up in that realm, you know what I'm saying? And we kind of straighten it out flat. Is that good for you, AD? Flatter, kind of flatten things out. You know what I'm saying? Those surfaces and get those things, those hills and stuff like that, flatten out and straighten some of these things out. So whatever you drinking, man, we do the music and continue building, brother. You going in, Kambata? This is great. Since you the guest, could you do a toast for us?
Yeah. So this toast or chairs, but we're not gonna call it a toast or chairs. We're gonna call it a throne. You know what I mean? It's like a toast. You know what I mean? But they call it a toast because it pops out like a toaster. It goes up. You know what I mean? But I will say, let's raise our cups,
right?
And honor to a whole new reality.
Right.
We're looking at new times. I'm walking outside. People don't got no mask on, and people are enjoying their lives. To our youth, our health, our vitality. If you got your eyes open right now, you're lucky. You know. And for metaphysics, for free thought, for music. Everybody watching, raise your glasses and raise that toast, that cheers, those thrones.
What you drinking, AD? All right, thank you, brother.
I got some still water.
Hey, we're gonna bring our soul too. All right, y'all finish building. Soul, what up? Ready to come? All right.
Yeah, what you was talking about, flat Earth? I love talking about flat Earth.
Yeah, he mentioned it.
Yeah, you can go there.
He likes to open the floodgates and see what happens.
The floodgates. There we go. Yeah, I said I wanted to see if it, I said we straightening things out. You like that word, flatten. All right. Yeah, we talk about that too. Word. Tell them I'll be right back. Word.
Yeah.
Yeah, flat Earth, man. Like, this is such a
it's one of the funnest things I've ever tried to wrap my head around. I mean, it's something that, as we've seen, is almost impossible to prove. I mean, nobody in real modern time has circumnavigated the Earth and has any proof of it. Also, all of the pictures from space that we see are digital, graphic illustrations, and basically they're assumptive. Math is just like a magician, a mathematician, are very witty. It's a clever mathematician can prove any theory, using math.
You know, if the possibility's there, there's a mathematical sequence to get you there and prove it to the nearest fractal. You know, so yeah, you can come up with an equation to measure the distance to the sun. And until somebody more witty comes along that can disprove it, basically that stands. There was a time where scientific discovery was how you get your respect. Like, you got to think of a time before the Oscar nominations, before the Grammys, before the NBA and the NFL and all these things that we hold in high regard. There was men who would discover things. There was men who would conquer countries, invent things. And that's how you get your name on the walls. So whether something was absolutely true or not, as long as you couldn't disprove it, I'm gonna say, yo, I got that, man. I'm Einstein, man. Until y'all got something better, that's it. You know what I mean? Of course, like, yeah, there's that ingrained bias. And then there's the possibility that they just associate a lot of these concepts with certain people so that way they can patent it. You know what I mean? Like, we can't prove that any of these inventors that say they invented things really invented these things. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of the times it's when we're looking at history beyond 100, what is it? Photo cameras didn't come in until the mid 1800s. So prior to that, all we have is artist depictions and things written in books. So we really have no idea. Like, all the research are people reading other people's research. Very few people are actually going outside and experimenting and trying to figure these things out. And the people that do might not have the scientific explanation to back it up. So you got people that have the scientific explanation and the math, but they don't have the hands in the dirt. Then you got the people that have the hands in the dirt, but they don't have the math and the science. So it's like you'll never really get to it. Like, obviously, like, to me, why don't you just take a drone, a solar powered drone, put some fucking nuclear energy into it with a 4K camera, put like the best, like, you know, internal auto GPS so it can come back eventually, and set it beyond an Antarctica wall. Why don't we just unmanned ships? So obvious. Like, why don't they just go to the moon? They can easily just fly up a drone up there. Why do you have to have people in the ship? Like, that's such a waste. Go up there, put a camera up there, and then just take pictures of Earth. Have a live broadcast from Mars. So easy. No, all they do, NASA, they take $50 million a day. They go on their website, which looks like a WordPress website, and they post up digital pictures. And then how is it that all the astronauts are fat old people? Like, why aren't these 5-star generals? You know what I mean? It makes no sense. So I'm just like,
yeah.
When it comes to flat Earth or curved Earth, it's all speculation. It's all speculation. It's which one do you want it to be? However, my theory is that it's both and neither. We're in a situation where this round is like a GTA simulation. So is Earth in GTA round or flat? It's an ever rendering plane that gets coded as its experience. So the further out you go in this plane, it either becomes ice or sand. Like, that's like, so when you go into like GPS and you go into the uncoded space and it just turns green or it's like a blue wall, that's it. I think that it's an ever rendering plane. It's a holographic plane of existence. We only have a solidified definition of this because it's hard, it's solid. So we can only define it with words by saying it's floating in space and it's either a circle or a flat plane. So if a sphere. So if it's a sphere, the problem with a sphere, and also the convenience of a sphere, is that it's limited. So if it's a globe, why would you lie and say Earth is a globe? Why would you lie about that? Why, if it's a globe, why would you lie about that? Well, because it makes Earth finite. So now you are under the belief that there's only 7 continents. So everything that's alien comes from space, those other planets. However, what if it is an ever rendering plane? What if it's the floor of space? And if it's an ever rendering plane and beyond Antarctica, there's other continents. Like maybe these are the 7 continents that are under control of whatever's controlling us. And it's convenient for them to say, okay, it's a globe, it's a ball. Come up with a theory for that, because then people won't have curiosity to say, okay, what is the rest of this? It's okay if you have, and you're controlling travel. We only see in the planes. We don't, the pilots have specific details. They can't just go wandering off. Nobody has a plane sophisticated enough to really circumnavigate Earth. Nobody's taking that chance. Once you get further out enough, the Coast Guard coming for you, the Air Force coming for you. You can't do it. They won't let you, they won't allow you to do it. So maybe it's not a sphere, or maybe it is a sphere, but it's a much bigger sphere that they can't measure. Maybe it's so massive that you can't measure it. And they tell us it's a small ball because there is more continents. Maybe the extraterrestrial ships that you see, the UFO ships, are not coming from out there. They're coming from over there. An older civilization that comes over here, does their shit. Maybe they're trading, you know, whatever that is. But that could essentially be what that is. But whether it's round or flat or not, I mean, there's really strong arguments on both sides, mostly because we can't prove anything, and I'm not good enough at math to disprove anything.
Well said.
So, yeah, I think it's closer to an ever-rendering holographic simulated plane, similar to what we're experiencing in video games. That's probably more so what this is, and our minds are forced to add the objective shape to it. Like our minds force us to do it. Like we're always going to experience it as flat because it's too massive for us to get the entirety of it. But also when you're talking about something that's infinite, it's not a linear line. Everything curves, everything circles. All light, no matter, you can have a square shaped flashlight, but from a distance it still appears like a circle. So all light is spherical. So it's common sense to say that's why stars appear, you know, they're spherical. The moon, all of these light bodies are spherical. So Earth is a light body, it's spherical, but it's also flat because you'll never experience anything other than that. You'll never experience the curve. You'll never see it. It's probably so massive you can't. There's not a camera that can go out further enough to really see it. You'd have to put a camera on the sun, you know what I mean? Like for you to really get it, because they're obviously not taking pictures. I mean, like we see the satellites. I don't know what satellites, I don't know where they are. I've seen shouldn't there be billions of satellites in the sky? Why when you look through a telescope? I mean, maybe there's a couple. I've never seen them. You know, I think that those rockets that they send up there, that's just a show, man. That's just them like giving us some proof on how they're wasting the money. Let's throw a rocket up there and just show that so we could fucking make this dough. It makes sense. Like, yo, let's convince them that we're researching space so we can get all the tax money, and all we have to show them is digital photos and be like, oh, today we sent the rover up. And then they show us images of Arizona. You know what I mean? Like, fuck that, bro.
Well, we agree on that part. I mean, everything that NASA, somebody was telling me what NASA really mean. It's a Hebrew word or something like that. I forgot where I was getting that from. Somebody was telling me about it. It's like fake or whatever, you know, whatever they do. But it is a family thing that goes on in the spheres. But they're going to be quiet. It's going to be quietness. That's a subject matter. Yeah, that's a subject matter that on this show, because you got a lot of FEs. Fee come through. Fee is the flat earthers, and then they call everybody else globers, right?
Flat earthers, and you know the globers. How do they do it? Yeah. The globers versus the flat earthers.
Yes, we have Rasul,
Kambata. Oh, peace, Rasul.
Peace,
Rasul, bro.
Peace. How you doing, my brother?
Good, bro. Good, man. I'm going, bro. Like I'm just having so much fun, man. Like I'm just.
That's great. Finally got you on the show.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's man. I didn't even expect it, man. This is like, damn, dude.
Well, you were requested. You know, a lot of people was always asking for you to come, and well, now you're here.
Yo, shout out to my supporters, man. Like I'm always just beyond, like, I'm just speechless when people like what I do and what I say. It's you know, I'm not. I try to be as non-arrogant or, like, you know, braggadocious about it, but people have said some things to me that just make me, you know, I go home at night and I'm like, damn, man, these people hold my mind and my art in real high regard, and they request me. It's like, and I know there's superstars out there that got millions of fans, but I mean, if you got 2 or 3, you can feel that love. And it's like, these are people that don't even know you personally, but they relate to you in some kind of way. And the, you know, the fact that I could come on here and you know, ramble with you guys. You know,
I always say is what you put out, man. You put out that energy, and sometimes it comes back and resonate to you. You know, it grows as you plant seeds. And then the listener, you know, quickens the spirit, and then it becomes a body, and it'll come back and celebrate you because you put out that energy in the atmosphere in the first place. You know what I mean? So everybody work. When you're working, it never goes unseen or unheard. When it lands on the right person, it grows, man. And then that's how it grows into this family. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. The celestial bodies of listeners, and we all tune in together, and we come and discuss the dialogue of, oh man, what do you mean by that? And you know, it resonate with people. You never know, man. It definitely would your work is definitely appreciated, and is not going unheard and unseen. So it has to come back to the source. You know what I mean? Well, so the source can continue generating that type of energy out there.
Indeed.
You know, so. Eventually, eventually, you was going to end up here anyway. At some point in time, as you go into the psychedelic realms, and you know that as seeing the future and being part of the future, you already know that you was upon the craft before you even got here. You know.
Oh yeah.
So
that's, I mean, you kind of predicted it. Yeah, it's hyper strange. Everybody's trying to figure it out. You know, I think if we knew, there would be no point of living. It is that infinite sense of curiosity that gives humans any sense of meaning, and it does keep the hamster wheel going. But at the same time, it's like you're on the hamster wheel, but the image that they're projecting keeps changing. There's so many infinite combinations that we're able to see here. So it you know, sometimes I'll go through it and I'm just like, I'll notice the repetition and the patterns, and synchronicities start getting scary, because once you start being able to pick up on the patterns of reality, you don't know if that's like an omen of death or like what's going to happen, or damn, like, is life that predictable? Is destiny so defined? And, you know, is fate already decided? Like, am I even in control? It's almost like I'm on a roller coaster ride, and they gave me a fake steering wheel with the perception of control. But really, all I'm doing is sitting there and looking. You know what I mean? I'm looking through my eyes. I'm not beating my heart. I'm not breathing. I'm not doing most of the shit. Happens subconsciously. I'm only in control of like a couple functions. You know, so it's like, damn, dude. Like, yeah, we there, but at the same time, there's a big difference between the man and me in my head and the one out here, you know. Like I could see it, but being it is why we're here. It's a constant. That's why we get this time. That's why our immune systems keep rebuilding. That's why we get the same day over and over again. It's like, all right, we got to keep, because even if you have one really good day, it's like, okay, how can I master myself and my surroundings to where I can repeat this, or at least get to a lukewarm state to where my reality there's not as much chaos, there's not as much unpredictability. So that way you can create, you know, in your own head. But I would say, yeah, it's like, it gets to that point to where I notice it, I see it, and it gets a little redundant. And then I got to shake myself out of it, because that's where depression starts, man.
Wow. So you, man, listen, you coming out of that, man, from the stuff that you've been writing. So you've been on a House of Conscious scene for a very long time. Like, yeah, I've heard you say that you met Lotus Lux when you was up at a debate or whatever.
Yeah.
The Hebrew brother. You got a song called Ayahuasca.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah. Man, that was kind of crazy, man. Like I said, you play off of words and you just put them together. It's kind of dope. How long you been with the conscious community? Because I know we're about to do some really big things together and hooking up, and hooking up with certain people. You know what I mean, and connections and stuff like that.
Yeah, I would say so. From doing psychedelics, I started, just watching videos online. YouTube. This is in the prime of YouTube conspiracy videos and documentaries. I'm talking about 2011, 2012, 2013. This is around when I first started experimenting with psychedelics. I didn't start smoking weed until my mid-20s, and around then is when I started to get into psychedelics. So I already had what I thought was a pretty good idea on what Earth was. And then I got violently shifted into another realm. So I immediately started studying. I never really, I had just, an innate, just a natural intelligence that I just used to make, but I never really took the initiative to study more until I got into psychedelics. And that started off with just watching anything I could find on mental science, quantum science, like I said, Terrence McKenna. I got obsessed with Terrence McKenna. Then from there, I found like Bobby Hemmett, Phil Valentine, Red Pill, Blue Pill, A. Rashid, Black Magic, and these other guys. Terrence McKenna, he died. I think it was 2000. Right before
Terrence,
right 9/11.
I'm sorry, Terrence. He died. He passed away.
Yep.
Back into the ancestor realm.
Yeah. He had a crazy, the rarest form of brain cancer. I think that the psychedelics gods just wanted them. They were like, you're giving up too many secrets, But yeah, so to see Bobby Hemmett and Phil, I really got into Phil Valentine. His lectures are just not only are they informative and they're so heavy in bars and metaphysics. He's hilarious. Like the way that he projects it's just fun. It just became like the only thing I wanted to watch. And then from there, I started watching and I realized that these guys were having lectures in New York. And shout out to Nix. Shout out to Eddie Deuce. I went to New York I was living in Tampa up until 2015. And then I went to New York in 2015 and I was staying there. And that's when I hooked up with Red Pill. I did the album with him, Scorpion King. Prior to that, I hooked up with A. Rashid. He's the one who really put me on to the Kabbalah and Hebrew. Him and Kepera. And from there, I just was getting connected. I was making music, so they were passing my music through. And then Black Magic heard my music, and he actually made beats. And that's Brother Rich. And he, me and him started doing music. So from there, it's I started connecting with everybody, and then it I just became I guess my music was really received in what was considered the Black consciousness realm. And then from there, I hooked up with Loaded Lux because he was also obviously into the knowledge, and he was, crossing the same path I was. It's like when you're on a similar path, you meet the same ascended masters. It's almost like the Wizard of Oz or the story of the alchemist, to where along your journey you meet certain, it's like karate, martial arts, kung fu masters along the way, and you gain certain attributes along your journey.
That's exactly how I felt, man, because I was already getting into some deep knowledge back in 2008, right? Into astrology, numerology, following all these deep people. I was going to be, my friends thought I was crazy. Next thing you know, the universe puts Killah Priest in front of me. Of all rappers for me to work with, you know what I mean? There was a lot of other rappers I could have worked with, but, for him to come along, it seemed so perfect. Because he was spitting knowledge that I was already on the same line of frequency I was trying to go for. You know what I mean? It was too perfect to the point where I'm like, dude, there's something up with synchronicity. I didn't even know synchronicity.
It's like when you pick your path, it comes with it's almost like you're picking the stages in the video game, and that one has the certain, so once you pick your path, you're gonna meet these people as you ascend. You're gonna meet the people that are also on that path. Yeah, and we're all on the same trail. Where we all pick that trail to go on. So as we're hiking up, we're gonna meet up with these people. Like, oh shit, you're going to there too. Like, yeah, like
that's how it happens divinely. Like,
it's Pathfinder. Yeah. Sometimes the path picks you. Ooh, and you're just a part of it. The game picks you. Part of it. It's all, man. This is heavy. Man, yo, you going in. I don't want to stop you because you said you could build and you unraveling and a lot of things.
Oh yeah, no. The ball of string is long. Like I go, whatever you want to do, man. Whatever you want to do, man.
Exactly. We got a couple of more super chats.
Yeah, we do actually. Let me check here.
Let's go into some super chats. Shout out to Marco Buddha. He said he loving it. Stringer said, when you hammer. I heard somebody say something that was dope. Oh, Red Sun is back in the building. Shout out to Red Sun. Ever heard from that brother in a minute. Glad you back and healthy. Charlie's made up of Santa Claus. About that one.
Okay, you ready? Oh, you've got let's see.
Right above David Flores, because that took a
Godfather says, have you ever tried embalming fluid before?
No.
I mean, he's talking about
angel dust.
Angel dust, PCP.
Yeah.
I've heard different explanations on the streets. It seems to be very destructive and toxic. But I've seen certain documentaries where, people like John C. Lilly, or there's the other guy who found out that the sand dollars were like these memory cards that dolphins would make with their echoes, and they would make like these sound cards, and it would be like, so I believe that all substances and chemicals that are able to allow you to reach some kind of psychedelic or state, essentially, there's a lot of them, but I believe that you don't have to do the destructive ones to get there, but under like strict lab supervision, could I see it being, because I guess every psychoactive substance has its own unique signature. So there's things that you probably can only see on embalming fluid that you can't see on anything else. Kind of like when you go on a ketamine K-hole, but I would say that whatever that is hasn't proved to be profound enough for me to attempt to do that. Right now, I think that.
That's right, brother. You said it right.
I go slowly, even with mushrooms. Even though mushrooms is probably the most naturally ingested psychedelic there is, even more than marijuana, because marijuana, you have to have a process. You have to burn it, to smoke it, or you have to convert it to eat it. Where mushrooms, you can just pick it right up off the ground and eat it, and it works, and you don't die. So it's like, oh, okay, like this is even more symbiotic with us because I don't have to change its, chemical structure to ingest it. So, but yeah, things like PCP, I'm sure there's a lot of things that can, scramble your brain and make you see crazy shit. But I would say that one. Yeah.
Laboratory. It was a laboratory. They take it to their own plant.
Even LSD is like, sometimes I'll do it and I'll feel like I'll like start to see, and I can always notice when it happens. Like I'll do LSD and all of a sudden I can see my skin breathing. And then I get like this creepy feeling on me. Like I get these chills and my heart starts beating fast. And like and I always feel like maybe I can get a heart attack on that if
the anxiety comes up.
Yeah, once that anxiety comes up.
Have you done it?
No, but I know the feeling from sativa.
Yeah.
on acid.
Are you talking about acid?
AD be coming in like you, and these dreams we got to deal with. AD, these dreams, and one day we're gonna touch on it because it seems like you be leaving the planet and stuff like that, and it kind of is it worrying you when you leave the planet?
No, because I'm used to it now. I'm used to it now. He's talking about the out of body experiences.
Yeah, he's been having a lot.
Just like 3 or 4 a week.
Wow.
Just 3 or 4 a week, but like I noticed a pattern. Like I wake up because my cat wakes me up. Then I go back to sleep, and then I'm halfway awake and halfway asleep, and it's right there. Because you mentioned this also, when you're like a little bit awake, a little bit asleep, you're at that midpoint where your body's tired enough to fall asleep, but your mind is still active. Well, I don't know how to explain it, but I feel this falling feeling, like I'm falling through the bed. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? And then right there, that's where I can feel the choice comes. Like, do you want this to happen, or do you want to fall? And you brought this up when you were talking about, willingly.
But you're not doing anything.
Drowning. No, but I can feel the choice to where I can wake myself up and stop this, or I can just let this happen. So I let it happen. I let the fall happen. I let the drown happen, like he mentioned. Right. And once you just let go and be like, okay, here we go. In the back of my mind, I'm like, oh, it's happening again. Here we go. Here we go. And you fall deeper and deeper and deeper into this, it feels like you're falling through the bed. I no longer feel my body. But the body starts to vibrate. It feels like your body's vibrating because you're not using it at all. You're completely just gone, But it feels so great.
What was that?
It feels amazing. Go ahead.
What was that? Was that you? What experience from drugs were you doing when you did?
No, nothing.
There was no psychedelics.
No,
so this is natural.
Yeah, this is actually when I took a break from weed. I feel like weed can sometimes hinder you from having dreams. But if you take a break from weed a little bit, I feel like the mind has a little bit more freedom. The only thing I was doing was I increased my vitamin D3 and K2.
Okay.
So
anyway,
this is happening every time you go to sleep, right?
Not every time. It happened like 3 or 4 times a week.
Okay. Maybe your channel, I don't know, Kambata, you could probably help him out. He's smoking weed.
There's a lot of floating.
You need this because you be talking about this a lot. You every time you talk about
but this has happened when I wasn't smoking weed.
Right.
Yeah.
That's weird. You know what I'm saying? You just going. No, I'm not saying that's weird, but you going there every other night. You can. And it's concerned because
starting getting used to it.
With Gano, you keep every time we build, you keep telling us that you keep floating away.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's a floating feeling. You know that floating feeling.
Okay.
You're weightless.
Yeah. What's going on? What's going on with this brother? About it. Can we bring him back or control his Skype? Because he's gone.
It's a silver cord.
No, I want you to feel right because it made you nervous at first, right?
Of course, in the beginning, because you're not sure what's going on here, what's happening. And then once you get used to having these, it's a beautiful experience and you want it. You look forward to it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's blissful.
All right, go ahead.
It's straight up blissful.
Okay.
It's an amazing experience.
I definitely know exactly what you're talking about. As best as I know, maybe I don't. But from my personal experience, if you are a marijuana smoker, it's almost like your whatever your serotonin or your dopamine receptors are when you smoke marijuana. It's almost like you're using up a little bit of your gas in your waking state. So that way, when you're dreaming, you're low on your dopamine and serotonin supply, so your dreams aren't as vivid. Also, your body is detoxifying itself from the THC, which is directly correlated with the mind. So yeah, like and then when you get off of marijuana and you're going through like that cold turkey detoxification, your brain is literally rebuilding its serotonin and dopamine receptors.
Yep.
So you feel your dreams getting way more vivid. And also one of the biggest things is if you go to sleep on an empty stomach, when you go to sleep, are you fasting?
Well, I'm in a caloric deficit because like I said earlier, like I track macros. I'm interested in like how much protein do I really need, how much fat do I need for hormonal for hormones, and I experimented with carbs and stuff like that. Anyway, long story short, I'm kind of going right below my maintenance levels. You know what I mean? So I know I'm in a deficit sometimes, but I do wake up kind of hungry. So I know I'm a little bit fasted.
So that's one of the number one ways to incite astral projection is to go to sleep on an empty stomach. Why? Because all of your digestive process blocks your body's energy to just spiritually detach.
Yeah.
You're constantly attached to your body because it's actively digesting while you're sleeping. So it hinders your ability to rest. You're not resting because your body's digesting something. So when you go to bed on an empty stomach, your body's able to actually be calm and light. So that's why you keep lifting, because you're literally light. It's like, you don't have anything blocking your body's ability to just process mental imagery. Like any brain process takes a large amount of energy. Now, of course, when you're sleeping, it's a lot less. So if you do like a scan of your brain while you're sleeping, it's a lot less activity than when you're awake. But it's also a different part of your brain, and it's able to just focus on that. But if your body's full and it's detoxifying from weed smoke, and it's detoxifying from whatever you ate right before you went to bed, you're not going to have those astral projections. And honestly, I think a lot of people eat before they go to bed.
Yeah, why is that?
To avoid that. I think that when some people start to feel that happening, it's like, that's why one of the ways to incite God, like out of body experiences, are like, if you wanted to, you'll go on a fast. Like religions usually put you on a fast because that's the easiest way for you to trip balls, basically get to the psychedelic state without taking anything, because now your body is reduced to just the process of your spirit and mind. You don't have anything blocking you because you're not digesting. Like, we constantly have shit in us. Our bodies are constantly fighting off shit. So to be clear-minded is very hard but if you're light, you have, no food in your stomach. That's why you're dreaming like that. You know what I mean? For 100%. I bet you, like tonight, if you eat a bowl of lasagna and then go to sleep, you'll have itis. You'll sleep like a fucking rock.
Yeah, but there'll be no dreams happening. Yeah, and it's always in the morning. You know what I mean? I feel like the morning you're more digested. But yeah, I did notice that. I did mess around with that.
You dreaming in the morning?
It's always in the morning. I never really dream at night going to sleep. It's always like in the last 2 hours of waking up.
Well, that's the last time you remember it.
True. But that's weird that he remembers that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
You remember the time.
Yeah.
That is getting closer.
So every 90 minutes is a different cycle of the 5 stages of sleep.
Yeah.
So I think you start dreaming once you hit REM and like that 4th, 5th stage. So you're going through multiple cycles of dreaming, and your most recent one is obviously going to be the one you remember most, which is the one you would remember upon waking up. And essentially, like, also the sun plays a role in it. For sure. That's why I said daytime napping. Daytime napping seems to be like insane astral projections for me when that sun is out. And the moon has a more, I would say, subtle energy to it when it comes to the internal visuals.
Yeah.
It's more abstract. The sun, that's why they call him the moon, is more obscure and more abstract visuals, to where sun visuals are more linear. They make more sense. There's more, substance.
Kambata, you're kind of I don't say like a shamanic. You know what I mean? You're
shamanistic.
Yeah, you're shamanistic, shamanic. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man.
I just I don't
tap into it more, man. Don't run from it. You know what I'm saying? I think
I'm just obsessed with trying to figure out what's going on, and I've just developed my language to be able to try to talk to people about it. Like, I understand to a certain degree what's happening. It's just that sometimes we don't have the words to explain what's going on. So it becomes very difficult. So we just give up on it. And then, of course, like I said, if you're the only one experiencing these dreams, and you're telling people about it, what's the difference between you just making up something? I could be like right now, hey man, last night I had a dream that Donald Trump and Bill, George Bush had, I had this, that, and that. I could make up anything. So what is the value of a dream if it doesn't have any? If everybody has them every night, they're always random. It's like, what's the difference between that and me just making up a story?
You know what I mean? But there is a difference. That's the thing. This is a magical, insane happening that we all are basically hallucinating without drugs every single night. And everybody just skips past it like it's, you know, people are questioning metaphysics, questioning God, questioning spirit, questioning magic, questioning all the shit, but yet everybody dreams every night. It's a complete contradiction. The fact that we can dream and see all of this shit in our head, like, okay, yeah, you can justify the light outside because there's a sun, but how do you justify the light in your head? Is that where's your mind? Like everybody has, like, the brain, what's going on? What are these animals? You know, so it's like
stories in the search. Stories in the search, man. As you go on, and you searching this for everybody that's out in the craft room too. As you go on, your story is written in the search, like you said. We quest, and that's where the story is created at. That's the great part. You know what I'm saying? Not just the destination, but as you travel on, it all is in the search, the quest. That's when you create the book, and that's why everyone tells you the finishing of the book, but it's actually about creating the book. That's the more incredible story. The process, the story is in those guidelines. I think we all being enlightened right now, you know, on another level, or just opening up our pineal to this. You know what I'm saying? We got to save AD from floating away. You know what I'm saying? At least we got to some point. You know what I'm saying?
No, I love it.
Yeah, exactly. Man, this is heavy.
Yeah, that's what it is, man. You got that light body. That's why the monks, the Buddhists, all of those guys, that's why fasting is such a imagine what your dreams would be after 40 days of fasting. You know, it would be, first of all, you don't even need to sleep as much because if your body doesn't have anything to digest, it doesn't have to sleep as long. That's why babies go through like 15-minute sleep cycles. Why do you need to sleep? Your body's not doing anything.
Yeah, all he had was applesauce.
Yeah. So the more the more empty you are, the more of an empty vessel you are, the less processes that are happening, the more open you are to spirit entering you. It's not because you're, you know, a super Jesus Christ. It's because you've gotten light. You've become that. Like that's what that means. But that's a process. And you know the magic of it is that this process happens naturally. You don't have to be this. You don't have to do it now. Whoever the architect is made it so that your body naturally atrophies with age. Your libido dies down. Your hunger, your appetite, your body slows down. You start to forget certain things. All purposely done so that way you can make an easier transition. You know, you'll notice old people don't eat as much. They don't sleep as much. They start to forget things. That makes death easier. When you see the really old people getting dementia and with Alzheimer's, and it's you know, it's really, sometimes it's terrible. Sometimes it's really attached to some psychological things, you know, so I'm not a medical person to talk on it, but just from light observation, and that's just take it with a grain of sand. It seems like these processes that end up happening make it easier for you to have a light and load. Like when you're progressively forgetting, by the time you're on death's bed, like you have no worry. You're not, imagine if you remember all of your 90 grandkids. You'd be like, how's Charles? How's Frankie? How you be worried? Did Sarah get married? You'd be on your deathbed worried. If everybody that comes in, you're just like happy, you just see a human. When you go to let go of that body, it's like, you know, it's like butter on toast, you know. And we're all scared of death because it's the unknown. But I would say even just a couple years of human experience here is a blessing. You know what I mean? Like everything that you can get out of this, even if you have a barely functioning body, if you can open your eyes and see the wonder of God, it's like, okay, even if like we get a lot of life, we get a lot of chances every day that sun's coming up. And a lot of us take it for granted, you know.
But even there's people with 25 years of life that in that 25 years have lived more and seen more than some people with 99 years of life. So it's all how you spend it, you know. But yeah, that's something that also comes from psychedelics, is removing the fear of death. Because you realize, like, you know, wait, hold on, this is just some kind of seamless transition. You don't, pain is remembered. It's a process. Like, it doesn't matter how you died or how painful the death is. If you're dead, you don't remember the pain to feel the pain.
You know what I mean? It's like, oh, okay, like, you know.
Nice.
Explain yeah, that's beautiful. I was about to, man, that explain consciousness. I got a twofold question because, well, you kind of like did that right now. You said something about dementia, you know, being a process to leaving Earth, right? Is that the process of?
That's why it's called dementia. It's your process of shifting dimensions. And your memories and your physical ties are all attached to your physical hardware here. Like, that's why some people, when they're in a manic, insane state, or you're on psychedelics, you might forget your name, you might forget your whole family, because like consciousness is a pure force. It's kind of like they said, the internet or the Wi-Fi. It's an ever-present force that all living creatures are able to access. It's just their bodies determine how complex it's translated.
So you'll see a bird, because of the form of the bird, this consciousness that's coming through gets expressed like this. And the way that humans are, the way that we are in a humanoid form, we get this form of complex experience and expression. But it's the same force. It's like we said, it's light. It could literally be as simple as light, you know, and our bodies are all receiving the same light, plants, animals, but the vessel is what determines on how complex it will be expressed, and it will be expressed in all ways. So like the force of God is to be expressed in all possible manners. And it does that, and then these humans, these ultra creative humans, are able to actually manipulate Earth. So we're like the demigods or the little gods. We're like the God fractals. It's like God shattered himself and became 7 billion humans. Or I remember I made up this you know, this little saying that I would say. It's like, I would say like consciousness or all human beings. It's like God picked up a mirror, and that mirror is all consciousness. And
say that again.
It's like God has a mirror. He's holding a mirror, and this mirror in its solid form holds the solid form of God. This is the mirror when it's intact is God. But upon God realizing himself, in astonishment, he drops the mirror, and those fractal pieces of the mirror are humans.
That's beautiful. And
all eternity is us putting back the pieces of the mirror again, for God to pick the mirror up again, see himself, become astonished, drop the mirror again, and then all reality is us putting together, and we're each a fractal, a shard of the reflection of God. And that essentially, in each piece is unique, because everything is accounted for, from the past, the present, the future. Like I said, if it's a pattern, you don't have to get the whole pattern to assume where it's going to go. There's just like there's a me, there's a you. Everybody has their unique signature on Earth. So every combination is going to be made. Every combination will be made, whether good or bad.
That's crazy. Remind me of that scene in Superman when they was trapped inside this, the old school Superman, when they was trapped inside that mirror.
The mirror world. Yeah.
Coming from space.
They use that mirror a lot. Alice in Wonderland, obviously.
Doctor Strange, the mirror realm, right?
Yeah, Doctor Strange.
He uses it too.
Harry Potter.
Harry Potter. Yep.
There's a lot of mirror stuff going on, man. I mean, when you do psychedelics and you look in the mirror, you will get entranced. Looking into your own eyes in the mirror, like you realize, like that used to happen to me as a kid. I would get the realization who I am. I'd be like, I'd look in the mirror, and then one day I'd be like, oh shit, like I'm me. And I'd be like, oh my God, like what the fuck is this? Like I have that experience, like we're used to this, but this is hyper. I don't know how I can say it's hyper strange or even refer to myself unless I'm something else. It's like for us to realize we're this would mean that we're something else. Just by the mere fact, it's just the fact that I can refer to myself. Just like, oh, okay, like, oh, I'm this. This is me. Like what? I have to learn how to be here. Like what? Like that means that obviously points to the fact that we're transmitting from something else.
But the vampire could never see himself in the mirror. In the mirror, reflection.
Right. And that means that he didn't have a. Because they say that the vampires don't have a spirit. You know what I'm saying? In the folklore. That's why when they look in the mirror, they don't see a reflection of themselves. Remember I was saying last week about the black mirror where they sometimes the Sufis do this. They make you stand in front of a mirror and they'll tell you that that's not really you that you're looking through the mirror, but it's really a reflection of something different. Like just like what Kambata was just saying. Then they got the black mirror though too. That's the one. You ever see it? Yeah, you know about that one? That's a pretty deep one. That's
this.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Mirror image. What didn't somebody? I think it was a fairy tale where somebody looked into the mirror. It was, I don't know, it was a dark mirror. Was it Sleeping Beauty? Somebody tried to stare into the mirror, and they would go mirror
on the wall.
That
was Snow White.
Snow White, yeah.
That's right.
Also, if you've seen the Phantom of the Opera, the Phantom comes out through the mirror.
Yo, I gotta piss, man. I've had to piss for like an hour.
Hey, go for it.
That's crazy with the mirrors when you stare at what's the scary flick? Because like a television is like a mirror also. Yeah. Because when the girl came through, what was that?
The Ring.
The Ring.
What was that? The
Ring.
The Ring. Yes. Yep. The Ring. Yeah. No, I remember that. And remember back, I was telling y'all too. Constantine. Remember that one scene? Where Keanu Reeves, he had to trap the demon, but he used the mirror to do it. And they use mirrors still to this day in like Nigeria and various parts of the world to trap demons, and they use it as a form of like trying to trap the demon or just casting the demon out.
And in the Matrix, you go through a mirror too.
You go through a mirror.
Okay. Oh yeah. When he
right. And doesn't Candyman use the mirror?
Oh yeah,
Candyman. Yep. 3 times.
Dude, that shit's old school.
It's a reflection. It's probably like dimensional because you can see you have a sort of mirror, the house of mirrors, where they have that in the fun house in the carnival.
Right. Yeah.
Where you walk through the room full of mirrors.
Yeah, I remember that.
But there's some mirrors that even if you put it behind you and you go on the one in front, it's like super dimensional. Like it never stops. It never stops. Right. What do you say?
Yeah. No, that mirror, man. It's the mirror. It's that ore. There you go with that ore again. But
ore. Yes, mirror ore.
Yeah. It is. It's or it's the me roar. It's the roar from roar is like I don't know. But no, it's there's so. Even in magic, like that's why I remember I watched this video. I don't even know if it's still on YouTube. And this guy was like, "This is how you do real black magic." And he was talking about creating a black magic. You take like a sheet of carbon paper, black carbon paper, and you put a piece of glass over that. And the fact that you're mixing the glass with the carbon and the reflection of the light, and then you have the fire represents, fire is a physical to spirit transition. That's why, you're able, like, it can get rid of all evidence of physicality and turn it to just carbon matter because it's burning the physical, but it's releasing the spirit. And then, so generally when you're doing magic, you have all elements there. You have maybe wine or spirits. But the process of magic, I believe,
is to convince yourself. So when you're doing magic, you know what's real or not. You can't convince yourself of your own lies because you know the truth. So the object of magic is to create enough correlation, justifiable correlation in steps to where you can believe it yourself. This is where the self mantra, the personal mantra, the spell, the incantation, you going into that zone, saying it, and then you're connecting your blood to it, you're connecting your hair to it. You made a sacrifice, you killed something, you did something that affected your soul, you released something. And these rituals convince you as the projector of your reality, you're the only one that you need to convince. It's kind of like Kanye West. See, Kanye West, you could say he's delusional, but somehow everything that he projects happens. He's a billionaire. He's the king of this. He's the king of me. He might not be the most talented human on earth. He might not be the genius he thinks he is, but you can't tell him he isn't because his magic works. Every time he manifests something, it convinces him enough that it happens. And it might only appear to us as arrogance and confidence, but to the universe, it appears as this is what it is. So when you're that sure of yourself, or you're that sure of your magic and confidence in it, the path opens up because it's like, oh, okay, that's what it is. And you start to see in your life, you start to make those connections. But magic is not about poof and smoke and something just appearing out of nowhere. It is you're making a deep spiritual imprint on yourself. So that way it then happens. So then when you're doing a spell on somebody, a lot of the times everybody goes through bad things. So somebody that's cursed, are you cursing them, or are you just now associating something bad happening to them with yourself? You would never know, but with magic on yourself, that's where it's only confidence. Like, look at Soulja Boy. Soulja Boy is so sure of himself that everybody else just agrees with him. Yeah, you're the first rapper to do everything, man. It's kind of like if you in high school, there's always like the special ed kid, or like, there's a kid who might be like, I have a disability, and maybe he can Harlem shake, or he can dance good, or maybe he does some weird shit. And all the kids in class, they might be like, yo, little Stanley, do that little dance. Or like maybe he loves the basketball team. You've seen these videos, and there'll be, a special handicapped kid that always loved the team, so they let him score a basket. And he sees the crowd, and he's like, oh, hey, I'm really a star. That's all it takes. Because in his mind, even though in reality we know he's not a basketball star, in his mind, he saw his manifestation take place against all odds. It doesn't matter. You can have one arm, one leg. The magic works if you believe it. That's like the thing that's the secret. That's the thing. That's all you have to do, essentially. And that's why the mirror is always involved in magic. Because it literally, you're talking to yourself.
Mirror image. There was a Twilight Zone episode with Mirror. I want to thank my junior high school. I was that kid. They let me score. Let you
score 3 point.
Yeah, let me score my baskets.
Priest, Stranger's asking you, when is Daymare dropping?
Huh?
Stranger's asking, when does Daymare drop?
Oh, you talking about horoscope? Horoscope, or just the song Daymare? Yeah, exactly. Very soon, man. Very soon. We are putting some. We were just working on the redoing the cover, right, or something like that. Just doing little pieces to the work. That's it. All right.
Kaba jokingly says, I must say this babbler is entertaining. He's saying that as a joke there. Fella B says, always a great show. Peace, Cam, from Fella B, hipster, massive, Australia.
Peace.
Australia in the building.
Marcaria says, do you feel like you've channeled COVID-24?
Oh, my track. Yeah. I was telling Killah about that, man. Like I did a track and I released it on 8/24 of 2020. And basically it's called COVID. It's COVID 24, and it's written with a K.
Oh, yeah, you told me Kobe.
And I made the correlation between Kobe Bryant's death and coronavirus, but I used all the syllabic rhymes. Everything rhymed with either coronavirus or Kobe Bryant, which both sound very similar, especially when you're bending them in the midst of the rhyme. So for 10 minutes and 24 seconds, which 10 is 8 plus 2, which because his daughter Gigi was a 2, and then 24. But yeah, like as far as the channeling, that happened from the process. Like by me dissecting the word coronavirus and Kobe Bryant and the thoughts behind it had a trickle effect that enabled me. Like I ended up talking about MF Doom in there, and then MF Doom literally passed, rest in peace. And I didn't know that. And then I was able to connect it to so many different things in correlation. There's a Corona Italy. He was from. There's so many that I didn't even put in there. You know what I mean? That I found out after, and I'm like, so the 8, the 24, the coronavirus. He was yellow and he was yellow and purple, which is the royal colors. The crown is gold, royal purple, the crown royal. On the bottle of the crown royal is a crown. A Corona is a crown, and then Corona is gold, and then Corona Light, the beer, is also gold, which is the color of piss. R. Kelly, Contagious. He did Contagious. Coronavirus is Contagious, and Corona. I mean, it's the sun. And I connected that to Daniel's son somehow. I connected that to. Then we talked about O.J. Simpson, you know what I mean? I talked about everything because obviously he had the gloves. I talked about everybody that had masks. Michael Jackson, he had the mask on. Hey, Hamburglar, Zorro, all the people with the mask. MF Doom, the mask. We're talking about. So I'm able to go everywhere that has to do with Corona, bring it all together, and then make it all rhyme and correlate it. Chronologically, as factually. There's obviously going to be comedic lines in there, hyperbole, just random conspiracy that I may not believe. I truly don't believe anything. I take everything with a grain of salt. But yeah, it's definitely that joint was a feat, I would say. It's one of those ones where it's like, oh, okay, god damn, you still
I see you got a video that talks about the making of that song too.
Yeah. It was basically just what I just said, but
nice.
in another place or something.
Nice.
MCs out there, MCs all over the world, MCs that are looking and tuning in. Y'all got work to do. Y'all heard what Kambata just said? MCs got work to do. They got to open up their mind and challenge yourself to new ideas and new way to write. And man, thank you for raising the bar. You know what I'm saying? A lot of cats, it's funny because when you come, even with you, Flores, like what you do with your art and raising the bar, raising the consciousness. Like when you get into something, surface level is always good. It's cool. It's just a stepping stone to create the throne or castle. You know what I mean? Whatever you do, that's just the basic. But when you go dive deep into it and you go into it, you raise the bar, you kind of like create the next step for the next generation on, unless you keep returning into that cycle where you're not really going anywhere. Right. Hamster wheeling, like you said.
Right.
And brothers like yourself, Kambata, you know what I'm saying, is raising, you don't understand, raising the bar is somebody got to hurdle that. You know what I'm saying? Right. So you raise it up for the next generation to grow on. The other cats, no knock on everybody else that's just MCing just to just do it because they like it, but it's also the art. You know what I'm saying? You just don't get into it with drawing and engineering, AD. You know what I'm saying? Just to get into it, handling the thing. So, man, thank you for raising it for all of us to enjoy and know that the art is still alive. And I'm speaking for all MC. Shout out to Razzcast too, man.
Yeah, shout out to Cass, man.
Yeah,
You gotta connect, man, for sure.
Exactly.
Shout out to Ceaseless 100 for the 200. He says good vibes, great build, and peace to the Podcraft. One love fan.
No doubt.
Wow, that's love.
Nemlin says money craving, pistol waving, New Haven stand up. CT proud of you.
Hey, that feels good, man. It's like that. There's nothing like that home love, man. And
it's always dope MCs in Connecticut, man. Peace, Connecticut. Yeah. I always said that. Every time we went to Connecticut, it's always an MC that come through the back and be spitting. Yo, Far Rockaway too. Far Rockaway had dope MCs too. It's always not what you always think, but it's always those spots that's like, even look at Rakim. Rakim from Long Island. You know what I'm saying? Busta Rhymes. So it's like not just right there in the core, but it's always on the outside and stuff like that. So it's like
every environment gives way to a different type of intelligence. So you're gonna get top level geniuses from every area of the earth because they're gonna be inspired or motivated by different forces, but still at the same level of, I would say like rap essentially is like, for you to spend that much time noticing the intricacies of language, it's on the spectrum of insanity, and genius straddles insanity. So the more like intricate you are, the more raising the bar you are, like the more you got to rack your mind. Like it's definitely not easy, and it's definitely lucrative enough to not have to do it. But I would say every state has a Killah priest, every state has a Kambata. It's just whether or not, the cards lined up. A lot of it, I don't know what it is, if it's luck, if it's just, everybody has, I guess, this spiritual potential that may see itself this time or not. When you see somebody getting success young, you don't know how many times they loop through. They might have just been looping. You know what I mean? Like, okay, now you get it when you're 22 because you spent so many times dying doing it that, okay, yeah. And once you get it, you don't need to be here no more. It's like one of those things, But yeah, CT stand up. There's every state, man, got some wild people. But it's every place has a different code based on the nature of that place.
E5 says, is that why new people you meet look familiar? Could you have mate in another realm? I think he means, could you have a mate in another realm?
I would definitely say so. I mean, besides the fact that, like, okay, to us, like, we can see the difference in humans, like the small differences, but all humans have two eyes, a nose, lips, mouth. For the most part, we have different skin colors, sometimes different sizes, shapes, but to an alien species, we probably don't look that different. It's basically the same look. It's kind of like dogs or bears. Like, we see bears, we don't really know the difference. But probably to them, they notice, like, oh, okay, that's that one. He's that. So when you see somebody that looks familiar, it could just literally be the math of their face. Like, it could just be like that tone, that eye separation, those kind of eyebrows, that kind of nose. Who knows what bell it's ringing? But it also, like you said, it could be that you have looped this experience before. And sometimes you get like those epiphany situations where it's like, oh shit, like, damn, like, I did know this. I went to like deja vu or jaime vu or these situations where you experience like that familiarity. Is that just a phenomenon that happens in your brain, or is that real? Like, damn, like, I'm kind of like,
or you're just meeting a Sagittarius that reminds you of your other Sagittarius friend.
Yeah,
you never know.
Yeah, it's possible.
Red Sun says, I'm around Royal Priesthood and I got something special coming real soon. Shout out to Red Sun.
Word.
DH says, Kambata, in your opinion, how difficult or easy would it be to purposefully, intentionally step into your dreams each night and build a permanent construction?
I would say you would have to put yourself in like a comatose state. You have to like really like maybe like you would need some kind of machine that can keep your brain active and like can just completely suspend your body. And then you would need some kind of stimuli to like, I guess, guide the thought patterns. Like you would need like somebody that really know, like these tones, these sounds you're gonna maybe like it can literally be words going into your head, like you are here, you are like you would need to be in a comatose state though, like because you waking up, like sleeping is not like the more healthy you are, the less sleep you need.
Yeah.
So the more you're vivid you're gonna dream, but the less time you're gonna spend in your dream, and the less healthy you are, the more you're gonna have to sleep, but the less you're gonna dream because there's too much going on.
Yeah.
So for you to plan it out always, you would need either some kind of, I know they have certain herbs that you could take, like mugwort and certain teas.
Or magnesium. You could take some magnesium.
Yeah, you could like just find a nice herbal concoction to put together. But again, those substances themselves are also influencing your dreams. So and there's no way to tell. There's no uniformity. There's no continuity. It's still going to change every night. So you would need an external stimuli that can literally guide you every time. And you would need to be in a comatose state so none of your physical body gets in the way of it. But it's probably possible, but it would have to be, probably it's not what do they call it, humane. I don't like, somebody would have to volunteer. I don't know. It's probably been done. I know they've done dream experiments and all kind of shit. But you would need some interference.
All right. Next is from Only Defunk. It says Kambata is very correct about the body when you fast. Take it from a dude like me who doesn't eat every Monday and Tuesday and noticed my dreams off the chain. Wow. That's cool. Mm-hmm. Ceaseless says, peace, Rasul. How was your day?
I was chill. Had some tea with KP and David Flores. Nice. And we came up here.
Brunch, yeah.
Nice. All right. Let's see. Go ahead.
You got more?
Oh, yeah, we do. Stranger says, everywhere at the end of time, sad album about Alzheimer's. Shout out to Richard G. Twice, Fella B. Mr. T says, Nostradamus used water in a black bowl as a mirror.
Yep. There you go.
That's the same in the story of Alchemist, Narcissus. He saw his reflection in the water and fell in love with it.
Yeah.
And drowned. Like, what a better metaphor is that?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
DH says, you mentioned earlier about seeing numbers. Tell us about geometria if you're familiar. Thanks.
Yeah, I would say letters and numbers are very similar symbols, because I think letters can define the seen and numbers can define the unseen aspects of it. It can measure things and quantify things differently than words can, or I might have that mixed up, but science uses numbers. It's more precise than just words, because I said, I could say car, and that, even though that's an equation, it's like a number, because you got the C plus A plus R equals this thing with wheels. But there's so many, that's so general that I would have to add more words to it in order to specify. And that's not as, I would say, efficient. It's not as efficient as math is. That's why science and fact and everything is always measured with, quantified with numbers. So I would say everything that can be explained with words can also be explained with numbers. It's just on a different dimension. So like a name, you can apply numbers to each letter, and then you could look at that number sequence and you could say, what is the correlation in numbers? What do each of these numbers mean? When I add it up, what does that mean? Where do these numbers line up in history? We got 60 minutes, we got 12 months, we got 7 chakras. So the number 7 across the board usually symbolizes this. The number 12 usually symbolizes this. The number 3, we see the Trinity, we see the sun and moon, we see the 3 dimensions. So we know that the number 3 is powerful because we know number 4 because of the elements. We know it has 4 corners. So all of the numbers that we use have multi-layers of meaning beyond just the fact that they're shaped like that. One of my lines is I said, masterful decoder, I discovered the letter S after grappling a cobra. Because I created the letter S after I understood the principle of the serpentine nature, which I could only do by interacting with a snake, which can put itself in the shape of an S, that serpentine, that flowing force. So that's when I created the letter S to represent the snake, the serpentine force. And like you could look at all of the letters in this way. You could apply certain shapes to it, like the C. The C is also the U, which is also the lowercase n. You got, like I said, everything. Boom, boom, boom. You're looking at the in grand number theorem. I said you see Z. I see 2 7s. I said a triangle is just a 7 in reflection. Because if you look at it, and then a Z is 2 7s flipped on top of each other. So you could find all the numbers and all the letters.
You're doing a whole battle rap scheme with the alphabet.
That's what it is.
That's it. A H is 44 because you take.
That's why I wanted to get into his etymology. It's crazy. Go ahead.
You know what I mean? It's just
4 is a what?
A H is 2 4s. You could take 2 4s and make an H. You could just line them up, blah blah beep boop boop, like a fucking like folding chairs, dude. And it's like, oh wow, why is this happening? Like, oh okay, the 1 and the 0, like 1 is a phallus, 0 is a yoni. They made 8 kids, like between them, and then everything is the repetitious aspect of it. All number, there's really only 9 numbers, and then the 0. That's it. There's only 9 numbers in the 0, and it's like, oh, okay, number system. No matter where you are on Earth, no matter what symbols you use to describe the numbers, it's still the same numbers. And it's like, oh, okay, like yeah, because you know what 2 is. Like you can take 2 pebbles and say, okay, this is 2. Like no matter what, this is 2. Like no matter what language you say it in, it's going to have some kind of direct correlation with describing these 2 things. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, okay, wow.
Nice.
Yo, we got more?
Danny says, shout out to David Flores and Little Da Vinci. Amazing work and art. Can we hear the magic microphone featuring Killah Priest at the end of the piece? Craft. Sure.
Peace, Danny Salinas. Peace, man.
Okay. And let's see. Stranger says, no neighborhood in the world made a Killah Priest, a Sean Price, and an ODB. Facts.
Oh, wow.
Hey, shout out to Brooklyn in the house. All
That's
from
true.
Could be number
Brooklyn.
1, man.
That's true.
DH says, so do you think consciousness would live on after this physical?
So this is where it gets like a little like, okay, like the concept of time, right? We can only measure it because we have these finite bodies. So is it possible, like if you go into to what dimensions are, if you have a single dimension, which is a flat plane, and you have 2 dimensions, which are 2-dimensional objects, shadow is a single dimension. So a 3-dimensional object casts a 2-dimensional shape. A shadow is 2-dimensional, but we're 3-dimensional objects. So are we shadows of a 4th-dimensional object? If we follow that line. So that would indicate that all of the versions of yourself are happening simultaneously. It's not a one after the other process. It's not like but you're able to experience that. So you're not able to, your conscious is not, maybe like going by this theory, your conscious at this moment in this incarnation is not able to experience itself in 4th dimension. But it's not because you have to die to go to experience it. Essentially, you would be your consciousness would only experience it in the 4th dimension or the 5th dimension or the 6th dimension, but it's according to that theory, it's all happening at the same time. There's no difference in the past, the present, or the future, is what I'm saying. So it's just about elevating in your incarnation. Because what is experience? You know what I mean? Like, how do we define experience? Like, we need our senses for that. We need to be able to see, smell, and that requires a body. So we will have to apply humanoid third dimension rules to other dimensions in order to even talk about what experience is.
Nice. All right, Fella B says, can you be in control of your dreams can you be controlling your dreams and can they come true?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm laughing. That's a totally different message.
Yeah, like I think you can control them to a degree, but it depends, man. I mean, there's better ways to control them. You don't have to wait until you're asleep to control your imagination, your mind, your mental state. So that's where meditation and visualization comes in. Those are under your full control, but it's still hard because the mind wanders. So it's like a crazy dog. Your mind is like a dog. You got to train it, because if you go out for a walk and you try to control it, it's going to be all over the place. So the process of visualization is obviously diet, all of that stuff comes into it. Even smoking weed can get in the way. It can heighten your all of that stuff. So a clear body means a clear mind, and then obviously setting. And then it makes it real easy for you to go in your head and control everything you see. But you have to get past that. There's levels to it. You have to understand yourself, because if you don't, you're going to be too busy thinking about your girlfriend, your kids, your job, what you got to do tomorrow. Or am I fat? Why am I sitting like this? Damn, my stomach hurts. I got to piss. All of this stuff is going to get in the way of your meditation. That's why the Buddhists, the monks have so many hardcore processes to achieve that state. They understand. They've understand. They've been here, so they're taking the vow of silence. They're willing to sacrifice, because it's like how what am I really getting out of this? If I can control my mind and my dreams here, that's better than being a sluggish human. I could just get my body to the point to where I can project in my own head to make this reality heaven in real time. So that's what they're doing through these hours of meditation. Yoga's about, redistributing your energy through your body. So they're not doing this to get in shape and look good. They're trying to achieve that state of samadhi on earth, and that comes through years and years of, a year or two of diet sometimes ain't enough. It's a lifestyle change. And you got to know that that's what you want. And then you can get to the point where your mindset, your visualization will be just as clear as reality. There'll be no distinction. But you got to detach. You can't have TVs and cell phones and be playing video games, because that's all going to burn your shit out.
Distractions. Indeed. Okay. Do we have any more? Because we're about to move on. All right, yo, listen, we're about to move on to the next subject. The next part of the craft. Yo, I would like to say this, man. I want to do a part 2 with you. You know what I mean?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah,
hell
part
I'll
2.
Be honored, man. Yes.
Yeah, this build has been great. You know what I'm saying? So this is the part of the Podcraft where we move on to the music part. And we play. Hopefully, we get Kyle Zodiac. You know what I mean? I love for him. And we get some K9 and some other cats that be on there. But no, all the new guys that come on and they play the music on here. So this is the part of the Podcraft where we listen to new and upcoming artists and artists who's been regular on here and kind of dope. You know what I mean? We sit around and we listen to the music, drink tea, and spark something, and we kind of rate it 1 to 10. You know what I'm saying? You saw the show before, or whatever.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You it's up to you to stick around. You know what I'm saying? If you don't stay on the craft, you can do it with us. And
I'm here.
All
I'm
right.
here.
So there you go.
All right, I'm gonna share a screen so you can see what we see, and then you'll also hear what we hear. All right, and then let me turn this screen cap on. Boom. Now he's back. All right. All right, let's do it. So we're going on to it right now. We got 11 submissions, yo.
Wow.
So let's just get through these, give our response, and then move on to the next. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because there's
I
11
have a
though.
nice, drawn out, long response. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. It's going to take a couple of minutes.
Oh my gosh. Let's go. All right, here we go. So the first one is by Sun Ra. And this track is called Flamgen.
I love the beat
Kind of
already.
like that, yeah.
Beat is crazy. That's my, shout out to Ceaseless once again. Voltage can't wait to build, fam. Shout out to Voltage. He in the building? Right, right.
All right. There you go. We get all kinds of beats up in here.
Hold on. That beat was completely fire.
Yep.
That was.
Was he aware that he was making perfect hip hop beats?
Yo, get the information. We gotta sit that to the side, bro.
Man.
He's like a machineless Dilla.
Yeah, exactly. That's me and Kambata.
You already said shout out to Ceaseless, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely liked it. Kind of remind me of Jazzmatazz. I kind of liked it. Yeah, definitely liked it.
Yeah, it was fire.
I kind of came in on the end. It kind of, I liked it. It had the jazzy feel to it, but like a different kind of edge to it.
Fire.
All right, let's go. Moving on. Next up, we've got
Save his name.
we've got John Dees. John Dees from Seattle. This song is called Sun Savior.
Huh?
John D's on the track.
I know you about this. Oh, beats coming through now. Bring these producers out. You Kambata? You bringing the producers out to the fourth. Hey. Another fire. Oh man.
I like the kick and the bass.
So that tempo is money too. That tempo is money in the pocket. You can do what you want. Nice and dark. It's like got that demonic Shaolin samurai feel to it.
Ready to go viral. Whenever you're ready, Kambata. I know you
I think
know
it's got some delay, so if I rap, it's gonna delay.
Yeah, gotcha.
That's actually true.
Yeah, I would.
I
already know there's delay, so I'm looking at my voice right now. There's probably like 3 seconds.
Yeah.
All right.
That was dope.
Fire.
John Dees from Seattle, Sun Savior. Very cool.
John Dees from Seattle.
That's a good name too, John D. We were just talking about magic.
That was fire.
Like
I
Aleister
like that.
Crowley's. I looked up to that guy. You know what I mean? He's like the original magic guy.
Oh wow.
Yeah. He's the he was. Oh, you saying Aleister Crowley? Like the
Aleister Crowley.
Yeah, Crowley.
Is of recent time, but John Dee was one of the original magic practitioner, occultist magic practitioner.
Okay.
So yeah, that's right in line. You know what I mean? Like, that beat was fire too. Great tempo.
Right.
Overall ominous.
They put 50 on it for you. Bring it back for him. Bring it back for him.
Oh no, man, do another one, yo.
Yo, Ceaseless don't put it. Ceaseless don't put it on there, so he got it.
We do have quite a few beats to go through.
I don't want to do that.
Let's make sure he likes the beat.
Yeah, I got. Not saying I didn't like that beat.
Yeah.
You know,
you gotta hear your options first. I feel you. Okay, this next one's by
majority of the craft said he should have did it on that one, but
we can go back.
I'm just listening, man.
We can go back.
Just listen, you know. I mean,
it's the craft, not me.
I know. They put the you put the $50 up there. I guess I gotta do it now.
Don't forget, we got 9 more to go through here. 9 more. Here
Damn, bring them back. Let them get it. Let them get off.
I mean, let me see what they got. Okay. You know, it might be something else in there.
This next one is by DJ Aurora Borealis, produced by Voltage Controller, Kush Camouflage.
Aurora Borealis.
The Wizard, Gandalf, Professor Xavier, telepathic communication, all the animal, microphone check, 1, 2.
Somebody said I
want
want
do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, e, mi, mana, mo. These MCs are those are dear female, dear my neck, luma, naughty like a prayer dropper, golden sun, which one poses as my foe, which one a threat, all of the I chase them down like Pontius Pilate did that child of Bethlehem, except nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, about to fall off the edge of the earth without a spacesuit on, till you do fireball, it's the omnipotent, omnipresent, the earthquake, then crack when I got killed, accumulate shed tears, my enemies run the fit, to remain, I'ma start my own religion, spawn tingling, better than rough sex, the sympathetic nervous system, rush like Dale Earnhardt, see yours race car, then crash, my keynote smash glass, all over the Vita stage, travel through your right atrium, right ventricle, pulmonary valves, left atrium, left ventricle, then pump through your whole vehicle as the drug is. I've been around since ancient days, scriptures, explain passages on my ways, songs, proverbs, I sit on my throne like King David.
All right. DJ Aurora Borealis, Kush Camouflage. I see what you're going for with the psychedelic effect, brother. There's a lot of echo going on, though. The echo is kind of interfering from hearing, what you're saying and everything. I would lower that echo a little bit, bring up the beat a little bit more. I see what you're trying to do, but it's all in the mix.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I got to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think, first of all, his lyrics were insane. Like, the guy is an extremely talented lyricist.
That's big, Aurora.
Yeah, and I love what he did with the do re feet, like do re mi la la sa do do, and he said do is a female reindeer. Like he was connecting some wild bars in there, and he's obviously a student of the game. I don't know how long he's been rapping. I would say my one piece of advice would be one thing that I heard is like it's possible you recorded that in your home. Maybe you weren't trying to be too loud, but I would say project yourself, get that wind, because it sounded like you were trying to be quiet, like you didn't want to wake anybody up. But those lyrics, you got to wake everybody up. And like you said, just the clarity of the mix, just through time though. Once that, like somebody that's naturally that raw though, once he gets the delivery, the projection up, and his, he could just go into a studio and get some more pristine sounding quality. He's in there, man. He's, he sounds like a vet. His lyrics are crazy. I hear him.
Agree. Go ahead. You go first. I'll do it last.
I definitely like the lyrics. Definitely like the beats. Yeah, I thought the beat was dope. Voltage killed it, so I liked it.
Yeah, I like it too. It seemed like him rapping over the Voltage beats, it brings his voice out a little bit more. Not to say that I don't like the stuff that he produces for himself. You know what I'm saying? But when he gets on another beat, you know, it just sounds a little bit more better when somebody's mixing it. But just like Kambata was saying, I mean, I'm like a fan of Aurora Borealis right now. I like his name, and I just kind of like what he's doing. He's in a class of his own, and I like that. The original style.
All right.
Yeah, I like, I agree with everything Kambata said. Yo, Aurora, keep going. Keep going. That's his style, though, Kambata. That's it. It stays right there. He reminds me of a RZA mixed with a, sometimes RZA mixed with a little Prodigy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But it's dark like that. Right. And all it is the production place where he records or whatever, and he's in there. That's what it is. That's what it is. Yeah.
All right, next is Bragadino. This track is called Dragon. Let's go.
Copyist.
Oh, Bragadino.
Copyist. The conformer will not be a creator, and without creative expression, man will not grow, nor will he release himself. Defense is not creativity.
Amenhotep wore gold from top to toe, till the sea people came through and robbed the gold. Egyptians' wealth poured in the faith of the afterlife. You can't take your money with you, roll money in a tomb. Who built the pyramids? Alien or man? The wind built the pyramids like nature builds the dams. Typhoons and cyclones with giant dino bones. Put them together, got a dragon. Let your mom and she's at home. Caesar's throne is where I sit. Not a robot or a clone. I'm a winged lizard crawling up the wall in your home. I was here before they turned the giant gods into stone. Disappeared and carved all of man's laws into stones. Cause I Jones, not money, God's the cause of my poem. Turn killer priest off, wipe my eyes from the songs. Lines of Osiris, knowledge lies in the songs. Excitement multiplies, you feel it in your spine and your bones. Die from the night to the moon and back alive in the dawn. Rise in the sun and run and exercise till I'm bronze. Halo on my head, like a pharaoh that ain't dead, his soul survive. Sun headdress shine, rays on his head. While drama spreads, everybody fears the apocalypse with dread. Blaze ganja with rosters with dreads and be an optimist instead. Till Tiamat and Nibiru collides against surprise. I open up my eyes when my avatar dies again. An Andromedan who originates from Sirius and Orion. Africans are aliens, posing as Somalians with money fucking smiling while they're hungry and they're dying. I am humming while I'm lying down, and those tried to drown me, but luckily Inky warned me. Then I crawled up out the ground, seen them at millions that were here and realized they wouldn't work. Calcified their glands, cause if they weren't dumbed down, they wouldn't work. The third eyes are fried, the jerks multiply up on the earth. I'm the flies on the earth, like flies up on the earth. Grazing UFOs, the ether, like owls, the eyes are purse. Earth caused so much pollution, the whole sky about to burst. But the key is you go where your consciousness deserves. Multi-parallel, gotta become your highest first. In the sun, the sky emerge. I'm like Goliath when I surge, except I'm David and Goliath. I'm a reptile and a bird. I'm the prophet Raphael, wrote the Bible with my words. The subconscious mind is the past or the future. Living the now is one backwards. Don't do that, you are a loser. The future is the right brain, the past is the left. Mundane linear time is the pathway to death. The stairway to steps is the and the breath. That's the fire and the air, that's still the water and the earth. The evolving universe is a mama giving birth. Natural, while all dogmas they were caught up in a curse.
Everything that is done to bolster up the personality, but has no meaning within the individual, is a total loss of time and energy.
Nice job, Bragadino. That was dope. Good mix. Solid. Sounded great. Great track. Yeah. That was dope. What else can I say? Oh, the video was done by Dario Thompson. I had to say that. Great. That was dope. I got nothing else to say.
Yeah, that was great. I loved it.
Great submission.
Yeah, he blacked out like lyrically.
Yeah.
His rhyme schemes, the way his I see how his wheels are turning when he's rhyming his rhyme. Like he's got a real abstract, crazy style, but
you could tell he's comfortable in it, like his delivery. Like there was just some things he would say where he'd almost like stress it out. The consciousness goes where you deserve.
He's
like I love it. He's got that.
He's a Cancer.
Yeah, oh, I could tell. Yeah.
He's holding on to a lot of information in there, and I mean, he's the whole. He was tapping into the Taoism, the before, the after, everything in between, man. Yeah, he definitely blacked out, man. That was impressive for sure. Great job, bro. Like, yeah, you sound like you already a vet though, man. You know, the quality was pristine too.
He's definitely what you think?
Yeah, I like the video. I like the beats. The lyrics definitely stood out for me. I like the lyrics. The lyrics was really good. Yeah, so I really liked it.
He's definitely one of the elites from here, man. Word, Bragadino, man. Once again, man, you always come through with some crazy stuff, yo.
So far, both of the dudes have
and
been
Voltage in the building.
masterminds. I mean,
yeah,
even the Roy kid is a lyrical genius. Both of these guys they get it.
Right.
Both of these guys get it. You know, he's both of them, man. Definitely.
Right.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. All right, moving on. Next one is by
this guy's another.
This brother.
This one is
I forget.
Odamai.
It's Voltage guy
from Florida.
Never heard of him.
This track is called Daughter of Zion.
He's dope.
I remember the time when I was suddenly calling it line, but I would never know how to define a rhyme or reason. Only the sign of season. I'm surprised you kinda need me. Life is like the price of breathing, kinda pleasing like a slice of pie. Twice as easy living the life we dream, or we just fight the feeling like a demon trying to get up to the light because the ice is freezing. Wipe the bleeding, try to find a might despite the sight to see, and I agree it might just take some time. I'm defeated in the line of fire, trying to climb the ceiling. Is there a way to get up out of here? I wish that you would free me freely. Don't wanna seem so needy. Geez, you give me the heebie-jeebies, easy peasy. Don't gotta be so clingy. Ring-a-ling-a-ling. Don't pick up the phone. Don't present a call. You acting like you fiending. Please just leave me alone. I know what you want. You thinking that I'm cheating, even when I'm with my people eating. You be reading deeper into things, like I'm in the streets, fucking with different freaks. Instantly, all of the mystery become a deficiency, resenting everything you meant to me because of dependency. It's like a dollar in his infancy, begging for sympathy. Now give me a minute up in it up and get rid of these. Too much imagination, masqueraded, mad, infatuated, proud to say you was amalgamated, down to copulated. Now you hating the algorithms, what just out the data. Had a lot of doubts about the player, so you aggravate them before we could be like Lazarus, looking all vaccinated. Sometimes you gotta lacerate them like you found a razor. The crazy part about the shit is that I laminated your infatuations in my soul. Now we in lamentations, like the days Jerusalem truth was dilapidated.
Damn.
Wow.
That takes skill to go all the way through.
Finish it for him. What?
Yeah, I know. That's what he should have said. What? Right after that. Who won it? No, not like what you know.
No, because like normally, if you're gonna record a verse like that, normally you gotta punch in. Right. He didn't have to punch in. He just went all the way through like that. Through. I do want to hear a track with that mixed already. I want to hear him record that.
No, you hear that.
But he did that in one take.
That's the way he did it. It was like, this is what you're going to hear. This is what you're going to get. And that's what it is. That's my thing.
It was raw.
You get 1,000 mics for that. Like 1,000 mics and a gold microphone plaque.
That was master level.
I would say as a rapper, as far as like the verbal skill, vocal ability, he's about as good as it gets. Yeah. The flow was perfect. The vocal control, the projection and vocal tone only comes with recording a lot and a lot of experience. And I mean, the flow, he was all over that beat. To me, he was the summation of the 7-minute freestyle with Big L and Jay-Z.
Oh, yeah.
You know, where Jay-Z was doing that, and I can almost tell that he must have loved that. You know what I mean? Because the way that he was, the slip of the tongue, he was using the older form of it. But I mean, the rhythm, the cadence, everything, perfect, absolutely perfect. That's something he could do that on, like, you know how you'll see like certain people, you could put them on like Jay Leno or like the Conan O'Brien show. You know what I mean? Like, you could take that around the world, man. That was impressive.
Yeah, he's starting right here at the Killah Priest podcast.
Wow. Shout outs, man. He's incredible.
Nice.
All he was missing was dropping the mic. He finished that.
Yeah, he could have just.
All right. This next one here is by Secret Society. It's called Alive, featuring Kambata.
Oh, okay.
Hey.
Produced.
Yo, shout out, man. Shout out.
Produced by Illuminate Beats. Here we go. It's
Automatic.
I think I heard this.
Oh my God, God's tool, throw wrench, missed. Instead, hit head, have dead screws, loose, obsessed, lost in. Instrumental, haunted, going bonkers for all the marbles. Walls closing in, filling, blood boiling, skin crawling, lost soul. Crowley, hypnotic, hypnotism, peripheral vision, intuition, plot, twisted truth, hidden like a lunatic. Escaped asylum, I am violent. No use for you to try and fight it. I am smiling throughout the pain and violence, feeling dumb, numb, such a conundrum. Confusion, illusion, pain, pattern of abuse and no solution and no gain. Lead to erosion, corruption, and it's plain to see I'm losing all motherfucking sanity. Shit. Chuck. Oh my God.
God damn. Okay. What? God.
Schizophrenic, it's genetic. Twisted headed, living dreaded. Liquid method, cigarette tip. Overdosing, die before they get the medics. Deaded, hard colder than a prison breakfast. Hellish, in the fire like its apprentice. Entrance, they deny me, I go in the exit. Death wish, suicidal, call me Trippy Hendrix. Yes, bitch. To kill a god is called diocide. Every time I wake up and I'm alive, I'm surprised. I'm described as a silent yet violent guy. I can swallow apple seeds and piss cyanide. I am I. Who are you? We are we. I'll remind you why. By literally rewinding time. Diatribe from a dying tribe. I can look inside a pilot's eye while he's flying by.
I love that. That's my shit right there.
All right.
Okay.
Look at that.
Yeah. Shout out my homie, man, Charles, bro.
I can eat apple seeds and piss cyanide.
He killed that. He killed that, man.
Shout out to the homie, bro, for sure, man.
Yeah. Yo, that was tight, man.
Yo,
I love it.
That was dope.
Voltage
Yeah, that dude Charles, man, is awesome, bro. Man, he's a huge supporter, man. I met him, came to the show. He actually presented me with a book. Like, that dude is awesome, bro. Like, yeah, shout out to him, bro. He looks out, bro. He's looked out for me. Yeah, I mean, he's cool, bro.
What you say, AD?
That was dope.
All around.
Yeah, I love
Definitely
it.
dope.
I love it. The beat was fire too.
Mm-hmm.
The beat was fire,
Right.
and I like how you guys complimented each other on that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That's what made it dope.
The first one sounded like he was dope, man. He sounded like Aurora a little bit.
Yeah,
That was
yeah,
dope.
yeah.
He got the same like voice, like almost.
All right.
Right.
Let's go. This next one is by Coach Build Parcels. It's called Mental Health, featuring Chuck Daly.
Coach.
I know.
Oh, the beats are coming in
Shit ain't been
now.
right since I got my lessons. Everything weird, man. Everything weird. Hey yo, I'm a 7 by design. It's all in the mind. I'm staring in the mirror at divine. Demons all in my grind. I pray all the time. This my last lick. I promise yo I'm trying. Chef was feeding me some swine. This chicken provey line. The bread on the table got me crying. Shit, I'm hungry like I'm dying. The pressure keep applying. If I take another loss, somebody dying. What I learned from the rock, it's been drilled. Gotta pay attention to the clock, it's been real. Gone in 60 seconds from the spot, I'm too ill. You niggas from upstate like the guy, but no bill. Destroying all the Nasanori in the trunk. Wayne with the blues, Brad Pitt with the funk. They told me take a pinch, but I left with a chunk. Look them in the eyes, I ain't never been a punk. This wood on my grip, wood trim on the dash. Blood in your eye, overhead for the cash. Niggas talk fly, just tripping for the stamps. Acting like a bitch, running around with some cramps. Acting like a hoe for a little bit of dough. Shit, you never really know what he did for a show. Real bars matter, but the fake gotta go. You hustle so you know, profit margins gotta show. Grab a couple bags, put them out, let them know. You working with the raw, then that shit gotta blow. They heard about Kaiser, only seen verbal. This oyster perpetual, ain't here to hurt you or murder you. I got a righteous voice inside of me. It reminded me that I gotta do the knowledge. Please watch the snake shooting 3. Do the 1s, 2s, and 3s. No double ups. I got the righteous voice inside of me. It reminded me that I gotta do the knowledge. Please watch the snake shooting 3. Do the 1s, 2s, and 3s. No double ups, triple me.
Jersey nigga up and down. I was so high that I thought the weed was a man. Settle down, do the knowledge be, burn equality properly. X, Y's, and Z's, solid sonically. On my Q's and P's, trying to cop a couple properties. Walk in my shoes, nigga, please. Couldn't put your toes in the socks, my G. Mine stayed on Socrates. If you gon' try and judge, then at least do it properly. Blue collar hip hop to the top, what it gotta be. Niggas either walk in the circles or go to jail. Who you know that won Monopoly? God or the judge is the only ones that stopping me. Wait and watch what's the store. I change out the stock with these plumbing shit. Guarantee you catch the flow, cause I pitch it properly. Shocking all, better bind to it like a shopping spree. She can get me lit, but I ain't never been a dot, my G. Always on call, the phone ring, another stop for me. It's a tall order for a short stay. That's cold it's a lot on me. Time ain't ample, trying to set the example like an I ain't gotta lie. I forget, but the bug be reminding me. Waiting ain't an option. It's always the time to be focused. It's the time to seize the essence what they stole. And I'm back for the lock and key. Dora Explorer. Backpacking with the Nazi cheese. Kinda off, but my mental health mean a lot to me.
It reminded me that
that is Coach Bill Parcells, Mental Health, featuring Chuck Daly. That was cool.
Yeah,
it was hot.
Like that.
I like it.
That was slapping, bro. That joint was fire. That was they in the right pocket right now, especially with what they doing and the Griselda, the new wave. We're on the future boom bap wave right now, and that right there, that's right in that zone. God Fahim, Rome Streets. Shout out to Mock Homie, like that's Crime Apple, 38 Special, RJ Payne, Stove God Cooks. Like you right in there, man. There's a whole world of people that need that on their playlist. And that joint right there, I'll definitely be on the lookout, man. All these songs, all these artists are insane, bro. That was fire. Very talented.
Let's keep it going. This next one's the DJ from Guam featuring Killer Priest, Love Shots.
Once again.
Foreign country where the monks be. In the trees with the monkeys. Egyptians hold the Ankh keys.
Shout out to Guam. Shout out to Guam.
The snake venom, great emblem. Above a lake with naked women. Go through your heart with the stake, cause you shake feminine. Stop trembling. Entering the tea ceremony. Prayer beads I wear is holy. I speak ghostly. Witchery mostly. Hickory and smoky. Sticky as foamy. The coven, you moaning. The moon swollen. The wolves howl. Hooves pound. Hell hears the hounds. And the doctors of your mind, your brain stolen. Disciples of Armageddon. Angel Michael with armor shredded. The war is law. East by your door. The chief speaks of the Moors. Eyes watch. One flinch. Reach for your swords. Who's keeping score? You die. You weeping more. Teeth on the floor. This is savage madness. Practice. The world is backwards.
Yeah.
Duck, duck. These are love shots.
Love shots.
Love shots. Book of Revelation. I take the head of Satan like Jason. Hold it in front of the nation. Wings open up like a raven. Unseen like the Masons.
All right. Presets to hear the rest of that. Go on to YouTube. Look up the DJ from Guam featuring Killer Priest.
Shout out, yo, he's a dope producer also. We went out there, we saw Killer Wells and everything. Another dope producer, DJ Guam, yo. I know they watching this over. That dude with love shots. We gotta go through, we got 11 joints. We already heard this.
Yo, I gotta say this though, Killah, man. You have such a unique pen. I would say, like, if I had to pick any human to like write like the narration of my story, like if I made like a Braveheart like movie, like man. You would be you have a biblical pen. Like you're the way that you describe things is like you just put it out there. It's like you're doing this. But you're describing things in completion. It's like every thought is its own. I love it.
Yeah, Priest don't write lyrics. He writes scriptures.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, definitely. He's got a priestly pen for sure.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, my brethren. More tea for you, man. More tea.
You should be called Tahuti, the god of writing. Really.
For sure.
At the end of the day. Not to be like, I'm not no disrespect to Tahuti, but I'm just saying, like, I'm surprised you ain't never picked that name. He's the god of wisdom in writing.
Thank you, Sue.
I agree with that.
Ceaseless once again. Shout out to Shout out to Tahuti too.
What? I didn't embarrass it. All right. I feel like I'm always doing something.
Shout out to Tahuti.
You know, I wasn't no malice towards Tahuti. You know, because Tahuti, dog, he's the god of wisdom in writing.
Right, indeed.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
he wrote and jotted down everything with the quill.
No doubt.
You the master of the quill.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. I'll take that as honor.
Yeah,
Honor, man. I'll take that one.
That, you know, if you wanted to define the words and you
I want to say, shout out to
I was playing.
Should have picked your name too. All right. Shout out to Tahuti though, man. Word. All right,
moving on.
Tahuti's a great mind.
This next submission is by the Mark of Buddha. Amal J and the Mark of Buddha is called Down with the System, featuring Ra L.
Where you said it though.
It's the Mark of Buddha.
Let the games begin. I'm activated from the rage within. I'm stimulated when I bait my pen. Irritated by my fake ass friends. Participated every stage of sin. Levitated to a state of zen. Agitated by the space I'm in. Contemplated bringing life to an end. Concentrated not to ruin again.
It's Rael?
No, it's
concentrated not to ruin again.
Hey yo, I'm mindlessly concocting masterpieces. Your pastors preaching Jesus while imposters clapping teachers. So we rocking ninja socks and sneakers. Scalping false prophets in the dark mass in the mystic ethers. False charities, no church, yet we so prestigious. While low life niggas remaining bottom feeders. The so-called elites, I shall fight them. Damage them eternally like ad infinitum. Return of the gods, I rap or snipe them. Hit them in their dome piece, put the chrome to their brain, watch them hit their knees. No mercy for these fools, they just stole our home please. We taking it back, all eating no wrong grease. 1, 2, 3, hit them in their dome piece, put the chrome to their brain, watch them hit their knees. No mercy for these fools, they just stole our home please. We taking it back, all eating no wrong grease.
From inside, I manipulate the space between time, you know why? Was born with greatness, patiently waiting for my shine. I came from the sky, but I came with supplies that'll change your pain into fire. You see this octopus higher, perceive my cosmic empire. King Cosmic the prophet, I got the keys like a locksmith. Illuminati in this pop, and increase your vibe when you rock. But it's sublime with the mob that will feed your mind, no esophagus, lead the blind through apocalypse. I shine through the dark of the sky, or marks me the hawk with the eye. Just be cautious when you target this guy. Marksman, just be cautious when you target him.
1, 2, 3, hit them in their dome piece, put the chrome to their brain, watch them hit their knees. No mercy for these fools, they stole our home please. We taking it back, all eating no wrong grease. 1, 2, 3, hit them in their dome piece, put the chrome to their brain, watch them hit their knees. No mercy mercy for these fools. They stole our home, please. We taking it back, all eating no wrong grease.
Oh man,
that was hot.
Fire.
Yep.
I like that. I like that. There's nothing else to say.
I like it.
That was dope.
I like both
Yeah,
of the
it was
rhymes.
dope.
Yeah, it was dope.
Yeah, they definitely multi syllables. They put their pen to the paper. The rhyme schemes was crazy. The second dude's voice was crazy. Very gave me those Wu-Tang, like if ODB rapped like Rick or something.
Right.
It was he had that tone to him. It was definitely dope, man. I think there was 3 different MCs on there.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
That was dope.
Yes. Shout out to Rael, man. I got a chance to talk to him with Mark Buddha. I did not know he spit like that. He told me, Mark Buddha put me up on him. He said, yo, he's a spitter. So that last verse, he did come through. He lived up to the hype. Shout out to Rael. He's also working on an NFT also. Me and Mark Buddha.
All right, so this next one is a beat that Rasul could rap on.
Oh, that's why he went to the bathroom? Oh, there you go.
I wanted to wait.
Here we go.
You know what I'm saying? Make sure he likes it. This is the last beat submission right here before we go on to Ka.
I had to use the Johnson.
Yeah. So check this out. If you like it, you know what to do.
Oh, there's
Voltage,
shout out to Voltage
Controller, aka Ghetto Gandalf from Los Angeles. This track is called 1 Volt. It's a beat. Let's go.
Voltage Controller. Ghetto Gandalf. The wizard.
Yo. Okay, here we go. Yo. Rasulullah is the chief of the phantom leaf. My man Kambata is the chief of the ayahuasca leaf. We travel beyond the omniverse into the metaverse. I disperse, whack MCs. You don't battle me, yet battle my avatar. Beyond the stars, I spit mesmerizing bars. As I begin to do ascend, bend light as I begin to transcend. The sound waves hit ya, your body starts to bend like the bot in the car. You feel the voice of Amun-Ra. The sacred word is unheard. I pervert, I decapitate MCs that's unheard. It's the Podcraft, you smell the wrath. Kambata, he holds the wrath that we swell throughout the cosmos on the solar boat. I hope you can cope as you take this dope. We can hallucinate like DMT. It's the MC Rasulullah, straight from the center of the. Oh man, I got you. Yeah. You got me? Yeah. It's 1 vote. It's 1 hope. You take the dope. The microphones I begin to provoke. Invoke all kinds of spirits. An incarnation of the spirit of Heru. I can see through you. Your bone marrow is plexiglass. You feel the aftermath. As we look through the mist, we begin to spin. My words are like hieroglyphics. You can't comprehend it. As I begin to spit the mathematics, it's simultaneous to supreme mathematics. Most can't comprehend it because I dwelled in 95 in hell with Illadel. You can feel the swell. As I begin to inhale, the elevation penetrates the well. I drank from the wells of Zamza. Can you hear the rhythm from my grandmother? She's with the ancestors. As I begin to, oh man, you know, yeah, you feel. Oh, bring it back. Okay, you like that? All right.
It's on the night, yo.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. My fault, man.
That was dope.
I've been drinking that damn tea. Have me going to the bathroom.
Damn.
You flipped it, man.
Huh?
Like, you're off the dome, man. You're crazy, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you went into it.
Yeah.
Not bad, Rasul. Not bad.
I mean, I'm just spitting off the top of the head.
It was nice.
You went in. I think the pressure makes you.
The pressure makes me go in. Okay, I like that.
Yeah, you guys are very fluid. You turn the corner before you hit the wall.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
you understand the art, man. And that's one thing I used to have to learn. Like, okay, like eventually you're gonna run out of words to rhyme with light. So you could just throw something else out there. I could say cereal box, and now I got box to rhyme. But you're able to turn the corner quick. Like you'll throw a thought out there and switch it after the second bar, and it comes out sounding crazy.
I learned that from watching Malik B and Black Thought. I watched them freestyle when I was little, and shout out to Chief Kamachi too. You know what I mean? Because I used to, I'd be around them, and we had to learn how to freestyle. That's how I'm able to kind of, make weird things rhyme.
That's the true line. That's the true test, man. That's like, all right, how direct is your line, and how fast can you get it out? Because you only got a millisecond to think, but you're bending time, because by the time the rhyme is coming out of your mouth, you're already trying to plan what's the next thing you're gonna say. And it's a beautiful art, and that's the crux of my style. Is I always start with a freestyle my whole night. Sometimes I'll do a write session and end up freestyling the whole night. You know what I mean? It's like, damn.
Yeah.
That's how you find the genius points.
Yeah. You ever hear our group before, The Lost Children of Babylon?
Yes. Wow. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, man. I wasn't realizing who I was in the presence from. Excuse me, man.
Oh no, it's all right. It's all right.
Hey,
it's your show, brother.
And to be current, you was talking about everything that was happening.
Oh,
I
tried to.
That's what was dope. You know what I mean?
I was kind of thinking up words
DMT
as we got to the next time I rap.
Kambata.
I tried to
now
throw
you was
it in
on
there.
point. Kambata, DMT.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Podcraft, everything that was current we was talking about. So that was dope.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Able to bend time and slow down time. All right, this is about to be a treat right now.
All right, the last one, grand finale, none other than Ka Zodiac.
Oh, this is going to be a treat. This is the last one?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right, this is going to be a treat for you, Kambata.
Here we go. Get ready for this one.
You will know a great piece of music because it's irresistible.
You're talking about manipulating people, basically.
Absolutely. It has the ability to reach into the human consciousness, whether you want it to or not, and grab you. It's that powerful.
Yeah. Hey, yo. I ain't a rapper that just talk about guns. I ain't the type to walk around dumb or lost in the slum. Village is more like a villain. Me, I'm more like the one, but I don't even break a sweat when I walk in the sun. You're like Neo, waking on Morpheus to come. Saw the message on the phone, read, follow the Black Panther. From unknown, no one's home frozen. You got an answer, said, who is this? You know who this is. You got a camera, keep it on and follow closely. Told him about Sandra Bland, how they kidnapped the actor and the slammer. Black and outspoken like a gamma 5 gamma ray. They investigate themselves, but justice isn't playing this way. Trying to figure out like how you even get the death penalty before the judge even cracked his hammer. A million witnesses, a million victims live. It must be business cause the country isn't ran this way. Mike Brown, they say, what if he had man as well? What if we all had our pants up, our hands up, and did for self-produced wealth? Give all your food stamps so morally I don't even sit, but want us to stand up. Better yet, what if you didn't exist? Not a siren, without you here, it would be bliss. It's ludicrous to dig in the crates and place your own records there. To take our medicines and give us Medicare. You tied our shoes together, this race ain't never fair. Translate the hieroglyphs and place your own message there. Change the prime meridian to Greenwich. From Egypt, the Greens flipped the sea ships, knowing we couldn't measure their disease sick. Viruses get spread in the air. Yo, who reads lips in foreign tongues impressed by their prayers? They can't explain the contradiction that reflects in their stares. As I walk through these millionaires, bringing to wear. Who knows I'm worth more of a millionaire that's never scared, yeah. Who's that debonair lyrical Fred Astaire? Ka Zodiac, rapper unique, forever rare. These are these thoughts you can't compare. my thoughts, they couldn't chance it like a Persian silhouette. The moving portrait of a dancer, the hidden force in my tantra. I'm walking by the ocean, put a damper on that cancer. My flow was tight, glam, I chose the right gram, but the spell cast, the whole crowd rose. Like Amber, I seen babies drop more jewels inside their pampers. Quit dissing rappers, time to start talking to their handlers. CVS is a trap house. Walgreens, that's a trap house. Security, you're on lookout. Cashiers, all the runners and customers bring crack out. Prescription junkies give all their money, they cards maxed out. Perhaps doubt clouded your vision. My extra eye says you can barely deny the way to use the crust of the yo. American pie to bury the sky. Earn my wings back, I'm ready to fly. My flow quench the beach thirst if the melody's dry. You should be clapping at the captain instead of dealing with the soldiers. Why you trying to fight the beast instead of dealing with its owner? Slightly losing our composure. How the truth is I expose your school's useless. Like incense with no aroma. Roll mills with no diploma. Hope bills, I'm to my quota. Feeling how I'm supposed to. My life is supreme. The other night I swear I saw Sean Price in a dream. Said you nice
I like
today,
that.
you almost gotta die to be seen. Zombies recognize zombies. You're alive amongst machines. Everybody gets brainwashed and your mind isn't clean. Nowadays you got straight niggas trying to lean. On the low they eyeing you, you think they eyeing your queen. Following pop heroes who rap so bad, they ain't even got the skills to be placed in my top 0. A lost hero, Asiatic dark miracle. Smashing these bar syllables, master the star symbols. Written in God sigils and glistening large crystals, it's official. The industry's dead, will never miss you. Untraditional message for you to listen to. Uranus and Taurus, financial collapse. While you crying that your dough's gone, I'll be with the dough gone. Splitting protons using galactic artifacts. I was told an inaccurate map is a handicap. My matic is hard to crack, ain't come with a fancy yap. I'm a traveling man, resting whose bags is hard to pack. We all run our own race, our paths just overlapped for a moment. How we started best friends, became opponents, and back again. These are the thoughts I sit alone with.
And hold in your heart love and gratitude for being alive at this time of history, because 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 50 years from now, our children and our grandchildren
I could even see
remember that our parents
going into a situation of war where people are actually firing guns at one another. And playing the right kind of music will change your mind,
Damn. How you like that?
I mean, he kills it every time.
Yeah, he does.
That's why I gotta put him last, because I know he's gonna come with some amazing stuff like that.
Jeez. Can't we, what the hell we gonna say to that? 1,000 mics.
Yeah, 1,000 mics,
man.
What'd you think?
That was a masterpiece right there, man.
Right?
Nothing more need to be said.
Yeah.
If a rapper gets one of those in his life, he's lucky.
Yeah.
So you can tell he's a vet. He's been doing this all his life, and he's anointed, man. He's elite, man. That was amazing, man. Shout out to Kai Zodiac.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like I said, every time he put his, you want to say something?
No.
Man, every time he's in front of the mic, every time we do something, it's something special. It's like a special event. It's like a holiday. It's like as soon as it's like, oh man, this is a breath of fresh air, man. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to say something else, like fresh breath, carbon dioxide. It's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. You know what I mean? It's just beautiful. Word.
Nice.
Kai Zodiac, truly a gem. Definitely a gem. Yeah.
Hey, he got some tracks with Priest coming up too.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to that. That's crazy.
It's a good collaboration right there.
Yeah, definitely. We gotta we're gonna put that out soon. Word.
And for those at home, if you guys are interested in submitting tracks for the
mind.
next episode, which is what day is today? Monday. So next episode's on Wednesday. If you want to submit to that, go to killerpriest.tv/song promo. Links in the description. All the info is there on how you can submit. Just fill out the form and follow the instructions. All right. This concludes the song promo segment.
Oh man, brother, Kambata.
Yeah, that was an honor, man. I thank you guys for that. It's very rare I get to hear some new rap, man. About 98% of my musical ingestion is soul music, 70s music, neo soul. So rap is like, that's like dessert on the weekends, That was definitely a treat.
Yeah.
Hearing that, you brought up some of my favorites, Stevie Wonder and all that. Man, but you being here, man, has been a treat. It's been like incredible. We're gonna do a part 2 to this.
Oh yeah.
And then we got something magical that we're gonna work on. And all around the board, man, it's just been golden. You know what I'm saying? Your knowledge on just the psychedelics and just life itself in general was great for the craft.
Yo, we got a last-minute submission from K9.
Hey, we got one more. One more. K9, this is gonna be even beautiful, yo.
Yeah, we got another one here. Last-minute submission. Here we go.
This song right here, another one for you.
K9 and Dynamite Diggs, Paper Money. Track is called Aerial.
Yo. The lead stepping out.
Look, VVS is in the chains and the crosses. Hold up, wait. We need a second to separate the lanes from the bosses. The changes in the clauses. Feeling like Bill Clinton getting brain in the office. Presidential Rolleon, mob shit, Coleon. This thing of ours. I'm in and out the kitchen, whipping, skipping showers. For weeks in the same clothes. Every other city we go, we see the same hoes. She in my session, she texting the man. Hashtag getting to the bag when I flex on the gram. Can't be a stand-up guy if you step on the stand. God body, see an extra set of footprints in the sand. Inject from the lamb, a Tuskegee airman. Iller than COVID-19 South American variant. Niggas throwing jabs, I even slip it a period. Aiming for the crown, shooting down whoever wearing it.
Yeah, I'm talking top notch. Popping like you ate a fist of pop rocks. Gutter like a motherfucking chop shop. Knock, knock. We them niggas coming for that top spot. Moment of silence, we gon' air you. Moment of silence, we gon' air you. Moment of silence, we gon' air you. Bow down to the Imperial. Yeah. Diligent, moving militant like I'm Malcolm. In comes the haters and traitors when income becomes the outcome. This powder, not talking talcum. I'm flyer than any falcon. I'm vouching for any nigga that's working and never slouching. Straight up. Dropping gems, but got my weight up. Heavy influence, it's time to set the tone like when you hang up. I'm such a nuisance influential when you hear me spew it. Knowledge is key, but don't confuse it when I'm going stupid. I unlocked another level, maybe even several. The words I spit up sound like heaven when you let them settle. They saying let up off the gas and I ain't pressed the pedal. God's head, every fear I had to learn to shut them. Reading and weep, cashing out don't need a receipt. Cause when you got it and you don't talk it, cause you know that it's cheap. Smoke the track so if a title's needed, know that it's cheap. Voices stink so when I shit on it, you know that it's me. Yeah, I'm talking top notch. Popping like you ate a fist of pop rocks. Gutter like a motherfucking chop shop. Knock, knock. We them niggas coming for that top spot. Moment of silence, we gon' air you.
Hey, K9, Dynamite Diggs, Paper Money, Aerial.
And just like that, 2-minute warning.
Oh,
yeah.
Need the touchdown.
Fire.
Yeah, that was that knock. Like first of all, that was incredible. I mean, future lyricism. These guys, they are they younger? Are they younger dudes?
Yeah, they're a little younger.
Yes.
These are young brothers.
Yeah, they the future.
Mm-hmm.
They got it. They know it. The confidence, the words, the pocket, the beat. I mean, they're already there.
Mm-hmm.
They're already there, man. If I don't know, they could already be huge. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know, but they definitely sound like it. Like that's those guys. They got a bright future if it's already not lit.
Yeah, K9's part of Royal Priesthood.
Yeah,
right?
Royal Priesthood, yeah. We're gonna make sure that it's like they got a bright future when you turn on the headlights and after that. It's like they're shining and then put a little headlight in front of that. So it's like an extra, like I said, just like that 2-minute warning drill move, they moved the ball all the way down to the football field, just scored the touchdown in 2 minutes. It just did the joint. That was crazy, man.
Fire.
Definitely dope, man.
K9.
Yeah, that's dope. K9. I like the other kid. The guy. They got like a little cadency going on together. Wasn't they on another track together?
That's
I like
his
that.
power right there.
Yeah.
The way he's sitting to a track, Kambata picked up. It's like the mastery of just sitting. He just relaxing to the track so much. It's ridiculous. He's quarterbacking.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can tell when they add when they tie the bow at the end of it, you say something wrong, it's like double the blah, yeah. Tell you blah. That's when you're so when you can talk like you ain't even gotta open your mouth for it. It's like talking to a chick on the street. Like that's when you're beyond mastery and it becomes a part of who you are. It's that's who he is.
Right.
And both of them, they exude that confidence, and mastery is when you can. Every time when you memorize your autograph, that's how you know because your autograph is the signature. And when the artist is granted the ability to capstone his rhymes like that, that's how you know you made it to that level. You can't plan that. That only happens after you reach that belt. You can't, you can only put that stripe on the black belt.
Right. Well said, yo. All right, man. This is the part that's the saddest part of the whole craft. This is the part that we depart. You know what I'm saying? The craft. Until next time, we want to say thank you for coming through. Kambata, almost forgot your name. I'll get dementia as we go. You know what I'm saying? I'm experiencing it as we travel. Decreasingly getting dementia and remembering at the same time. I always say I crash between deja vu and dementia. So it happens at the same time quickly. And but thank you for coming through. Kambata, it was great.
Honor, man.
Word. And we definitely gonna talk after this.
Hey, excuse this is my office. Excuse the dirty room, man. But I had to put that out there as a disclaimer.
Don't worry about it.
It's not about the room, it's what you said. You know what I'm saying? It's everything. You painted the
man. Dude, this is a dream come true, man. Like I'm a huge fan. I feel like I was just watching this show as a pure spectator and watching your art as just a fan. And man, I'm beyond honored for you guys to acknowledge me and allow me your platform. It means the world to me, and let me ramble, that's everything, man. And I'll be honored to come back and whatever you guys need, man. And me and Killah we're gonna work on some insane stuff, man. Insane stuff.
Yeah. Indeed.
Nice.
So that y'all heard it first on the craft, man. It's a solid deal. Word.
Nice.
Etched in stone.
Yeah, let's get him back on the show soon.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we're gonna talk after this. Word.
Nice.
Very cool. All right, I went to a time warp right there. It was like, I don't know what that was. Maybe some psycho shit. Yeah, some shit.
Looking off into the cosmos.
Yeah, exactly. I'll be saying
Catch
that.
me doing it all.
He has a cat. Shout out to Mojito. His cat usually makes an appearance on here, and he's just sitting up there. What's funny is he's just laying there asleep. Yeah. And he had the weirdest cat in the world. Shout out to Mojito. Word. He's like, out tonight, I heard a lot of psychedelics. I know cats like psychedelic anything.
The catnip's technically psychedelic for them.
Yeah. They like to go there. Scaredy cats. Cat got your tongue. Word. All right, man. So we're gonna let you get. We have a pod. We're gonna let you get off the craft, and then we're gonna send you off on a great note, a grand note, and we'll build with you after this. Anything you want to say? Link anything?
Hey, man. Yo, just again extend my thanks to you guys. And more music. I'm gonna be dropping music soon, so I've been on a little break. Just had to get my mind straight, but you guys are gonna hear some new Kambata soon, and it's gonna be better and bigger than ever. Just gotta get had to stabilize. But right now you could catch me at Kambata Music. It's on the screen. Just look out. YouTube, internet, all over iTunes, everything, man. I'll be back on here, man. That's for sure.
Nice.
All right, y'all. Dave Flores
in the house.
Yo, Dave Flores in the building.
Peace, everyone.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, man.
And peace out. I thought you was telling you that. My fault.
Hey, Master. Perfect untiming. Yeah,
Peace.
all good.
See y'all on Wednesday.
Yeah, we'll be back.
Peace.
AD.
Yeah.
You can introduce this one.
Oh yeah, definitely. This the little Da Vinci and Killah Priest, the magic microphone.
Yo, you can land a rocket.
Shout out to Lil Da Vinci.
Remember, this gun is pointed right at your heart.
Oops. Well, I fucked that up. Hold on a second.
Remember, this gun is pointed right at your heart.
That is my least vulnerable spot.
Yeah. Alright. Blessed, sing unto the Lord a new song. Obsessive, power in my palms like a neutron. Practice Wudong, a few forms cause the Wu strong. Beneath the cruel storm, I box with God with 2 arms. Start the breakfast with oolong. My amethyst necklace and a hen attack. On my back, the monk drew on. We live in council culture, a dress rehearsal for extermination. My burner waving for the 666 return of Satan.
Multiple forms, microphone shapeshifter. Oolong storm, killer bee swarm. We are the winged people. Holy words, cordless mic strike. A hike on a bike with priests. Everlasting blast, smash knowledge in the face of young minds. Divine body shine from the sun. Lord, son, speak with the holy tongue. Kundalini gun, bullets of dark chi, ET DNA. Some outfits were gray. Spray paint, canvas and technicolor. Father of Mother Nature, Metanetta. Wise man gets better at times. Fly the blind, seeking for truth in the booth like Luke high skywalking. Pen writes from the vine. I'm wearing gold armor, the dream talk with all skills. When I talk, many are killed. No drill or mumble rap, heavy mental attack. Peace to the gods and earth, Lil Da Vinci. I'm out of here.